Introduction to Power BI. Before diving into this course, let us understand what is data visualization. Imagine there's a customer feedback form data. It is collected and stored in a company database. But it is of no use unless and until somebody gathers that information and creates a summary out of it. So, data visualization is a graphical way of representing this summarized data to understand performance and patterns of business. If we compare to a table, a graph is much easier to interpret the data. For example, a table with 100 rows fails to tell you what the data is about, but a graph, on the other hand, will quickly draw an insight. So, here are the 5 top visualization tools based on cost and ease of use. So, if we see, Power BI is less costlier and also it is easier to use compared to other tools. What is Power BI? So, it is a business intelligence tool. It is a collection of software services and apps that can be connected to turn this unrelated data into a meaningful insight. So, what do? We connect different sources, we load the tables, we transform these tables so that it is suitable to create reports, and then we create reports. So, there are 3 platforms in Power BI. One is Power BI Desktop. This is the on-premise platform. So we load the data sources and we create beautiful reports. This report can be published to Power BI service. Power BI service is nothing but a cloud-based platform. So here we can collect these reports and create a dashboard out of it. And this dashboard can be shared and collaborated with other team members. So Power BI Mobile is nothing but a application used to view these dashboards on the go. So this is about a quick introduction on Power BI. In this video, we will learn how to install Microsoft Power BI desktop application in our system. So the link provided in the course will redirect you to this website. Click on download button. If you're using a 64-bit machine, then choose the first file. If you're using a 32-bit machine, then choose the second file. In my case, I will use the first file and then click on next. So now the downloading will begin. So I have already done this part. So I'll click on the downloads and open this executive file. Run this application. So complete this installation process and launch the Power BI desktop application. Click on next. Accept the license agreement term. I can click on next. Choose the location where you want to store this application file. Then click on install. This will take a little time, so wait for the installation to complete. You might window. Please close this window, and this is what your application will look like. This is free to use. So welcome to Power BI. Thank you. In this video, we will learn about connecting to a data source and also refreshing the underlying source. So to connect to a data source, we will make use of get data, and to refresh the data, we will make use of refresh button, that is in the query section of home tab. So for a demo purpose, we will try connecting to a sample dataset that is present in Power BI. So simply click on this icon that is present in the canvas and click on load sample data. Now you can see the tables that are present in the sample data set. So there are two tables. Let's choose one. And you can see the preview of the data here. So you can just check this option and that data will get selected and you can try to load it. So load, and as the data is getting loaded, you can see the fields pane here. So you will see table names and column names listed from that sheet that we just loaded. So these columns will be used to create graphs and visuals in the report canvas. So that is about get data and refresh. Thank you. In this video, we will learn how to connect to a CSV or a text file and also the steps to save a Power BI desktop file. So let's get connected to a CSV file. We'll click on Get Data. Then we can see the list of sources that is available. So we'll click on Text or CSV. So let's click on Connect. And we can see the list of files that is available in our local system. We will choose student data as our file and click on Open. So now the data is getting connected. And we can see the preview of the data set. So we can see the number of columns and some of the rows. So here the delimiter used is comma. We can also change if there are any other delimiters used in the file and then click on load. So the file will get loaded into Power BI now. Once the data is loaded, you can see that in the fields pane, the table name is listed and also the column names are listed here. So that you can use to create all the visuals and graphs. So to save this file, we'll click on Save here and we click on the location and we specify any name and click on Save. All the files that is going to get saved are being saved as .pbix extension. So this is about connecting to a CSV data source and also steps to save a file. In this video, we will learn about creating a bar or a column chart. So we have a student survey data. So let's first see what is in the data. So we have columns like index, we have gender, male or female, nationality type, place of birth of the student, stage ID, meaning what level the student is studying in. Is it a high school or a middle school or a lower level? Then we have grade ID. Then we have section ID, which section the student belongs to. Topic, so what are the subjects that are there? And we have semester, first or second. Then we have relation, father or mother, wherein it is telling who is taking care of the student. So raised hands is a numerical column, which is telling about the number of times the student has raised their hands. Visited resources, number of times the student has visited a resource. Announcements view, the number of times the student has viewed an announcement. So discussion is nothing but the number of times the student has participated in discussion groups. So parent answering survey column is a categorical column
which is telling us if the parents have answered the survey or if it is a student. If it is no, that it means that it is a student who is answering the survey. So parent school satisfaction is nothing but if the parent is satisfied with the school or not. So student, there is one more called as student absence days. So it is telling us if the student is absent for more than 7 years, then 7 days, then it is above 7. For if the student is absent less than 7 days, then it is under 7. So this is about the data. So here we have the question like the faculty wants to know the number of students studying in each educational stage. So educational stage is nothing but high school, middle school or lower level. So we have this details in a column called as stage ID. So we have to know the number of students. So let's create a bar chart. To create a bar chart, just pick a bar chart from the chart that is available here. So to fill in the axis, we have to put a categorical column. So in our case, it is stage ID. So drag the stage ID there, and then we'll put the unique identifier key to values field so that it will tell us the count of the student. Automatically here in Power BI, it will tell you if it is a count or a sum. And if you want to check for average, we can just drop down this bar. So here we have the bar chart. If you hover on this bar chart, you can see how many students are studying in middle school stage, how many are in lower level, and how many are in high school. So this is about the bar chart. You can also create a column chart using the same data. So for that, just click outside the canvas and select a column chart, stacked column chart. So here it is similar to bar chart, just the representation of the bar is going to change. Here it is going to show vertically. So in the axis field, again, we're putting, dragging stage ID. In the values field, we're going to put a unique identifier key so that we get to know the count of the rows. So here as well, we're going to get the same answers. So this is about bar and column chart.
In this video, we will understand the different column types that are represented in the fields. So we see different icons in front of the columns, right? So here some are summation, some are blank, some have calendar icon. So what is it about? So the columns that are numerical will have a summation in front of it. If it is a string column, then it will be blank. If it is a date column, then it will have a calendar icon. And Power BI automatically turns this date attribute into date hierarchy, and it will extract some of the date attributes from it. So you can see if you drop down this, you see a date hierarchy has been created. So if you drop down further, you can see that it has extracted year, quarter, month and day as the date attributes. So this happens automatically, but in case if this icon is not visible or this hierarchy is not created automatically, we can try to change some of the settings in our Power BI. So we have to go to Files, select Options and Settings, then click on Options. A window will be appearing. So you can see two things. One is for global and one is for the current file. So whatever changes that you make in under this section, current file section, that changes will be applied only to this file. If you make global changes, then it will be applied for the future created files as well. So let's make changes in current file. So since I have already have this date hierarchy created, I have this time intelligence checkbox ticked. So this should be marked in your Power BI desktop application as well. Otherwise, this hierarchy will not be created. So to create that hierarchy automatically, For future and the current file, you will have to click on data load and then check box this auto date on time. So do the same thing for the global file as well, so that from the future creation files you want to keep those date attributes on. So checkbox on this auto date and time for new files. So click on OK and that changes will be applied, and then you can see the icon after that. So this is about creating date hierarchy automatically in Power BI, and also about icons mentioned in the columns.
In this video, we will learn how to create a stacked or a layered chart. So we have clustered column chart, clustered bar charts, stacked column and stacked bar charts. So we will make use of these charts for our example. So here our question is to find out how many number of students are studying in each educational stage, high school, middle school or lower level. And in addition, we want to know number of male and female students for each of these categories. So let's create a stacked column chart for this. Let me create a new page. Stacked column chart. So I'll use this column chart. And we'll have to know the number of students in each stage, in the sense high school, lower level or middle level. So that is obtained from stage ID. That is a categorical column. We want to know the number of students. So it is count of index again. So here we achieved half the problem. So that is getting count of students for each of the stage. So we want to know how many are male and how many are female for each of the stage. So we will have to draw gender column to the legend field so that it will further categorize. Now the stacked column is created. So when we hover, so you can see this is a legend field. So the dark blue is F, that is female, and the red one is male. So male, we have 166 in middle school, and when you hover on the blue bar, so it is showing you that 87 of the female students are belonging to middle school. So likewise, we can check all the other values as well. So if you want to create a stacked or a clustered column chart, so you can click on this one. Here the bar representation will vary, you will see. So I'll pull the same fields here, stage ID to access field. Then we will pull out index field to values, so you can get to know the count of rows. And we want to know how many are male and how many are female. So we're going to pull gender field to the legend. So here the bar is side by side. So you will see that each category is like formed as a cluster. So it is a clustered column chart. So you can hover on each bar and find out what is the number. So these are two of the representations. So similarly, we can have clustered bar chart or stacked bar charts. So this is about creating layered or stacked column or bar chart. In this video, we will learn about the overview of Power BI Desktop. So we will learn about the three views that are present in Power BI. So report view, data view, and model view. The blank canvas that you see is the report view. Here we can draw visuals and charts to create a report. So if you click on data view, this data will show you the rows that are present in the table, where you can, validate your data that is being present in the report. Then if you click on model view, you can see the schema of the table with its column names. And if multiple tables are loaded in the Power BI, then you can see this data here and also create relationship between the two or more tables so that you can create reports which will use two or more tables. So the relations would be like one to one, one to many, etc. So coming back in this video, we will learn about the overview of Power BI Desktop. So we will learn about the three views that are present in Power BI. So report view, data view, and model view. The blank canvas that you see is the report view. Here we can draw visuals and charts to create a report. So if you click on data view, this data will show you the rows that are present in the table where you can, validate your data that is being present in the report. Then if you click on model view, you can see the schema of the table with its column names. And if multiple tables are loaded in the Power BI, then you can see this data here and also create relationship between the two or more tables so that you can create reports which will use two or more tables. So the relations would be like one to one, one to many, etc. So coming back to report view, you can see two panes here. One is visualizations and one more is fields. So fields is where the table names and the column names will be listed. And visualization is where you can see the set of default charts that are present in Power BI. And also you can drag your column fields here so that the reports are getting created or a chart is getting created. So you can choose any chart that you want to based on your requirement, and also the suitable columns you can select and create beautiful reports. So this is about the overview of Power BI. So the three views and the two panes from Power BI. In this video, we will learn about how to create a line or an area chart. So for this, let's get started with the question. So here the question is to find out the average number of resources that are visited by students from each grade. So grade information is given in grade ID column. So we have grades from 1 to 12, and we'll have to also find how many resources are visited by 8th grade students. So let's create a line chart. I'll create it in the next page. So we'll create an area chart. I'll first show you with the area chart, then we can demonstrate with the line chart as well. So here on the access field, we will put the categorical column, that is grade ID. So we want to know the information on the grades, different grades. So on the values field, we have to pull out the average number of visited resources. So the resources related column is visited resources, that is here. So just drop down this column here, and you can see that automatically a chart is created. But if you hover on this, here it is showing you that it is showing the sum of visited resources, but we want an average. So to create an average of the visited resources, just drop down this arrow here, and you can see that there are sum, average, minimum, max, count, and standard deviation, etc. So for a numerical column, these will be the options. So you can switch to see any of the column values. So if you want to check average visited resources, then you have to click on average. So now here it will show you as average of visited resources. So here the values that you're going to see are average number of resources that have been visited by the students. So, and this is also, this is not sorted. So you can see that, let me show you in the focused mode. So you can see that this is sorted as in the average of the resources. Click on the more options. This is the more option here, and you can sort it based on, I'll sort it based on ascending, and I want to sort it based on, so you can choose which column you want to sort it by. So I want to sort it based on grade ID. So now you can see that it is sorted according to grade ID. So we have grade 8 here. So when we hover on it, you can see that grade 8, you have 62.29 number of resources on an average that has been visited. So let's demonstrate on the line chart. It is similar to area chart again. So here you have to pull grade ID to the axis. Then you have to pick visited resources to the value field. So again, it is a sum. So make it to average because the question is to find out the average of visited resources. And now you can see that again, it is based on the average of resources that's been sorted. So I'll sort ascending and then I'll sort it based on grade ID. So using more options, you can sort these visuals so that it is looking good. So based on your requirement, you can sort this visual. So this is about creating an area chart or a line chart. It is similar, just that the area chart will have a shaded area in the graph. So line chart will not have that, but it will be similar representation. So this is about area and the line chart. In this video, let's learn how to create a multi-line chart. So for example, find the maximum number of times students raised their hands and maximum number of times students took part in discussion in each section. Create a line chart. So let's get started. Let's click on the line chart. So we have to find out how maximum of raised hands and maximum of the students who took part in discussion based on section ID, right? So section ID will go to access field because that is a categorical variable. In the values field, we have to drop this discussion. And we also have to drop this raised hands column. So here is the multiple line chart. So if you drag and drop any number of values or columns to value field, that n number of lines will be created in this line chart. So based on the requirement, we will have to use these multi-line chart. So we are not yet reached at the end goal. So we have to find out max of it, right? So this is by default, it will show the sum of discussion and sum of raised hands. And since this is a numerical column, we can get the maximum of it. So if you click on maximum, you will get max of discussion, similarly to the raised hands. Now we got max of these column values for each section. So this is about creating multi-line chart. In this video, we will learn how to create pie chart or a donut chart. So these two charts are used to visualize distribution of a data. So we have a question here that is from a student database. Faculty wants to know the number of students that are absent for more than 7 days. So create a pie chart or a donut chart to obtain the distribution of absentees more than 7 days. And yeah, so this absentees information is present in the top column called student absence days. So let's start creating the chart. Just click on the plus and new page will be created. So you can rename it. Just click on the pie chart. Just drag this chart to the center. And yeah, so the fields here are legend, details, and values. So we will focus on legend and values here. So on the legend field, we'll have to draw the categorical column on which the distribution has to be created. So our aim is to find number of absentees. So student absentees more than 7 and less than 7. We'll have to find out number of students. So it is count of index. So here, this is going to give us count of index. So when you hover on it, So here, absent is above 7, it is 194, that is 39.51% of the total data. And 291 students are absent under 7 days. So this is pie chart. If we want to create a donut chart, we can click on the donut chart. This is also a similar, just that it is like in a donut shape. So all the fields will be same. So drag student absentee to legend field, then index to values field. So you can see that just that the representation is going to change in a pie chart and in a donut chart. When you hover it, it will show the same count. So this is about pie chart and the donut chart.
In this video, we will learn about slicer charts. Slicer charts are nothing but used to filter out data that is present in the report canvas. So let's create a slicer using this chart. So here in the field section, we'll have to drag a column for which we are going to use to filter the data. So here we can add any categorical columns like this, or date columns as well, or any numerical columns of our choice. So here I have dragged country column. So all the countries, that is the categories, are listed here. So this is called as a list slicer. We can also see the variation in the list slicer. That is, we can drop down this arrow mark. We can see that there is another option to change it to drop down slicer. So it will appear like a drop down. So if the list of the slicer is too long, then it is better to have a drop down rather than keeping it as a long list. So if you drop down this, you can see the slicer categories. So you can select in any of the categories and filter out data based on that category. So this is one thing. Now, say for example, you have selected some categories, then you can clear the selection by clicking on this eraser like icon. So this is clear selection. So now it is filtered to all. So this is one way. Then one more is to create slicer using date range. So click on the drag the date attribute to the field. So you can see this date attribute has converted to a range slicer. So range slicer is nothing but you can select any range of dates or a single date. For example, like you can drag these circles to find out any data between these two date range. So you can also input dates through these boxes, or click on the boxes and select these dates from the calendar that is showing up. So this is one more slicer variation. Then you have something called as horizontal slicer. So for that, you can convert a list slicer to a horizontal slicer. So let me just drag the country column again. So this is the list slicer. So this is a vertical slicer. These are vertical kind of slices. So I can convert this to a horizontal slicer by clicking on the format option that is here and click on the general. Then you can click on the orientation. If you check, this is a vertical slicer currently. So if you check, you can click on the horizontal slicer. So the slicer will be arranged in the horizontal manner. So this is like a checkbox. I could say a box. So also here you can make use of clear selection as well. So this is another variation in the slicers. So for our demo exercise, we will see what is the requirement from the faculty. So here faculty wants to know the number of students studying in each educational stage, that is high school, middle school or lower level. And also he wants to filter based on the different topics being taught. So the topics are a category. So he wants to filter based on those topic. So add a slicer for the topics and obtain number of students in Arabic. So okay. So let me create a new page, and
first let me create the chart for number of students studying in each educational stage. You can use a bar chart maybe. So let me drag a stage ID. This is the sample data set. This is the student data set. So okay, let me drag stage ID to access field, and also count of number of students, right? So it is index. So count of index will give me the number of students studying in each stage. So I want to create a slicer to filter different topics. So let me click on the slicer, and then click on topic field to slicer. So you are getting a list. You can create a drop down or a list. So in our question we have drop down. So I'm converting this to a drop down. So and the question here is to know how many students are studying in taken Arabic as their topic. So I've selected Arabic topic. So you can see that there are for about 31 students in lower level and 28 students in middle school who are studying taken Arabic as their topic. So you can slice any other different data, and accordingly the bar chart will change. So this is about the slicer and the variations of slicer that is mentioned in this page. So this is about all about the slicers. In this video, we will learn about removing the duplicated rows from the table. So to do that, first let us count the number of rows without removal. So it is 491 rows. So let's undo the step, and we will click on the unique identifier key where we do not want to have duplicated keys. So click on remove rows and then click on remove duplicates. So now the step has been applied, that is remove duplicates has been applied. And now if you check the count of rows, you can see that the rows have been reduced. So the duplicates have been removed. So let's undo this counted row step, and we will keep this non-duplicated rows saved to our report. So we'll click on close and apply option. So now the changes have been made to the student data table. So this is about removing the duplicated rows. In this video, we will learn about Power Query Editor. It is a window that is redirected from Power BI desktop app. So to go to that window, we will have to click on Home tab and then click on Transform Data. So the Power BI Power Query Editor will open up. In the queries section that you see on the left side, you can see the list of tables that are pulled, and you can see the data in the middle section. Also you can see applied steps here. So the number of transformation or cleansing steps that you have performed will be appearing here, and you can delete those steps if you want to undo those steps. Also, if you want these steps to be reflected in your report side, then you'll have to click on close and apply. You can simply click on apply just to save the changes, and this window will appear in the background, and close to discard these changes, and none of the operations will be saved to the report side. So this is about Power Query Editor. In this video, we will learn about filtering data using transform data. So let's go to the Power Query Editor, click on the transform data icon. So from transform data, you can filter data just like how we do it in Excel sheets or Google Sheets.
So you can drop down this arrow mark and select based on text, or maybe just select any of the categories. So let's say, for example, we will filter out category called as topic. So we will filter data for only the IT topics. So clicking on IT only and clicking OK. So the latest query that was applied was filtering on the topic. So the applied step will have now one extra step that is added, that is filtered rows. So if you want to check how many number of rows are there in this table, we can click on transform tab, and here there is an option to count the rows. So if you click on that, you will see number of rows that is present here, but now the data is not visible, right? So to go back to that data state, we will have to go back to this step, that is filter rows, correct? So we will have to just cancel this step or delete this step, then we will go back to filtered state. So if you further want to remove this filter or delete this filter, then you can delete this step, or you can go back to that topic where the filter is applied and clear filter. So let me just delete this step from here. So I deleted the filtered rows, so it is back to the original state. So none of the changes will be made to the report side because there was no filter that was applied. So this is about filtering data. In this video, we will learn about removing the blank rows from the table. So if there are any rows that are totally blank, then it will be removed in this operation. So to do that, let's first initially count the number of rows that are present. So we have 481 rows. I'll undo this step. We have something called as remove blank rows. So it will remove all the blank rows from the table. So from this table, all the blank rows have been gone. So if we want to verify if there were any blank rows or not, we will check the count of rows. When you click on it, okay, there was one blank row that was present and it is now gone. So you can undo this step, and now the table is not having any blank rows. So this is about removal of blank rows. In this section, we will learn how to replace a data value from the table. So to replace a data value from any particular column, we will have to select that column. So for example, I want to change the gender column from M to male and F to female. So select on the gender column, then go to transform tab, select on the replace values, then you will see a window. So select on the values to find. So first let us change M to male. So let's type in male, then click on OK. So now the M values have been changed to male. So let's change this F keywords to female. So again, do the same operation, that is click on replace value and select the values to find. So that is capital F and replace it with female. So let's click on OK. So there are two steps that have been added here in the applied steps. So one was to replace F keyword to female and one more was to replace M keyword to male. So this is about replacing the categorical column or a text column. So you can also replace numerical column from the table. So you'll have to just select on the column and apply the same operation. So you'll have to key in what values you have to find. Say for example, you want to change 15 to 150. So if you click on OK, all the 15 number will be changed to 150. So this is about replacing values. In this video, I will demonstrate how to create a report by putting all the visuals together. So let's get started. An authority from school wants to monitor the survey report that contains this following information. So first we'll have to perform this data cleansing. So we can remove the duplicates and treat the blank rows. Remove the blank rows. And the questions are like number of surveys answered by parents and how many were answered by students. Students absent for more than 7 or less than 7 days. Then we have total count of students that belong to each grade. Total number of students that are studying in different stages. So how many parents among these are satisfied with the school and its management? And this report must be able to filter data based on nationality and place of birth. So let's get started with performing data cleansing before we start to create a report. So to perform data cleansing, we will go to transform data and then we will select this unique identifier key to remove the duplicates. So I'll remove the duplicates from this table, and also I will just simply remove the blank rows. And let's close and apply this steps. After we perform data cleansing, let's get started with the report. So number of surveys answered by parents and how many were answered by students. So let's create a donut chart maybe, or a pie chart. So we need to find out how many were the surveys were answered by parents and how many were not. So category column will go to the legend field. So we need to know the count of students or rows. So drag index field to values. So here you will get this pie chart. So the next question is to number of students absent for more than 7 days and less than 7 days by each gender type. So there is a further question, further categorization for the absentees. So they want to check which among those are male and female. So we can create maybe a stacked column chart or a stacked bar chart. Let's go with the stacked bar chart. We can also do clustering, create clustering bar chart as well. So I will choose stacked bar chart. Let me just pull out absentees into the access field. Then we'll put gender to the legend field because we want to further know who are male, how many are male and how many are female. So and the count of index to values. So yes, so this will give me the overview of how many are. So when you're creating a report, just make sure that you are placing the charts in a proper fashion. So you resize them, and based on number of visuals, you can resize them and place it properly so that it looks neat and it looks appealing to someone who is going to view a report. So then the next question is to count students that belong to each grade. Okay, so shall we create one line chart for this? We can create any chart based on our requirement. Also, I can put bar chart as well here because it is categorical, right? So grade ID, I'll place it in access field. So it is going to give me the count of grade ID. So yes, I'll sort this based on the grade because I don't want to see it based on the count. Let me sort it ascending. So yes, so in the sequence fashion, I can see how many students are there in each grade. So next question is to total number of students that are studying in different stages. How many parents among these are satisfied with the school? Okay, so this is also looks like a stacked chart because we need to find how many parents were satisfied. So let's create a cluster chart for this. We'll create a cluster column chart in this case. Um, yeah, so here let me drop stage ID, each stage, that's why. And parent answering survey is a categorical variable again. So we'll put it in the legend, yes or no. So we need to know the count of it. So it's just like values will go to count field. So yes, so we can see the group here, middle level, lower level, and high school. This is another chart. Okay, just placing the charts. So when you click on this visual, and if you try to change an other visual, it will automatically change to that other visual. So here's another tip for you in case you want to change to switch between visuals, right? It is easier that way. So that is one thing. And if we want to create a new visual, then we'll have to click somewhere outside the visual to a blank canvas so that that visual is not selected. Otherwise, that visual will change. So, okay, let's move on to another question. Here it is asking us to report must be able to filter data based on nationality and place of birth. So for this, I'll create two slicers, one based on nationality, one more on place of birth. So let's create slicer chart. Um, okay, nationality is here. Okay, there are too many, so list is not recommended. Let's resize this and I'll place this here. I want to just make it small and I'll make it to a drop down because the list is too lengthy, right? So it won't look good. So when you drop down, you can just figure out which nationality you want to filter out this report with. One more slicer was to create based on the place of birth. So place of birth is here. Let me drag down to the field section. This also is a little bit a lengthy list. So I'll drop down this. So if the list is less than 5, then you can keep it as is. Otherwise, you can change it to a drop down. So that is what I recommend, but it is up to a developer, the one who is creating a report. So based on his choice, so they can do it. So I'm placing these slices together. So a person who is coming to check data or monitor this report, you will be able to easily slice the data and search the values. So if I click on any of the slicers here, then now the data is changing based on Lebanon. So that is, and place of birth, maybe I'll switch on Jordan. So this is giving me the data for people who are from Lebanon and their place of birth is Jordan. So there is just one student here. So the data is about this student. So this is about creating a report. So I hope you will explore more from this. You can also experiment with different charts and create beautiful reports. Thank you. In this video, we will learn how to solve unguided exercise problems. So we have a set of questions. So first we will go on to the first question, that is perform data cleansing on Netflix dataset. We have to do following task. We have to clean the duplicates from the table. We have to remove blank rows. Then we have to select a type that is either a movie or a TV show only. Filter out all other unrelated values. Then we have to make sure that date added does not have any blank values, that is to filter null values. So let's get started. I have already connected to this unguided data set. So go to transform data, then the data set will open. Okay, so this is how the dataset would look like. We see that there are some blank rows as well. We have to remove them. So let's get started. We will start removing the blank rows. From the show ID, I'm going to remove duplicates if there are any, because I don't want to duplicate any values. Then from type, we have to remove uh, all other values and keep only movie and shows. So here when you drop down for the first time, you just see two values, but the warning sign, you can see that list may be incomplete and you have to load more. So when you load more, you will see all the list. So here you can see that blank values are also selected. So just unselect this one and click on OK. So now you have achieved a part of filtering, that is removing all other unrelated types. So one more task is to remove the blank from date added. So we see that there is a null field here. So just select, unselect this null thing and click on OK. And I think this is about the data cleansing part. So let's count the rows. So we see 7,750 rows. So this should be your answer. So let's undo this step, and we need the data. We need the clean data. So we are going to close and apply this cleansing. So the transform data is now loaded again to the report side. So let's wait until this data loads. Then we will solve the next question, that is Netflix associate wants to find out number of shows released in each genre. So create a bar chart and find out how many shows are listed as documentaries. So we have to create a bar chart to show the list of different genres. So let's create a bar chart. I'm going to click a bar chart and add, we can see different genres from the listed in column. So let me pull that out, and we have to get a count, right? So we will pull count id, sorry, show id in the values part. So I'm going to place this here. So now we can see that documentaries are 334. So this should be your answer. And then the next question is to find out, the associate wants to find out what is the overall count of movies and TV shows, find out how is the data distributed, and find the percentage of movies in the Netflix when compared to TV shows. So we have to create a donut chart, and we have to say what is the overall count of movies and TV shows put together in the data set. So we have to create a donut chart. Let's create a donut chart, and we will drop down from movies and TV shows are the category called as type column. So pull this to the legend and drop show id to values field so that you get a count. So this is the count of the movie and TV show type. Let me place it here neat and clean. So since we are going to create a report, we have to place these charts very organized. And the next question is to the Netflix associate wants to understand how show ratings on Netflix. So he wants to find out how all the shows are categorized based on the ratings. Also wants to be filtered based on movies as well. So there are two questions here. So it is one is he wants to find out what are the different ratings and how the shows are categorized based on that rating. So rating column is present here, and we want to filter based on movies, TV shows, or both. So which means that we have to create a slicer um, that will filter both. So create a column chart and find out how many movie shows are in total and rated as TVMA. Okay, so let's create a column chart here. You can select any class this column as well since there are no legends. We have to drop rating field to access because we need to know the count of shows based on the rating. So count of shows based on the rating. So one part of the question is done. We got the count of shows based on the rating. So now we want to solve that question, right? So our question is how many movie shows in total are rated as TVMA? So to know mm, which shows are categorized under TVMA. So this count will have both TV shows and movies. So we need to create a slicer. Let's select a slicer and we'll drop type to field section. So we got this. Let's make it a horizontal because there are just two categories. So go to general, change the orientation to horizontal. Let's resize it to a smaller size. So okay, and then when you select on movie, these rating counts will change. So you can hover and see TVMA has so and so number of shows. So this should be your answer. How many movies, right? Yeah, correct. Okay, so the next question. Netflix Associate wants to know total count of shows released each month for each type separately. Additionally, he wants it to be able to filter based on range of dates. Okay, so total count of shows released each month and each type. There are two categories that has to be applied. So let's create a stacked column or a bar chart. We'll create a stacked bar chart. I'm going to select this one. I will place this somewhere here. We have to drop month field. So we have this date hierarchy in the date added section. So we're going to drop month column to this axis, and we're going to keep what was the question? Yeah, total shows released each month. Okay, count of shows. So it is just count of shows. Select that chart and drop show ID to values field and drop type field to legend. So okay, so you can see that a part of the question is completed here. There are two sub questions in this part. So question 1 is to find what are the total number of TV shows released in month of May. Okay, so we have to just hover on the May month and we have to find the TV show. So it is 171. And the next question is to find out how many movies are released in each month of June between January 16 to January 16, 2021. So 2011 to 2021 we have to find out. So to find out that we need to create a range slicer. So let me create a range slicer by clicking on the slicer part and drop the date added column. Drop the date added column, not the date hierarchy. So this will give you a range slicer. Just resize it and just drag this to 16th January 2011. If that is not very difficult to move the slider, then just click on this one and select 2011, select June. It is 16th, right? So sorry, it is January, sorry, uh, January 16th, January 16th, 2011 to January 16th, 2021. So this is our range. So we have to find out what was the um, number of number of movies, okay, released in June. Okay, fine. Let's check what is the number of movies in June. So it is 376. Clear this slicer because it might not be required for other questions. And let's go to the next question. So fifth question is completed. The next place associate wants to compare total number of shows versus distinct number of genres released each month. Create a line chart to find out how many unique genres are released in the month of January. Okay, so we have to create a line chart. Unique, we have to find two things in this. So it is comparing total number of shows versus distinct number of genres. So in a month, so let's create a line chart. Let me drop month field from this hierarchy each month, and we have to drop count of show ID. So this will give me the count of shows that is released each month. So these shows will not have, I mean, all genres won't be released on the same month, right? So we want to know what are the different genres released. So let's put that listed in field which is containing genres. So when you put by default, it will show you just the count. We have to make it to distinct count. So we have to just select that. So we can see that this is the line that will look like. So this is a multi-line graph. So here we have completed our part. So we have to save this file, and I have already saved it. You can name it anything, just that you have to remember that name, and save this file and analyze the result. You can also play around with the slicers and check different values that are getting changed. So you can just slide and check these values, and also click both the slicers at a time and see what is happening in the data. So this is about solving unguided or any other Power BI report solution.
Hello. In this session, we'll look at table visual in Power BI. So as we have seen table in our previous model, which is Google Spreadsheet, it contains a related data stored in a logical series of rows and columns. In our current data set, which is office supply sales data set, so far we have used table to store data, and majority of the time our entire data set or entire data is kind of stored in the tabular format, right? So now let's look at how the table visual is going to get added in our Power BI dashboard or report, right? So let's look at the question. It says that sales owner or shop owner or sales manager is going to ask the respective manager or the shopkeeper to find out how many or what items are sold in which region and its corresponding revenue generated. Okay, so let's break down this question and see how we can use table here, right? So if you break down this question, it says that we have to find a list of items, which is what items, and its corresponding number of units sold, which is how many units sold for a specific region, or let's say for whatever or all region, and its respective revenue generated. Okay, so if you look at it, it has four information that we are kind of seeking, right? And if you look at our actual data, which is this, where it might look smaller, but in this data set or in real life data set, it's always this bigger in size, or it's kind of complex to understand from the data set itself, right? So if we have to find this information to get this data, it will be definitely not straightforward, because either we have to truncate or remove the unnecessary columns, or filter the respective columns to get the respective information, right? So the original data or the actual data set will not be really helpful to kind of visually look at it, right? So that's where table comes into picture. And coming back to our table visual, so this is how your table looks like. So you'll get a table from a visualization pane. You have to click here, right? So once you get the table, let's see now what all items or what all fields it accepts. So if you see, table accepts only one field, which is values, right? So from the current question, or from the question which we are kind of seeking information for, we have to kind of have 4 fields to get added into our table. So let's look at again. So we have a number of units sold, the list of items, its region, and the corresponding revenue generated, right? So we'll use this office supply table, and we'll simply drop this column here. Second value is list of items. So as we see, it's getting as and when we kind of add columns in the table, it will kind of create the whole table for you, right? Now, one thing to note here is that in table, we can kind of add any sort of field or column. When I say any sort of, it means that you can generally, there are 2 types of column, or 2 data types of column. One is a categorical, which is item here, and second is a numerical, where you will see the numerical value. And when you add a numerical column, by default, it will sum the numerical values. Okay, so you can choose aggregation of your choice, or also you can choose don't summarize. So if you say don't summarize, then it will create the long list of combination for all the possibilities that you have that is possible with respect to the column that you have added, right? So for us, because we want to know how many units sold, so we'll generally just use a default value, which is sum. But then it's up to the requirement or up to the question that what we need to generally add or summarize or aggregate in the whole table, right? So generally, we use sum, but you can also use average. Let me get back to the sum. Yeah, so here now the question is that we also have to add a region and the revenue generated, right? So we'll just simply add a region here and revenue generated. So we'll add a sales interval. So there are 2 things. One is you can directly go and add the field here, or you can add a field here. Okay. Now the difference between both of them is that here it's quite simple. You can because it only accepts one value or one field. So no matter where you add, it will always end up getting into the values field. But when you have a visual where it has multiple fields, that time you will have to be careful to add the respective column or field into respective section, because sometimes Power BI smartly pick that based on the expected value or data type. But then in case if it picks up wrong, or ends up getting into something else, then you'll not be able to figure out why it happened. So it's always good to understand what is this fields for, what all types of value it can accept, and then edit appropriately. Yeah, so we have got the table which we are looking for. So basically we need all these 4 information. Now you can also rearrange this table based on your need. So let me bring back the unit sold here, right? So as soon as you swap things here, it will automatically update your table. Okay, so now this is your table. I'll say 2-dimensional table. Okay, now if you have to find, let's say, the total units sold or total sales or revenue generated, you can easily find from the total total row here. Okay, and you can also quickly sort them based on these values. If you click on this, it will simply just go and sort it based on alphabetical, or highest to lowest, or lowest to highest, right? So like it takes quite a bit of effort to do it on the in the actual data set, which is, it can be on your spreadsheet or database, right? So if you are using the table to visualize the whole, or chunk of the table, it will be easy for you to kind of simply sort it down, and then look at the top or bottom or respective categories, right? So that way table comes very handy. Okay. Also, we'll also look at, let's say, in our case, we are looking for all the items, but let's say we want specific items to be displayed on our table, right? So as we have added the items straight away in our table, it shows everything by default, right? Now let's say I just want to show binder and pen, right? So how can I restrict, or how can I just filter those items, right? So for that we have something called report level filter. So you just have to, it will be hidden by default, I guess, like this. So you'll have to just expand it, and you will see something like this, right? So whatever fields has been added in your visual will be appearing here. Also, you can add something on top of that. Okay, so something which you add personally here will not be visually appealing here. Okay, so I'm removing this for now. So right now we have a total 4 fields, and you can see here. Now you can go and have a filtering on a specific field. So right now it accepts, or it provides 3 types of filtering: basic filtering, advanced filtering, and let's say top end, right? So basic filtering is simply selecting the respective fields. Advanced filtering is something where you would like to filter based on the match, or based on something else, right? For example, let's say value or something like that, right? So if it is a string, you can use content, doesn't contain all. And if it is a value, let me show you here. Yeah, if it is value, you will see something which is less than, greater than, right? So sometimes you might have a criteria, so you can definitely use this advanced filter to get the required details on your table. So right now we'll just use basic filtering, and also you can use a filtering called top end, right? So it will just display top end or bottom end features, or categories. Okay, so you can show top 5, top 3, something like this, and you just need to add respective details here, and it will respectively show top values. So for us, right now, we just need to use basic filtering, and we just need to show binder and pen, right? So as soon as you select this, it will only show you binder and pen, right? So then you can collapse it and hide it, right? So now, from now onwards, you will only show these 2 items. Okay, and this filtering will be applicable to this visual only. Okay, so likewise, you can kind of create a table which will be easy to kind of understand. Okay, we will also look at something called formatting. So this is a format tab next to your this fields tab, right? So in the formatting, you can kind of create or kind of customize your tables, right? So in general, you can change the dimension of the table. You can do a styling. So by default, it's a default style, but then I can just change the styling as per whatever it suits my dashboard, right? So you can do that. Let me come back to default. Also, you can change the, you can just play around with the grid and all. So it will, add or remove the grid. So it's completely up to you to keep the whole storytelling as per your requirement. And it also adds total. So either you can turn off the total, or you can just keep it like this, right? And values also, you can color code to whatever you want. On top of that, this is how table is kind of made. Okay, now if you look at it, when to use table, right? So table can be used when we have to show exact or detailed information about the categories or about the specific criteria that we have, right? So let's now go and try to see when to use table or when not to use table, right? So let's say you can definitely make or create the visual for this question in with other visual as well, right? So there are 2 ways to do it. One way is just simply copy paste. So I've just copy pasted, and now the table is selected. Now you just change table to pie chart. Okay, so it will simply create, it will preserve those fields, and it will adjust, as I mentioned. Power BI smartly understands the type of data type, and it will adjust the fields accordingly, right? So now if you compare this to visual, as you can see, table is very clean and it's easy to understand, right? You can do a lot of filtering, you can kind of sort them, etc., right? But on the other hand, pie chart is very stuffed, right? So there is a choice that we need to make when we have to select the visual, right? So the whole point of visualization is to make sure that whatever you're seeing on the screen is easy to interpret or understand, right? So in our case, using pie chart is definitely not the option because it has a lot of fields inside it, right? And let's say if I just remove something, then it might just make it simpler, right? But then we wanted this field as well in our visualization, right? So this is a one way to understand that how your visual looks like. It should be looking very simple, and then it should give a real sense of the interpretation, right? So as I mentioned, there's another way to make a visual. So it's other way that we traditionally do. Just add a pie chart here and then add a field here as we want, right? So we just want to do use right? So it looks something similar. So now you can add simply here and then see which visual looks better. So this is how table is used. Thank you. Hello. Now we will look at the line charts, which we have already used in our previous module, which is Google Spreadsheet. Generally, business or specific teams measure or track the goal. Let's say in our data set, we are tracking the revenue. So basically, we use line charts when we have to track something over the period of time. In our case, we are kind of tracking the revenue generated on a monthly basis. So to create the line chart, you'll have to go to visualization pane and then click on the line chart here. So once you load the line chart, you'll see a lot of fields being displayed here. So let's look at all of them. So as we see, we use line chart to track something which is over time, right? So it has a axis field. So as we are looking to track something on a monthly basis, we'll simply add a month date here. Now next thing we have to add in the whole chart is a revenue. So let's add a sales in dollar in the value field. So this is how line chart looks like in a simple manner. So as we can see, there was a drop in sales in March, September, and November. Okay. So likewise, we can also do a lot of formatting here. So we can change or turn off, turn on the x-axis, y-axis, etc. There's something called secondary value. We'll see what it is. We can also try adding a zoom slicer here. So sometimes your graph is very clumsy, or you're able to visualize the exact value. So in that case, if you want to actually understand what that value means or what it reads, you can actually use a zoom slicer here. So when you just zoom it, it will then zoom it to respective part of the axis, and then you can understand what it is happening there. Okay, so generally you can use this slicer to trim down or trim up the whole chart. And likewise, you have a data color, so you can use one which you use for your dashboard. So we'll fall back to our original colors, and you have a data label, right? So sometimes, because without data label you will not see what exactly is the value, and then you have to hover over there to understand the exact value. But then you can use a data label to kind of see the exact value, right? So you don't really have to manually go and check that, and then you can kind of again change the display unit. Also, you can change the shape of the line. Right now it is solid, but then you can use dots, and then you can you can then use dash. Okay, so if you have a multiple such a plots, you can then differentiate both of them in this aspect. So likewise, you have all sorts of typical customization option. Now let's go back and then explore the powerful features of the line chart. So here this time we have added just the months here. Let's remove it, and now let's add a entire date. Okay, so now we have got something different. Okay, let's see what it is. As we see, by default it is showing you the year axis. Okay, so there's a way to understand or to see for other sort of time frame, which is quarter, month, and day. Okay, so there's this option which is you can click on this to go to the next level in hierarchy. Okay, and there's one more option which is where you can just move to the one level down, right? So we'll explore what it is and see the difference. So when you let's first explore this, right? So when you click on this, it will straight away go to the next possible hierarchy, which is quarter. Okay, so as you can see, this will be the hierarchy: year, quarter, month, and day. So when you click on this, you will see a month here, right? So now you can see the whole chart from a month's perspective. You can click again to see something which is happening on the days perspective, right? So obviously, something which is on the 6th day. So for every month's 6th day, for every year, it will just sum up and then show you the data. Okay, so then you can again click on this to go one level above, right? So you can use this drill down functionality to change the whole visual of your line chart. And one more interesting drill down here is you can then use this to specifically go to one level below, right? So last time you saw, let's go back to one level up. So here when you clicked here, it simply went into quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, right? So quarter 1 will have all the data for for all the years, right? So for all these 3 months for all the years, right? So you can only see something specific to quarter only, right? But when you use this, you will see one level below, right? So as we know that our data set only has a date or the year for 2014 and 2015, right? So now it then divides specific to that year's quarter, right? So this is the quarter 3, this is quarter 4, quarter 1, quarter 2, right? So this is now dividing on a yearly basis. Now if you drill down more, you will see again something which is specific to month, year, and specific quarter, right? So then when you have to kind of understand what happened on what time frame without actually clubbing all the months, year, and quarter, then you can use this functionality to exactly know what exactly happened on what quarter or what month of a year, right? And likewise, if you go down, you will see something like this, right? So it will definitely will preserve this respective year, respective quarter, and respective month, right? So let me go back to the original chart here. Okay, now this time we are just using revenue to compare something. Okay, but then line chart is definitely useful when you want to compare two things in the same time frame, right? So right now we are kind of comparing how our sales happened for a respective time frame, but then we also want to see along with the sales how much of profit we did, how much of overall cost we had to invest. So let's also add a units sold, right? So as we can see, let's change our shape to solid line. Okay, so as we can see, we're definitely comparing two things which are on the poles apart, but this is one of the way to kind of look at it when we have to compare two fields at the same time frame. Okay, so as we can see, we are kind of comparing the sales and units sold, and you can see something called legends here. So this legend will help you to understand that which line is for what field, or what color is for what field, right? So this is what we call a legends, and you can definitely use this functionality to understand the whole trend, right? So this is how we can understand the whole trend. Okay, so as you can see, the peculiar behavior here is that overall your number of units sold was kind of a having the same line, but then in this part and in this part you got a sudden boost in sales, right? So definitely some reason must have been there for happening this, right? So then using the line chart you can kind of understand what just happened in whatever time frame that you want, right? So this is how it has been done. Now let's explore other sort of fields here. So there's something called legends, as we have already seen. So legends are something when you kind of have multiple things to look at. So the legends will help you to differentiate both of them. But then you can also, let's say, add something called, let's say, region. You have other fields like secondary value. So let's look at what it is. So here in the value field, we have added both of them, right? So what you can do is also you can add this into secondary value, right? So what happens is that you have seen sudden change in the line chart, and what it means that now because both of as we've seen in the last chart, both of them had a different scale, right? Because number of units must be sold in, let's say, hundreds, but then definitely sales must be in thousands or let's say millions, right? So just to compare on an apple to apple basis, we can put it in a secondary value. Now you have all of them in the almost in the same scale, right? So as you can see, sales in dollar is in this side of the chart, which is left side, and units sold is in right side, right? So now you can exactly compare what exactly happened overall your time frame, right? So this is how we can use secondary value. And then if I have to, let's say, switch on my zoom slicer again, this is how I can use my zoom slicer. Okay, and you can also use zoom slicer here to exactly see what just happened, right? So you're just zooming to respective section of the time frame. So this is very handy when it comes to looking at the or zooming the entire chart. Okay, there's something called a small multiples. So what it does is that we can then, let's say, try adding, let's say, items here. So what happens is that now because you have a 4-item binder, desk, pen, and pen set, so it will then divide all of your data into 4 such a multiples, and then it will give you such kind of a trend or the whole the chart, right? So it will then be very useful to kind of understand each and every item perspective. So you can definitely use this to understand more about the whole thing. And then let's say there's something called tooltip. So what it does is that it will give you additional information on top of whatever you can see on the screen, right? So right now, let's say you can see that uh, the day is 29, the sales is 2,802 rupees 0.45, let's say, sorry, dollar, and then units sold are 155. Okay, now let's say you want to see how much was your target units to be sold for that particular time frame, right? So what you can do is that you can kind of add a target unit here. Okay, so what it does is that now if you go back, you will see a target unit as well. Okay, so now you can kind of compare that how much was your target unit, how much was your overall achievement, right? So this will definitely give you additional information about all those the additional data that you need, right? So this is how we use line chart. Okay, and to summarize, physically line chart helps you to display quantitative value over a specific time interval. Okay, and as we saw, it can also be used to compare changes over the same period of time for more, or let's say one or more groups or goal, right? So here we had a multiple goal, for example, let's say target units, or let's say also revenue, right? So you can definitely compare both of them over the same period of time. Thank you. Hello. In this session, we'll look at KPI visual. Often in our company, you must have heard the term KPI, which means key performance indicator. It is widely used in all sorts of jobs we do. For example, customer acquisition cost per lead, which is generally used in the marketing team. For example, sales target percentage, gross profit margin, which we use in a sales and market finance team, average resolution time, net promoter score, and customer support team, etc. So what exactly is the KPI? Basically, every organization needs a visual cue that communicates the amount of progress made towards a measurable goal. As Peter Drucker famously said, what gets measured gets done. So in simple terms, we use a KPI when we need to track the progress towards a goal, which is over the time. So with respect to our data set, let's look at the question which says, did we achieve a target sales of the items on a yearly basis? So for example, here we have some sort of a target to meet, which is we have some units to get sold, or units to achieve on a yearly basis. So it asks that did we achieve that? Okay, and here we are tracking on a yearly basis, right? So this is how the KPI can be launched. So you go to visualization pane and then click on the KPI chart here, right? So once it loads, then let's look at the kind of fields that we have. So basically the KPI visual has a 3 field. One is indicator. So here you have to enter something which you are measuring. So in our case, which is units, the number of units which we are selling. Trend axis. So basically, as I mentioned, so basically you track your goal over the time, right? So here time series based data will come, which can be days, months, years, quarter, etc. And third is a target goal. So basically, what is your end goal with respect to what you're measuring, right? So in our case, it will be target units. So let's just fill this respective field. So we'll place unit sold in indicator. So basically, we are tracking how many units we have sold so far. We are placing target units in the target goal, and it is asking a yearly tracking, right? So we'll be placing a year in this field. So as we see, we are getting this visual. Let's understand what it is. So here we are seeing a couple of values. One is 1165. The goal here was we have to sell 1280 number of units in the year 2015. Okay, and we are behind 8.98%, right? So that's why you see the color is red, right? There is an exclamation mark and it has a minus sign before the percentage, right? So it means that we are behind our goal. Now let's look at the data and then see how many years we have, right? So here, as we see, we have a 2 years, which is one is 2014 and second 2015, right? So when we add a year axis here, right, we should end up getting for a complete year, or should we just get it for the respective year, right? So let's figure it out then. So before we move there, let's just also quickly look at the formatting option. So when we go to formatting option, we have in general ways to change the dimension. We have an indicator. So as usual, you can convert into thousands, millions, or to the none, right? Then we have a trend axis. So as you see, there is this line going from red line going in the background from 0 to the other corner. So you can turn off or turn on this trend axis, right? So we'll see this even further. You have a goals. So here you see this label, right? So here we have this goal to achieve, and this is what we have achieved so far. So we can term the goal 1, whatever, right? So whatever we mention here will be appearing as a text here. And also we can represent the difference either in percentage or a value, or as a both of them, right? So whichever way we are comfortable in, we can use that. Going forward, we have color coding. So you can select whatever color coding is suits your, let's say, requirement or overall the theme of your dashboard. Yeah, there's one more thing which is called direction. So what does it mean? So here high is good and low is good option is there. So generally we generally select high is good when we have something which is something like a sales, right? So, or a revenue. So it's always better to earn more, right? So in that case, always high numbers are good, right? But let's say there are some sort of a metrics where we need a low number. For example, let's say customer churn, right? So we don't want to lose a customer, so it should be as low as possible. So in this case, we'll have to select low is good. Likewise, we have something called date. So by default, it will be off. But then if you see, you'll not see for what data that we see, right? So for what time frame it is. So if you have to see that, you'll have to turn on this and you'll see that it is for 2015. And as we saw, we have the data for 2014 and 15. And when we added a year column in the visual, we got only for 2015. So we'll debug that and we'll see if you want to get for 2014, or in general, let's say by default, this visual will give you the KPI outcome for the latest time frame, right? So for example, let's say if it is a month, then whatever is the last month in your data, let's say if it is a September, June, right? So it will show you for that. Or let's say by in general, it will show you for the December, right? If all the months are present. So likewise, it will show, let's say if it's quarter, right? So it will give you for the last quarter, or I'll say recent quarter available in your data, right? So here we have it for 2014, sorry, 2015, right? So if you want for 2014, let's see how we can do that, right? And likewise, you have other, traditional options to just change the title and background and everything. Now, let's see from where this value came from and how to interpret this, right? So let's just move this here and let's just have table visual, which is, as we saw, it's very simple to understand the exact value here. So let's just try adding the same fields that we have here in this table, right? So we will need to add units sold, target units, and then year, right? And as you see here, you see some different, weird value for the year. We'll understand why it is. So if we can go here and see what is happening. So what it is doing is kind of summing or adding to value of the year. So here the problem is your year data, definitely it's a numerical value, so that's why it's kind of adding the two numbers. And so what we can do is that we can mention that don't summarize. So when we say don't summarize, it will then take it as a literal value and then kind of create the respective table, right? And then, so because we are still not able to, let's say, figure out what is this. So what we see is that this table has a total value for both the years, right? And as we see in the KPI table, KPI visual, sorry, we have only for 2015. So as we saw in previous visual, we can use this report filtering, and we can filter it from here and then see how we can get it only for around 14 or 15, right? So let's just filter only from 15 here. So as we see, we have 1165 units sold so far, which is matching with this, and 1280 units to be achieved as a target. So this is what the goal is. And as I mentioned, the difference is the actual difference either in percentage or value. And we have got this for 2015. Okay. Now, what if we want to get the same thing for 2014? Okay. So how can we do it? So let's just unfilter this thing. And the other way to find out the value or the KPI metric for a specific time frame, which is definitely not the latest time frame. So what we can do is that we can add a slicer here, and in the slicer we can add a year. Okay, sorry. Yeah, in the slicer we can add a year, right? So we end up getting this slicer and we can keep it as a list. Okay, so now by default it's on 15, but when we select this, we got this visual again, right? This time there is no background trend, which is fine. But let's say if we move to 2014, now we got a data specific to 2014, right? So in case if you want to get it for a specific time frame, this is how you generally do. Okay, and this time if you look at it, this table also got filtered accordingly, right? So in general, this is one more way to filter your whole I'll say visual, right? So this report is in general specific to that particular visual, and this slicer is in general for your whole dashboard. Okay, so now let's quickly interpret what does it mean, right? So 956 is what we have sold so far, and our target was 943, and hence we had like we have achieved our target, and we have a plus 1.38 additional additional sales, right? So this is how we have done. Now let's also explore further and then see. Let's look at a monthly basis sort of thing, right? So this time, instead of just adding a year here, you can simply add a month here, right? Now, as we see, this doesn't really hold any true so far. But now, as we see, we are getting a trend axis like something like this, and it definitely means that it shows how your target was, or how was your current status for every sort of month, right? So it shows you that trend. But as we know that it is only showing for the latest or last month of that particular year, right? So we can likewise filter it for the 2015 and it shows something like this, right? So overall, we can then look at based on our requirement whether we want to see it for a month or let's say a year. Okay. Now, additionally, let's look at one more thing. So if we, this is fine. We have year, month, and day as a separate column. But if you look at it, May month is in a string format. Day and as usual year is in a numerical format. And as we saw a problem while making this table, we might end up not getting a correct results if we use the same data, I'll say date as it is. So what should we do, right? So let's just quickly filter our data. Okay, so so how we can kind of convert this separate day, month, and year into a proper date. Okay, so that we can use this date for the advanced analysis. So what we do for that is we'll have to use transform data. So go here in this Power Query editor. We'll see two tables. One is status and office supply. Okay, so as we see, we have a day, month, and year here. So there's one functionality or feature where you can merge columns. Okay, so here we want to merge day, month, and year, right? So we'll have to simply press Control and select all three columns. Okay, now you have to go to Add column and click on the merge column, right? So so first of all, you have to select the columns that you have to merge and then click on the merge column. So once you click on the merge column, then you'll see this. Okay, now you have to use some sort of a separator here. So separator, it just simply separates all these values, right? So because in general in date we have a separator, so here we'll use we can use a custom separator, right? So then I can use this or whatever we kind of prefer, right? And this is a column name that you want to create once you merge all of them, right? So I'll just mention date. Yeah, so as you can see, the date column has created, and you can see the now it looks like actual date. Okay, so likewise it will insert a new step in your panel. Okay, now let's just save this and go back to our cool. So now we got a date column here, but then again, if you see, we should get something called a date hierarchy, and right now we're not getting that. It is just a plain date. Probably it is in text format, right? So that's why it is just showing something like other columns like item, month, and all. So what should we do to change this to a date hierarchy? So there are two ways. First is select this and you will see a data type here. Okay, so by default, as we see, it is a data type of type text. Okay, simply you can use this to convert into a date type. Okay, there is one way. Second way is you again go to transform data, and yeah, go back to your same column, and here as well you see something called ABC. So here you see all sorts of options that you kind of saw in the first method. So it has all sorts of options in terms of decimal number, fixed number, date, time, binary, etc. Right. So what you do is you simply just convert into a date because it's simple date. Right. So now as you see, it converts into a proper date, and it is icon change to calendar. Right. So likewise, you can change to any type format or any type of format to any type of format. Using this option. Okay, so this is one way to kind of change the whole format. Now let's go back and kind of save this. Okay, awesome. So now we got a date hierarchy, as we see, right? Now we can use this, so this date hierarchy will give you very good features about, like also giving you the quarter, month, and proper date specific options. Okay, now instead of using a month here, you can simply put it a month here. Okay, so we get this. Okay, now let's see what does this trend line looks like. So to do that, we can use something called a column chart. So in this chart, let's move this here. Yeah, in this column chart, what we can do is that we can kind of end up getting the same data here. So what we'll do is that we'll put the unit sold, target units, and we'll also put monthly. Okay, so as you see, the chart looks something like this. Okay, and your trend axis also looks something like this. So this is what it means, right? So in the background, it is showing you the kind of shadow version of the trend, right? So you can definitely use other visuals to get a proper data, but then from the KPI you can at least sense something about your progress so far, right? So likewise, if you change it to 2014, your trend looks something like this, right? And it is kind of following the same trend, right? It might have a deeper the deep here, but because it's definitely considering only one value out of the whole, right? So this is how the whole transformation looks like. Okay, and additionally, we have seen how to merge the column. We can also do one thing. We can actually split the column, right? So let's just again kind of split the same column and then see how it looks like. So select the column and click on the split column. So it will ask you to choose the option. So by default, whatever delimiter that we are using, so here it is hyphen, or you can split the based on number of characters or specific position, etc. So likewise, you have all these options. So once you click on this delimiter, it will then split your data. Okay, and it will ask you by what you want to split, right? So here automatically it picked hyphen, and then we can simply click on OK. So once you split the data, it will convert respective columns, which is here it is date 1, 2, and 3. So whatever column name it is, it will just assign 1, 2, 3 number here there, and then split into multiple columns, right? So likewise, you can then convert your column into multiple columns, or you can merge the columns into single column. So that's how you kind of can use it, right? So I'll just simply ignore this, and then yeah, I can revert back my changes, and then simply not save and close. Okay, so this is how we change whole thing. And if you also want to, here also we can kind of change back to, let's say, some sort of a date hierarchy, right? So now the reason that we have used data hierarchy is to get a proper feature about So this is 2014, and we see 4 quarters here, right? And likewise, you can see respective quarter, month, right? So this will definitely help you to, gain proper insights about your data. So this is so far we have learned about KPI. So very quickly, let's just quickly discuss, or let's say summarize, when do we use KPI? Okay, so we generally use KPI, or I'll say KPI is a great choice when you have to measure progress. Okay, so for example, let's say you have to answer the question, what I am ahead or behind on, right? Or else you use KPI when you have to measure the distance from the goal. Okay, so for example, let's say answer the question like how much I am ahead or behind the goal, right? So in general, KPI gives you the visual or metric to see, are you on track or are you off track from whatever you kind of targeted for respective time frame. So yeah, this is what we have in KPI, and it's definitely very powerful visual to look at, and you will probably see this visual in most of your dashboard and even whatever company that you might work for, right? So make sure that you learn properly and then understand how it works. Thank you. Now we'll look at matrix visual. On the first glance, it looks like a table visual, but it's a way powerful than that. As we saw, table is a merely a shorter version of an actual or original table, that is tabular dataset. But matrix visual can be seen as Power BI's version of pivot table. So we know pivot table, right? Actually, table visual had a limitation in a way that it only displays rows and columns, that is two-dimensional information. So every time we add a new field in the table, it will just increase the size of the table and complexity of the table, which will definitely make it harder to visualize. On the other hand, matrix visualization gives you an option to specify multiple variable in the rows and columns, and definitely it's not not that messy. Okay, so as for the question, let's look at the question first. As for the question, the manager wants to see the region wise aggregated units sold, that is per item, the specific time frame. Okay, and also it wants to show the drill down feature by adding a representative column. So let's try to visualize this with the table first. Okay, so we have matrix here. Let's just put it as a table. So it says to see the region wise aggregated units. Okay, so we just have to simply add a region here. Okay, aggregated units sold per item. So we'll just have to add a number of units sold. Okay, for a specific time frame. So we'll just simply add date here. And we also have to, we also want to add a representative here. So we'll add it here. Okay. So as we saw, table is definitely way longer than we should, kind of visualize, right? So it's definitely not the way to kind of use the table right now. Okay. And even if we kind of, let's say, remove the fields, it might definitely be still a bit longer to overall look at it, right? So we can then simply, let's go back to our, so let's simply convert this table into a matrix. So what we can simply do is that we can just copy and paste and then simply convert into matrix. Okay, so let's also quickly visualize the matrix first, and if you look at it, it's definitely way simpler than what it looks in the table, right? So this is how table looks like, and that's how matrix looks like. Okay, let's also look at the fields first. So as usual, we have a rows, we have a columns, and we have a values, right? So it's typical tabular format. But then whatever additional fields that we have added, it goes everything in the rows format, right? So you will see a plus sign here. So if you go and expand it, you will see all this details in a proper structured manner, right? So it will always be easy on eyes to overall look at the specific details, whereas this might be very confusing to look at from an overall perspective. So let's just simply close this. Now, we also have a drill down functionality as we have been asked here in the question. So it is something similar to what we have seen in the line chart. So you can use this to kind of drill down the whole matrix. Okay, so you can likewise use up and down arrow to kind of get to the actual depth of the whole hierarchy, right? So this is how table generally looks like, and it's definitely easy way to overall look at it, right? So for example, let's say here I want to see the maximum, let's say, unit sold in one region, right? So as we can see, maximum unit sold is 396, which was by, let's say, Richard, and it was in the east region, right? And then we can go and look at further. We can see that most of the unit came, or contribution came from 2015, and then we can also look at the specific details, right? And likewise we can end up getting a lot of details here. Okay, and what you can also do is that you can kind of interchange both of them. Okay, so here you are, let's say, let me add something else here. Here I'm adding item here, right? So I can then add a representative here. So everything then move to rows, and I can bring back the item here. Okay, so you can definitely play around with this metrics to understand, or to put it in a way that you kind of looking for. Thank you. In this session, we'll look at maps visual. Power BI integrates the Bing map that we know to provide a default map coordinates. When you create a map visualization in Power BI, the data in the location, latitude, and the latitude field. So for example, let's say once we load the map, we'll see location, latitude, and longitude, right? So once you load these fields, this data will be sent to Bing map, and this is what it is used to visualize the map features. Okay, so this is how maps are being created in the Power BI. So let's look at the question, and it says that visualize the number of units sold for each state. Okay, it's simple, right? So we have to just visualize the number of units on a state basis. Now, if you look at here we have to use a map because we want to look at the information based on the location, right? So here the location is a state, right? Sometimes you might say something called country, region, city, some specific pin code or address kind of thing, right? So whenever you see such kind of information, something like this kind of a categories where you want to visualize on those category basis, you definitely can think of using map, because with map you will likely to see clear information. Okay, and when your business is like on a global level, or at least on a national level, you'll be able to see the whole spectrum or a whole spread across your the area, right? So let me show you how this map works. So once we load it from the pan, so you'll have to click on this map. Okay, so there are other maps as well, but it's not part of our current module, but then definitely you can try looking for other sort of map here. Okay, so here we're using a basic map, and it says to kind of visualize the number of units sold. Okay, so what we'll do is that we'll simply add the number of units sold here, right? So it will automatically it will go to size here. So these are the options that we have. So either you can add a location. So in case if your data has this kind of fields like city, state, region, a pin code, etc., you can simply add it here. So it should automatically take from the actual value, right? So it might just not work properly if your names are not proper, etc. So it will, because it use Bing's API or powerful Microsoft's a feature, so it might work for most of the cases, but then make sure that your data is clean and properly done. Okay, on top of that, you can also, if you have a latitude, longitude, it's always best to add that, because that will be as accurate as it the whole data, right? So it should end up giving you the accurate results. But in this case, we have to show the number of units sold in each state, right? So we have a state information here. So we'll simply add it into location. So as you see, we could see the map coming up, and we also see some sort of a bubbles here. Okay, so what this bubble means is that uh, uh, the bubbles size actually tells you how big is the value in that particular area. Okay, so as you can see, a bubble in the Nevada state is definitely less than, let's say, somewhere in the Indiana, right? So number of units sold on Nevada is definitely less than overall number of units sold in Indiana, Texas, or in general, right? So this is how you can interpret the map. And let's also quickly look at the formatting options that we have. So it has a great formatting options like a data color. So you can definitely change your colors to whatever theme that suits your dashboard. Let's fall back to original color. And yeah, so also you can also show the category. So sometimes because there are a lot of data in your map, and some bubbles are kind of overlapping, right? So you can definitely use this to just quickly get the sense of the category, right? You can turn off as well. And this is important part, bubble, right? So you sometimes, let's say, because one part of your area showing the larger bubble, and some other part are showing the smaller one, as you see here, right? So in case if you are not really able to visualize properly, you can use this size as well to kind of change the whole radius of the bubble. And also additionally, you can add a control on your map, so you can switch off this auto zoom in feature. So if you just just scroll up and down, it will just simply auto zoom in on, right? So sometimes while you're working on a dashboard, it might end up disturbing your visual, right? So what you do is that you can just switch off that. Okay, and then instead you can use the zoom button. Okay, so then you can use zoom up, zoom down, zoom in, zoom out to kind of manually do it. Okay, right? So yeah, that is one thing. And also you can kind of add more features like map style. So right now it is showing the default road option, but you can also use let's say aerial view, or some sort of a dark theme, and etc. Okay, so it definitely need to go along with your overall theme. And also you can, instead of bubbles, you can show a heat map. So it eventually leads to the same thing, because bubble is a clear bubble, so you will be able to see, but heat map is more of a fading away at the end. And likewise, you'll have traditional features to kind of control or customize your uh, map. Okay, now as we know that it also has few more options like legends and something called tooltip, right? So we already know when to use legend and what is a tooltip here. Okay, so let me just quickly refresh the memory of what is legend and what is tooltips. So legends and tooltips provides more informations to the viewer on your chart. Okay, so initially it gives you either detailed or more information about your chart. And so what basically legend does is that it divides either your chart into multiple categories, based on how many categories are there. And while tooltip provides you more information whenever you hover over your mouse on the charts, right? So here, let's say right now it only shows respective state and units sold. Let's say if you want to move to if you want to show more information, you can use tooltip, right? So let's go back to new visual, and then this time we have just kind of updated the question. So what it says this time is that in our map actually we have used definitely just units sold and state only, right, in our data. Now what we want is that we want to see the unit sold for each item category, right? So right now it only shows the total number of units, but this time we also want to see that in that particular state how many units were sold from which category. And we also want to see the target units as well, right? So definitely we want to get more detail about those specific things. So what we'll do is that we'll use the legend here. So because legend is kind of a category we can think of, so we'll add a item here. Okay, so once we add an item, and let's also visualize this for a better representation, and we can also increase the size of the bubble. So now we can see that all the bubble are divided on a category basis, which is, as you can see, pencil, pen set, binder, and pen here. So it will then give you specific units sold on a specific item. So likewise, you can kind of get a proper detailed information about those this thing. And overall, the size of the bubble, as we mentioned, is overall sum of total units. And also, you can use to target units to see more information. So you can add that into a target units, and now once you hover over, so you can see that you're supposed to sell 180 units, but then you have sold 171 in the pencil item category, right? So you can add more target units to kind of add or also get the more details. Okay, so this is how maps are used in general. To summarize, you use the map when you want to visualize the data on a location specific category. Okay, thank you. Hello. In this session, we'll look at how to create a relationship between two tables or two data sets. In real life, we definitely won't get all the data in one table, right? So we'll end up getting multiple tables, and we definitely have to have a relationship between two tables so that we can appropriately select or fetch the right data. Okay. In our case, as we see, we have two tables, which is office supplies and a status table. Let's explore what is this table. And if we expand here, we see that column 1 and column 2. Let's see what it is. So we kind of can go to the table and see what it is. So we can see that it has a order IDs and status, which is achieved and not achieved. Okay. And we can then also look at this table. So basically we have these three views. One is report view. Second is a data view where you can see the data. Here you can see the reports, and there is a third view, which is this view, model view, right? So in this, you can see the number of data sets or tables, and then it's, let's say, relation. So as we see, there is no relation yet, and that's what we'll do, or that's what will make it in the current session. So the problem here is that we have something called column 1, column 2, and our actual column names are not really used in the actual column, right? So we'll have to fix this, and to fix this, we can go to transform data. So this is how we generally use this feature. So because most of the times what happens is that when you load the data, it might end up not really loading it well. Okay, so what we can do is that as you can see, it's not really loaded well. So we can actually use this function called use first row as a header. Okay, and it has a two option actually. Either you use first row as a header, or you use header as a first row, right? So whatever issue that it might be, you can actually swap the thing. So here we'll use first row as a header, and then it will simply move one row up. So now you have a proper column names, which is order ID and target status. So this is as simple as just clicking one button. Now we'll go and update it. So let it evaluate. Now, as you saw, or for a fraction of a second, that it was evaluating the model, it was auto detecting the relationship and building it, right? So now if we go back here, we definitely end up seeing the relationship. So if we just hover over here or click here, we'll see that both the tables are kind of connected with the same column name, which is order ID. Okay, and you will see something called one here and one here. Let's see what is that. But also let's see, in case if, let's say, your Power BI desktop is not able to auto detect the relationship, then how we can go and manually do it. So you go to here, go to modeling, and click on the manage relationship. Now here, as you can already see that there is already one relationship with the table status and the table of office supplies. The column, I'll say common column, is a order ID. What you can do is that you can also just try auto detecting manually. If it doesn't work, then you can go to something called new. Now it will show you this view. What you can do is that you can end up selecting the table that you want to connect or make a relationship. So because it's a two table only, it will autofill the second box. Now, as you can see, this column is being highlighted from this table, and this column is being highlighted from this table, right? So because it was auto detected, you end up getting the common columns, right? But then if you want to kind of change, then you can definitely change as per your selection. Okay, so in case of, let's say, if it is detected wrongly, then you can kind of come here and fix it. Okay, but then we'll just not change this as of now. One thing we'll have to definitely look at is that cardinality. Okay, so here when you expand this, you'll see four types of cardinality: many to one, one to one, one to many, and many to many. So with the small example, let's look at what it does it mean. So this is a small useful GIF or GIF which will use this to kind of understand what is it means. So as you have multiple tables, one is a category, product, sales, and year. Okay. Now, as you can see, it has some sort of a let's say column with the value, let's say cat A, cat B. Okay, Jenny Jones and John Smith. Okay, now in the second table you also have something called cat A, B, A, and here you have something called 1 2 3 as one of the column, and here is 2 1 2 2 3, right? And here you have some sort of a ID which is CY 2017, etc. And here you have something same here, right? So if you see, most most of the table has a, like I'll say, two table has a common column in most of the, I'll say, almost all the cases, right? So when you have common column with exactly that column only, you can make relationship. Okay, so how it works is that uh, as you can see here, there's a one here and there's a star here. So what it means is that you have only one unique value of, let's say, cat A or let's say cat B in this table. Okay, but then you'll have multiple multiple, let's say, value possibility in other table, which is cat A is multiple times and let's say cat B is just one time, right? So that's what it means, that one to many mapping. Okay, one to many relationship. So this cat A, which is once, is mapped to many, let's say, rows in other table, right? So that's how it works as a one to star or one to many. Okay, and many to one is just the reverse of that. So when you look at from this angle, it is that the many to one. Okay, from this side it is one to many. Got it? And sometimes what happens is that you have multiple, let's say, values in one table and multiple values in another table, right? So that time you use many to many relationship because same value is being mapped to multiple values in another table. Okay, and if there's a one to one, it means that it is straight away single unique values being present in the part of the table. Okay, now also let's quickly look at how this question can be solved here. So it says that sales quantity of cat A in CY 2018, right? So it takes the record from cat A here and it goes here. It takes the record from cat A from these two records, as you can see here, and then it goes here. Then it takes 1 and 3, and then it takes 1 and 3 from here, and then whichever is kind of common here. So here common is what? CY 2018, right? So it then just picks this value. So very quickly look at it. This two, this is common, and this is what is the final answer, which is your response 11, right? So moving back to our old example, so we already have a relationship detected, but then you can choose one of them and then the one which is appropriate as per your data set. So you'll have to look at your values of your data set of your common column, and then you can decide it properly. And then there's one more filter, which is, or let's say one more option where you have to fill cross filter direction. So when you kind of, as you have seen, if you kind of filter in one table, then how do you want to kind of reflect into another table, right? So you can either select both or you can just select single, and accordingly it will kind of behave. Okay, so right now we'll not really go into changing this, but then I hope you got the idea. So now as we have the relationship built, let's try to see how it works out, right? So this we have this question to kind of understand. Now this question ask is you have to visualize the units sold based on the status, representative, and item, right? So as you can see that you have some categories to visualize, and there I'll say 4 categories, right? So when we think about, let's say, having multiple categories in the same visual, we definitely might can think about something called metrics. Okay, so we just have to go and simply drop all this field. So let's say units sold, and as we see, status is basically it's part of the different table, right? So because it's now connected, so it will end up working in tandem. Now third thing we have to add it is a representative. Fourth thing is a item. Okay, so as we saw that because it's mapped properly, so it will end up giving us the proper mapped table. Okay, so you can think of it like a join operation in the SQL. So you join both the table with the single column, and then what you have now is a single I'll say merge data set. So this is how it works, and then you can definitely make use of this relationship to uh, when you have multiple data set and when you want to analyze something from some data set and some other things from some other data set, right? So definitely you need to build a relationship and then kind of use the entire set of tables to visualize your whole dashboard. Thank you. Hello. In this session, we'll look at how to create a custom column. So often, from the given data set, you might have to derive, multiple fields or multiple columns from the given data set. Okay. So in that case, we definitely have to, based on the formula, we'll have to create a new columns based on the requirement, right? So here we have something called new column which we need to add, which is difference, and the difference should be calculated based on number of units sold and the target units. Okay, so to create a new column, we'll have to go to transform data. We'll see something called add columns. Okay, so we'll click here and we'll see multiple options here. So we'll use a custom column to create a custom column here. Okay, so once we do that, we can give a name to the column, which is difference. Here you can add a formula. So now what we want to do is that we want to find the target unit. You can just double click here and then add a minus number of units sold, which is here, right? So it will just simply calculate the difference between target unit minus unit sold. Just click on OK, and you'll end up seeing the complete column being calculated, in this table. So it's something similar to how you do in your spreadsheet to just create a new column and then add a formula and apply it for all the rows. So this is how it works. You just go and simply save it. Once it is saved, then it will reflect the new column here, or else you will see as here as well. So just go here and you will see a difference column being added here. Thank you. Hello. In this session, we'll look at how to add a conditional column. So we have a requirement here to add one conditional column called status, and we have to keep a value for that row good if we are kind of achieving a target, and we definitely have to keep it bad if we are not able to achieve a target, right? So we simply have to just use, or let's say use existing column or calculate and then understand whether we have achieved a target or not. Based on that, we have to keep a status, right? And in case if we just achieved a target, which is difference is 0, then we'll keep the neutral as a status. So to add a conditional column, we'll just have to go to transform data. In the transform data, we have something called add column. here we have something called conditional column. Okay, so you'll click on this, and it will show you this. It will show you this box. You can add the name of the column, which is status. Here you can select the column that you want to use for your comparison, or for your calculation. So here we are using a difference which we have just calculated, and if the difference is greater than 0, it means that uh, you have just not reached your target, right? So it means that your target units are more than your units sold. So if the difference is greater than 0, it means that so we'll add a 0 here, and then you'll have to add the actual value that you want to populate. So here you'll add a bad, and then you can also click on add clause, so it will just add a else if condition, and then you can also again use the difference, and then if it is, let's say, less than 0, right? So if it is less than 0, it means that your difference is negative. It means that you have sold more target units than you have sold more units than target units. Okay, so here then you can add a good, and in general you can add a neutral here, right? This was our requirement, and also you can add as many else if you want, and you can also delete if something like this. Okay, one more thing to notice here is that you can actually use this something called value. So instead of having a hard-coded value here, you can kind of use this feature called select a column, and then you can end up selecting or comparing the other column. Okay, so basically if you want to compare two columns, then you can use directly compare it, and then end up giving the value, right? So here, because we already have a difference column, so we'll not compare it, but then you can definitely do compare the two columns and add a value. We'll simply just click on OK, and then it will just add a new column here. So this is how it works, and it has also added a step here. Okay, and in case if you want to change anything, you can double click on this. Okay, so it will load this same box, and you can make a changes here, and then again save. Okay, you can also click on this setting to do more operation. So simply just go and save it. But before that, we just need to look at one more type of column that we can add is a index column. So you can just add a simple index column. This is mainly to just add a unique value in your data set in case if it doesn't have. So you can start your index column from 0. So if you just click on this 0, so it will make one new column called index. You can change the name, of course, and then you can the whole column values are going to start from 0 to till you're the last value, right? So you can also add index column starting from 1, or also you can add a starting from custom, and then just give a start value and what sort of increment that you're looking for, right? So I can add a 1 and increment of 5, right? So it will just simply add it accordingly, and I can simply go ahead and save it, and that's how I can make a new column using conditional column. Thank you.
Data modeling optimization. In simple words, it is a process to transform your flat data file into a modeled data, which works efficiently. And the best way to do that is via star schema. Now, what is star schema? Star schema is an approach to develop a data warehouse which is divided into facts table and dimensions table. So if you look at the diagram right here, the ones which are highlighted in red boundary are your dimensions table, and the center one, which is in blue, is your facts table. Now, what is the difference between facts and dimensions? Facts are your aggregated numeric data of a specific event, and dimensions are your metadata relating to those facts. So every sale made so far would be recorded under this sales table. and will be on different dates for different products via different customers across different stores. So every sale is an event which is occurring, which has a combination of all these four dimensions. So that is why this is classified as a facts table. And other tables which are relating to this fact are all classified as dimensions. How do we convert a flat data file into a model data? Before we do that, let us understand our data set. So first column we have order ID. Order ID is a unique ID for every order placed, but every order can include multiple products, so that's why we are seeing duplicates. On which date the order was placed, when the order was shipped out to the customer, what mode of shipping was used, customer ID. Customer ID is a unique ID for each customer. Every customer has its own details which will have a unique customer ID. There can be same name can be used for, let's say, multiple customer can have similar names basically. So to avoid that, every customer is allotted with a unique ID to identify separate. Yeah. Then customer name, segment of the customer, let's say from where he belongs, if he is a consumer, or let's say he's a corporate or a home office. Then country, let's say from which country, which city, state, and the pin code. So these are all address related details about the order. And then we have region, and then we have product ID. Product ID is similar as our customer ID. Every product will have its own unique ID based on which category, subcategory it belongs to. And the category of the product, subcategory of the product, name of the product, what product is being ordered. So similar category and subcategory can be there for two or different more products, but will not match on the product ID because that's a unique entry for each product. Sale amount, on what amount the sale was made. Yeah, let's say this would include your discounts, your any deductions apart from the final amount. Might not be the final MRP on the product, but this is the amount on which the invoice was generated. We need to understand the difference here. This would be useful later. The quantity of the product ordered, how many numbers of those products were ordered, what was the discount given. Yeah, you see this is in decimal values, so we would need to convert that. We would do that. And then we have the profit. On this sale, how much was our profit generated due to the sale. So now once we have understood each and every column, now we need to understand what is the difference between facts and dimensions for these columns. How do you do that? On a simpler way, what we can do is event would have its own unique entries. That means any numeric values that you see, which is, let's say, sales, quantity, discount, profit. Yeah, we can even count our product IDs because that is a unique entry for that related sale. Our customer ID, when the order was placed, or what was the order ID. These are unique entries that would help us establish an event. without this, an event would not be there. An event means an order. That is how we will segregate these entries as a fact. Now, apart from this, whatever we see could be classified as dimension. Now, in that manner, if we look at this, we see our customer ID can be classified, any data related to customer, let's say, can be classified as a dimension, because same customer can order multiple products and place multiple orders throughout the time with us. But this would not change if that specific customer is ordering with us again and again. This one thing would not change: customer ID, customer name, and the segment of the customer. Yeah. So if we see this, these three columns is specific to the customer and can be segregated from this data set and classified as a dimension. Let's say customer details dimension. Similarly, we can also do that for our product. So product ID is unique for each product. But that product can have subcategory and a category where it belongs. So if we see product ID, category, subcategory, product name can also be segregated from this main data, which is our facts data, and made a dimension, a separate dimension table out of this, which we can name as product details. Yeah. So to do that, what we will do is, because so far we have understood that these are the two dimensions we can take it out of this. Apart from this, we don't see anything specific that can be, let's say, classified as a dimension. And these two dimensions would be supporting to our facts, what we have in the facts table, let's say, which is every sale made. So every order what we have placed for a specific order, it will be a specific customer and a product that he has ordered. That is the basis of any order. So apart from order related details, what we have done is we have segregated our customer details and our product details. So what we will do is we'll quickly go ahead and duplicate our data set, create two duplicates. Everything's coming from the same source. So what we'll do is go to the second one. We will select our customer ID and customer name, segment. And then we would say remove other columns, because this is what we want, only these three columns, which is customer centric data. So remove other columns. Once we have done that, we will select the whole thing and say remove duplicates. Once we have done this, now we have every unique entry which is specific to a specific customer. So if there is no duplicates in this, that means we would not be repeating our data in other manner. If we come back to our first data set right here, first entry on the top, we would see same customer ID repeating multiple times because that customer has ordered different products and different orders has been placed by him. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to offload the facts table and trying to create dimensions. This will help us build up performance into our reports. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll quickly rename this. Customer data. And similarly, we will do this for products as well. We would go and select product ID, category, subcategory, product name, select, remove other columns. Once done, select everything, right click, remove duplicates. So this will do the same thing. This will remove all the duplicates for us. and then we can just go ahead and say ascending to descending and just sort this for our own better understanding. Yeah, once we have done that, we'll rename this as well, product data. Yeah, and let's get back to orders. Now here, this was our main file initially. Now once we have offloaded, let's say, our customer data and our product data, created two separate dimension tables out of this. So what we can do is we can leave customer ID, because that is where we will create or establish a relationship from customer data table to orders table using the customer ID, and from product data table to orders table using product ID. So what we'll do is we will remove rest of the columns, which is for customer table. We will remove customer name and customer segment. Let's say delete, remove columns. And we'll do the same for product as well. So we'll leave product ID because that is the identifier, and we will remove rest of the things. Remove columns. Once we have done this, now what we'll quickly do is we will just go through the data types set for each column, which I see good here. Date, text. Okay. Number, we should also change this to text, because there is no math which is going to happen on this. We will change this to text. There's a postal code related to address, but yeah, we would not use this for multiplication, division, or let's say subtraction or anything. So we'll change that to text. We'll keep this sale. This is good enough. Okay, good enough. Here we would want to change this to percentage, because this is the percentage of the discount that has been given, and that's good enough. Yeah. Now we'll do this. We'll just go and walk through other tables and see if we have to correct anything. Seems good. What we'll do is we will go ahead and close and apply now. Say apply. Let it apply changes. It might take a couple of minutes. What we would also do is, the moment we have these tables listed here, we will just quickly walk through the relationships between these three tables. So we will go to relationship. 1 second. Okay, just taking a minute to set up. Okay, good enough. So you see, Power BI is smart enough to understand that there is a link between these tables. So it has automatically generated those relationships, if you see. Let's say. So this is what we would define things as a star schema. We can create a star, or any number of dimension tables can be linked across this centric fact table. So whenever you have new data flowing in, we would always grow our data on the facts table, which we can add new entries. Let's say every new event coming across for new years, for further years, can be added into this, but will always revolve around our dimensions table, which let's say customer, product, or we can have stores or other things related to this. Every order placed will be linked to these specific things, because it will have to have a product data. It will have to have a customer. So this will be already there in our database, and every time Power BI does not have to go to the, let's say, customer table and walk through each entry and let's say each row and then each entry. So this will save time for Power BI to calculate things faster, and in turn help us create our report, which will have a better performance, better response rate, let's say. Yeah. So once we have done this, we can now go ahead and start plotting our visuals. And we can use these dimension tables as well into our visuals. So I'll quickly give you an example. Let's say a simple bar chart which will have which subcategory. I would want to put category in there on the axis, and I want to use the sale made for that specific category. Yeah. So see, we have three major categories on which we supply: technology, furniture, office supplies. And we are using these, let's say this specific dimension table separately, which is out of the context, but still linked via product ID right here. And we can use this column to define and, let's say, categorize our data from the facts table. This would have a better response rate than plotting every visual from the same data set and keep things faster. Okay, so now you have understood this, we can go ahead and plot multiple types of charts, which we would do. So let us put more graphs in here to understand better. Let us change this a little of how we want things. Okay, so my next visual would be, I want to see the subcategories of these sales. What I would do is, let me add another visual. I'm going to go ahead with subcategories and let's say sales. Now with this, what I also want to define in this is, I want to categorize all these as per their category. So what we can do is we'll just drop category into legends and have a classification of each pillar as from which category it is coming and which subcategory it is belonging to. Yeah, so we'll have a much better overview right here. Okay, next let's see the overall sales during the years, how it is going. So for that, let's first put up a filter right in the corner. Let us put order date in there. Yep. So we have the sales data from 2014 to 2017. Okay, good. What I'll do is I would also quickly put up another chart. Okay, let's say order date and the sales. Once I have this, the benefit of putting a hierarchical axis of the date column, let's say, instead of just putting at order date hierarchy, if I'm using, I will be able to drill down and see which quarter what has happened so far. Yeah, so with this base, let's say I will drill down to quarter wise. Also, what I would want to do is I want to put up a map. We can rearrange these later once we have a generic overview of how do we want things to be. Let me go with a map. And within the map, we can go ahead and put up cities, which will highlight the area for me. Okay. So far, I see we have entries for Europe. 1 second. What we would do is, let's go back to the orders table and see right here. So far in the country, we only have United States. So what we are doing is we are trying to put only city names. So if there's a similar city name in a different country, it might be picking up that. That's how we have these dots, which we can quickly fix. What we'll do is we will create a single entry which will have city name and the state name. So that is how our map would understand that this specific city belonging from North America, this state is to be highlighted. So we would know things correctly over there. Yeah. So far we have this. What I would also want to put is chart, a donut chart, which will show me the classification on the shipping mode and number of orders. Number of orders. Yeah, order ID right there in the values. Now once we have this little align, what we would want to do is I would restructure the whole let's say dashboard a little, so that we can move forward with the next topic right here. It would make a whole lot of sense. Sales overview. Let us highlight this, keep this in center. So change the font to red, make it a little bigger, bold, which should be good enough. Yep. And then we can keep that as a heading of this dashboard. Once I have this, what I also want is to put up few cards, which will give me total number of order IDs. Let's say overall how many orders were placed, count distinct, the number of total number of orders. We would rearrange the whole thing right after we have finished placing the cards and how much content do we want on the dashboard. And let's say number of products. Instead of this, we can also pick it up from here. But here we would have to go ahead and always say count distinct. Rather, what we can do is we can remove this and say product ID. And even if we do this, it is always distinct. Yeah, you want to see if we change from count distinct to count, the number is still the same. Whereas this will not be the case if I am picking up column from orders table, which is this. So I prefer it this way. This will not bring any confusion going forward. Similarly, I want to put up another card for customers. Total, how many customers do we have? Okay. Yeah. Now, once we have a little overview of things, what also we would want to do is we would want to add a shape. Add a shape into the last entry. The last, and little bit of width we would give it. We can change the color. Let's say gray. Okay. Now once we have the dashboard ready, we can now move forward with our beautification, which would making the whole dashboard seem much relatable and clear in terms of structure. how things are, how can we walk them down uh, through the data and make them understand what are we trying to explain and what is this about, how things are classified. Yeah. So once I've placed things so far right here, this says sales overview. So once I have said this, what is our aim is we would give an overview of the sale made for all the products within whatever time zones or locations, or let's say different years altogether. How's the timeline looking, so we can get an idea. So in a quick brief, what I would say, what I can show you is, if we look at this chart right here, yeah, and then what we would want is, we would want to drill down. We would want to go to the next hierarchy from year to quarter wise and see every year what is happening is every year, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we are increasing our sale. So quarter 4 has the highest sale. Yeah. But if we go to months and see this, every year what is happening is, within quarter 1 we have March as the peak sale going, and then second quarter is kind of silent. Third quarter we have September, there is a good sale, and by end of year when there's a holiday season, we would see November and December sales are booming up. Now to verify our, let's say, analytical view over here, what we can also do is we can come out of this, go to the year, and then drill up to the next down level of it, which would also split the years using this icon. And then from quarter we would split it to months. So every month, I'll just expand this for you. Every month we see the observation was September, November and December, we have the highest peak. Yeah, September, see 2014, September, November and December, our sales are going highest for that specific year. Then we move on to 2015. 2015 we see September, good, November and then December. Similarly going for 2016, September, November and December. 2017, you see September, November and December. Yeah. So as per our observation, we have ending of quarter 3 and quarter 4, last 2 months is where our sale for that specific year increases drastically. So if we have to have a business plan for that, we can always view it right here. So this makes sense putting this chart in under the section of sales overview, because it is giving an overview for previous years, and then you can analyze and understand how our sales are moving forward. Yeah. Now that we have our visuals ready, let us customize them. We have a lot of customizing options in Power BI. Customizations would be in respect to visually more appealing, and how they are structured and arranged. Yeah. So let us select any visual. Once we have selected that, let us come to the format option right here under the visualization tab. We have a lot of options that will help us customize this specific visual that we have selected so far right here. So under general, this would be positioning of the visual. Where do we want to position our visual in terms of x-axis and in terms of y-axis? Where would this visual be positioned? And the moment you see I am changing the size of it, the position is also changing and the width and height is also changing. Yeah. If we notice that, let's try again. Go to format, right here. See, those numbers would just change the moment I am shrinking this down. Okay, so what I want is, let's say I would keep the height and width as 300, or height as 250 and width as 300, and position we would arrange. Now under x-axis we have a color option. Now under x-axis is this our x-axis, and this is y-axis of the chart within that visual. Yeah, so we see this color option right here. If I change this color to something, it would change the color of those text under, let's say, any text under x-axis. Yeah, right here. Say I want to make this black, that will change black. I'll make that red, and it'll change to red. Yeah, so I don't want to do that. So what I'll do is I'll do Control Z. Control Z. You see, as we do Control Z, it switches back to the previous, even for the visuals of, even if we have changed a color. So every step can be, let's say, undo. We can still undo every step in terms of this. What I want to do is majorly focus on this problem right here. You see, I can't read the full text, so I would go ahead and try to reduce the text. The minimum is 8. Yeah, text size. What we can still do is, even if this is not text wise not fitting, what we can go ahead and try to change the font size, font one, where let's say Calibri is the one which helps more in terms of fitting things in small spaces. But yeah, I am happy with the font size. Here we have a few options to arrange, to change the spaces in between these bars, and as per that, it would, just get affected. And minimum category width, I want to change that. Let's say once I change that, I will just increase it so that you guys can see. Yeah, the moment I am changing this, you see that category width means this width is changing from the first of the bar till here, but I don't want to do that. I'll keep this as minimum, and it is wise to keep things as small as possible, so that when I'm trying to shrink more content into small space, I would try to reduce the number, and that is how it would make more sense for me. Inner padding is this. Yeah, and now when I would resize that, I would see it place. Yeah, concentrate labels, title, we can turn this off and on. Specifically this would directly change if we want the title. Let's say we are anyways, we'll go ahead with the heading, so we can just remove that because it would be obvious. We can just do that. Similarly, we can do it for y-axis as well. How do we want to position the y-axis, on the left side of this or on the right side of the chart, which we can change from right here. Scalar, linear, or log. We'll go with linear because this is not log values. Logarithmic values are different. If you want to specify the start and end of the chart, let's say there is very less difference in between these charts, in between these highs and lows. So what we can do is we can give them a start number, let's say in between 0.5 million to 1 million. If I do that, it would just reshuffle the whole chart and show me those numbers, and I would see the difference, the peaks, distance between this peak and this peak would be much more and clear in terms of visual. Invert axis, I can still go ahead and change the color of this text. It would change the color of these y-axis text right there, which we have done for x-axis. So consistently I've changed text size for x-axis, so I would also do that, so it looks the same for, it looks more consistent. And display units, so this is something which would be very useful in terms when we are talking in, let's say, 0.1 m. The m is basically millions. 0.1 million, 1 million, 0.5 million. So if I change this to thousands, it would be 100,000. You see, 500,000, then 1,000, so basically that's 1 million. So I can change this as per my requirement, but here the numbers are way too big, and I would be changing other things based on which this will drill down. So I would keep it as auto for now. We can always come back and change what is best for us. Title color right here, title size, we don't want that. If we want the grid lines right here, so there are a lot of options like this. I would also change this. Instead of sale, we can just remove this because the heading would just specify this. I will close the title over there as well. And let's say if we want the grid lines, let's say if I turn this off, you see these dotted lines. Let me zoom in the chart. Focus more. So if you look at these small dotted lines right there, which is horizontally placed, that is our grid lines. I can go ahead and get rid of it and switch them on. So once I do that, I even have an option to change that dotted line to, let's say, dashed. So we will have small dashes on it, or we can go ahead with solid. So this is very light, so you're not able to see. What we can go ahead and do is give a stroke. If we increase the stroke width and the line color, let's say black, you see now it is very much clearly visible. Instead of solid, we can always go to dashed and dotted. So now this is making sense for you. You would know what is changing exactly. So I would go ahead with the generic one. I don't want this too dark, so we'll keep it light. Okay. Now zoom slider, I don't think we would need zoom slider, but yeah, if you see, we can use this slider on the side to change the graph, let's say delta 1.4 million to 0.5 million, you see. And as soon as I increase this, it would change and reshuffle itself till the maximum within the chart and the minimum. So in terms when we have too low values and we want to see those values, this can help us do that. Maybe not in this chart, it is not required. We have something else where we can utilize something like this. I'll give you a quick overview of it. Here, let's see here. Let's go within this. Now, if I say zoom slider on, now if I slide this, you see, I can see the relevancy between the last few categories, where I can see the delta much clearer. And even if it is too thin, if I have the maximum height, I can still just go down and see at that point. Yeah. So this is just handy in terms of understanding the chart and seeing the final numbers correctly. So I don't use this. I don't prefer, because we will eventually use filters that will help. So in this, now we can go ahead and see data colors. Data colors is based on what you have put under legend. Legend is whatever category or whatever column that you have put to distinguish. That would be basically shown here under data colors. Yeah. So I can, for furniture, I can still go ahead. Let's say furniture is kind of, let's say wood. We want a wood color. Let's say it's a little bit brown. Office supplies, I can go ahead with a little bluish or something. Probably that. And technology tech is, and all, let's go with yellow. We can do this. So the whatever we select, how the moment I change a color, it would, so we can select our preferences right there, yeah, which would reflect under data colors. I would go ahead with the common one. You just go back and undo these things. Okay. So with this, now after data colors, what we have is data labels. If I switch that on, you see data labels, whatever these labels are, these categories, I can change the text and on top of it, Let me switch this on. There's an error. Okay, let's go here and show you data labels. You see, these data labels would write there, would pop up what is the value of this bar chart. Let's say how much weightage out of all the three, how much value does this have. Section 8 will show you we can change colors. Similarly, we can change the units of how we are filtering here. We can even do it in thousands, or we can go ahead and keep it at auto for now and change the number of decimals. Let's say I don't want no decimals, but if I don't put one decimal also, it would just, everything would be same, but eventually I can visually see it's not same if I'm not putting even one decimal. Everything is 1 million. So it is wise to use at least 2 decimals. That makes sense. But if you remove this and leave it on empty, it will change to auto. Automatically it will decide for itself if it needs 1 or 2 or 3 to distinguish with respect to others. Similarly, orientation of the data labels, you want it vertical, you want it horizontal, position, we keep it as auto because sometimes bar is on top of the end, as in top of the boundary, and the text cannot still stand on the top, so it will just reset itself right underneath this line within the bar. So it's wise we do this, or else inside end it will just reset itself. But what if I put this, it will be similar for all the bars. What if our last ending bar is this small, the text would not fit. So I prefer this auto, and overflow text we can always keep this on if we have a very big number. So there are a lot of options here. You can still resize the text to everything to 8 or everything to 9, however feels comfortable. Plot area transparency. So to show you this, let us jump out of the visual, click on the empty section of the page, go to format. Let us, okay, I don't want Q&A. Okay. Yeah. And as empty section of the page, go to format, go to page background, and we would give it a color. Let's brush it off in gray and change the transparency. If we see now, the whole page is a little different. It's too grayish, so we will keep it a little light. I prefer this and little on the transparency side. Yeah, I can even go ahead and add an image. Let me show you that. What if I want to go ahead and add an image, which would make more sense? Let us select something. So if I am changing the transparency to 100%, as in changing the transparency to 0%, I would see that picture very clear. Now, this is just an example. Now, what will happen is I will still put this at 30%. So we have a little gist of it. What I can still prefer is I can go back to the visual, go here, go to plot area, and change the transparency. And the plot area, add an image within that once in show. Let us select some. Yeah, so our plot area would basically be highlighted of whatever picture I've selected. I can make it fit, so it will resize itself within the boundaries, shrink in every manner and fit. Instead of that, I will say fill, because it'll fill up. So the ratio of the image is not changing, but it is still filling inside that section. So if you want to put a brand logo or something, we can still utilize that. I don't want this. It is just an example. So I will get rid of all this and make this, get rid of this as well. Okay. So now what we can still do is you can go to background and change the transparency a little bit. And if you see, I can see the boundary of the chart of this visual, but I can still see the background image that I have selected in the back. That is still a little bit seen. So we can give it a theme based on this manner. We can always give it a theme wise, or we can always do something like that, which would make it more relevant. Yeah. So now we will change the title. sale per category. So every category, whatever category, how much is the sale, you can see that. And let's lock the aspect ratio. I don't prefer locking. If we lock, we cannot just resize this again and again. So I don't lock it till I have finalized my structure and arrangements of the chart. And then what we can do is we can go to borders. Borders are a very good thing. It really changes the whole look of any visual. So if I change this to let's say 5 or 10 or something, it would just curve those edges. Instead of a sharp corner edge, I will have a different I will have a border which will be kind of smooth, and the color of whatever I select will have a border line onto it. So you don't see a border line on it. If I change that to black, you would know the difference of the see this border line now. So that's how our border line would be decided. Okay, right there, that would make sense. Right there, yeah, you see this black line on the border. So instead of black, what I prefer is I want to make it kind of a card on top of it, which does not have a boundary but still be curvy. So I prefer this. So we can do the same thing with all the visuals to kind of keep the same theme all across. Yeah. Also underneath that, we have few more options of dropping a shadow, where it'll give you a shadow in the bottom. If you see, if I switch it on and off, you see that shadow is coming in the bottom, which makes the visual look like a card who's hovering over a background or something. It looks kind of very good. But yeah, we can always try those options and make our visual look much better. So if you guys are using your tooltips, you can always customize those tooltips, colors and labels and other things right here. Similarly for visual headers, every visual has these headers on top. Okay, now once we have our theme ready, we can always go to customize current theme option. Here, what we can do is for few of the specific things, we can make a generic change and it will reflect for all the visuals. So what I want to do is I want to change this border as a gray border and a 10 radius curve as well. I'll go to visuals, I'll go to borders. I will turn on the borders for all the visuals and select the color. So whatever I do right here would reflect across all the visuals on the page. So I will put a number, let's say, and apply. So once we do this, you see how all of my visuals now have a curvy round border, what I have selected just now. So we can always go to customize current theme again and change few things if we want. Yeah, change few things if we want in terms of header size. If we want the size to be less, as a specific font size, 12 is good. 12 is clearly visible. But if you want to reduce, you want to change the title font or something, general text, whatever is written across, separate like this. If you want to change this from 10 to something lesser, I prefer the least the text, smaller the text the better, because this would be displayed on the whole screen, so it will still be readable quickly. And let's say background we are done, border we are done, header we have this, tooltips I don't want to change. We have page where we can select a wallpaper shade, we can select the color and the transparency and the page background. So that is how everything what we would go select each visual one by one and change. We can customize the whole theme set right here under customize theme option. And if I want to change the color of filter plane, this is our filter plane right here on the side. If I click, it pops right in, and that is our filter plane. On that, if we want to change the color theme and make changes, it would So you can always go explore, have fun with these options more and more, and find the best what works for you. What is your theme approach? What is that you like? You can always prefer that. So right now, once we have done this, what we will also do is we will just now quickly rearrange the whole thing. And say right there. Also, now let's say I want to rearrange this, but even if I rearrange, I don't know if this distance between these two cards and these two cards are equal, which I see it's not equal. So we can always select 1, 2, 3, all three of them right there. Go to format, go to align. So I can align them left, center alignment, all of them will be in the center. Top right alignment will go everything on the top, and that is how you can avoid. So my approach is to equally distribute them in between. So I'll get distribute horizontally. I'll go and click on that option. It will distribute the in between distances equally between the visuals. So I had selected 3 visuals right now, and what it will do is it will take up the distance from the first one to the last one, and every other visuals in between will be equally distributed with that specific gap in between. If I, let's say, go ahead and select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I want to equally distribute because I see there is a difference in the gap right here and there's a different gap right here. So we can always go ahead and do the same thing, horizontally distribute. So it has redistributed the whole thing for me. Now what I can do is I can follow this line and just arrange my charts more correctly, and it would make more sense. What I want to do is type here I have data from 2014 to 2017. So I just want to mention that the report is 2014 to 2017. This is my data set right there. I have a banner right here, which we would just reset as per the distance on the sides. And that's all. That is, now we have things arranged quite beautifully. We can always select our options, go to format and change our color options and follow something which would look more relevant or which would be better for us. I can go ahead and change the fill. That's what I wanted to do. I want to change a little darker on the shade. Yeah, okay. So once I have this, I have my visuals quite changed in a very good manner so far now. Now with understanding how to customize and format our visuals, to formatting theme under view tab. These themes can also be saved. We can just go ahead and click save current theme, and that theme we can just name and save it for our constant use if I like that. With this, there is one more option to which will help us customize our visuals and things. Rather than just customizing the visuals, we can add more different new type of visuals that Power BI by default does not offer you. But it is available. There's a lot of free visuals available on Power BI community, where you can just go click get more visuals, and it will ask you to log in. Once you have logged in, it will list those visuals underneath you. Or what you can also do is you can visit the link in the description under and go to Power BI community Power Apps and find a visual which you like and download. Once you download, you would get a Power BI visual file .pbi viz, something like that. So if once you have that file, you can just click on these 3 dots in this underneath visuals, go to import a visual from a file. Once you say that, let us quickly go to, I have few of them downloaded from my system. I can show you a one which is kind of relevant. Okay, let's say sunburst chart. Sunburst is a quite a good chart. Once you double click or let's say select that, it will just import and give you a pop-up import visual, custom visual done. We have, once you click OK, a banner on the bottom will pop, and every custom visual will come under this banner after the dotted line. Anything above is a default visual. Yeah, so we can go ahead and select this visual if we want to use. I'll give you a quick overview. Once we have this, every custom visual will have different options. Once you're exploring on the community, you will find sample pictures and then understand. So now in this sunburst chart, what is sunburst chart? Let's see. So I have groups and values. I have two sections. So values, let me go ahead with sales for now, so that it is quick and easy to understand, because we know this is sales overview. And groups, I want to group my sales via category and the subcategory under one chart. I can put numerous other let's say categories or any other things which would seem relevant, but does not at this point I don't find any other thing relevant. Dividing my sales apart under category and then subcategory, I don't have anything further except the product names. So if we look at this now within one chart, I understand that my technology category is having this much amount of sales. Within my technology category, who is the biggest player? My phones subcategory is the biggest player. But and similarly in furniture, chairs and tables are the top two. For office supplies, I see storage and binders are my top two. So I know now I know with one chart who are my top two players under which category of which subcategories. Let's say which two subcategories are the top two player. It's quick and easy to understand. But this kind of overview I would not have with my regular charts, where I'll have to plot two different charts and filter one. Let's say technology. I'll have to see my technology, and within technology, when I see my technology highlighted, I would see phones, then machinery, accessories, and copper wires. That's how this chart is also changing. You see, the moment I have selected technology, I am seeing my top. So instead of two charts, we can utilize this as one. So there are a lot of fancy, amazing visuals that you would find relevant to your, what do you say, requirements, which you can always explore. For now, I am going to delete this, and we can always explore new charts. Okay. So let's also say if you have imported any of the custom visuals, and you have a bunch of them lying around right here, and you don't use most of them, and you have finally found the one which you want, and you want to get rid of it. You see there's no option to get rid of it. Rather, you go to these three dots, remove a visual, and select that visual. Say remove. It will be out of your Power BI file. Your Power BI file will not be overloaded with this metadata within that once you are publishing on the web. So it's a better way to keep things clean. Once we have this ready, now we can explore on more options in terms of customizing as per your themes, and make things as good as visually appealing. Much better looking visual is easy to read once you have arranged your things. Here I see my top three numbers, but I don't see what are they for, what is the category that they are for. I can always go ahead and switch on the title, and let's say type a title. We don't know what is this. So what is this? This is order ID. So we wanna put that there, so that is readable. So order ID means I have a count of them there. Those many orders are filtered so far. This is product. I would do that the same for here. And here I have my customers. Okay. So now that we have understood our options under format, what we can also do is, there is a quick way if you have similar kind of visuals across the page, you can select control and select all of them. Let's say these two for me are similar right now. What I can quickly do is go to here, go to borders. This is what I prefer. So I would go ahead and select this again, and I will type 10 just once more and say OK. And you see this should have worked for this one as well. Okay, did not. Let me try it this way. What I would do is, this usually works. What we can go ahead and do is select the one where you actually want to change. This had those selections already as in I had done it already, so it didn't work. Let us select these three cards and do the same. Go there, switch on borders, select the color that you want and select enter the radius. Once we have done that, you see all three of them are now having this. I want all three of them to be on the equal width, so I would still do the same. We'll go to the width and change this to 200, height as 80, which seems more relevant. Similarly, I would do it for this visual as well. Let me quickly do that. 80, and then I will change the border and try to make it look much better. Once I've done that, now I also want to get rid of this picture. This was an example. We can always make the picture fit, fill, and just the normal way. If it is of the high resolution, it will occupy most of the space. If it is of a low resolution, it will occupy as per its resolution size. So we don't want the picture, we want to make it look a little decent. What we want to do is we want to arrange and set things up a little in this manner. Yeah, and that's it right there. I'll select this, I'll select this. What I'll do is I'll quickly go ahead, turn on border, and that's it, done. So we can always mass select anything, any visual of the same category. Let's say similar visuals can be selected at a time, and then we can go ahead and change the customization for it, the visual font size or structure or anything related under format section can be corrected. Okay, so now once that we have this, I would quickly do this. Also, there is another option to do the same thing with a little more convenience. Now how do we do that? We go here, there is themes option, and under view tab we have themes option, which helps us, let's say, changing the whole theme to something that we want. Let's switch to this one. You see how everything changes, every other color, the color scheme also changes of the my visuals. If just in case I would have selected any of the color, any of these specific color was not auto decided by this visual, I would have manually gone under format option for this visual, and under format, if I would have changed any of the colors by myself manually, that color would stay, except that color, other colors would follow the theme scheme what I have just now selected. So I can always switch back to any other theme quickly, and you see how it is responding. But the ones where I had manually changed, specifically, let's see these borders, what we had just now done, they would stay as it is. But here I don't see that border. So as per the theme format, border does not exist for the visuals. It is a borderless theme. But wherever I have personally selected a border for the visuals, those visuals will still have what we have manually changed. So if you are changing manually, you need to be cautious, or if you wanna just gonna go with the theme and quickly jump from one theme to another theme, yeah, I would suggest that you decide on the theme first and then you come across this. Yeah. So I'll go back to the original one. To get new, or let's say custom visuals into Power BI, what do we do? So we can go ahead to these three dots. Say it says get more visuals. You click on that. If you click on get more visuals, it will ask you to log in your work account. Once you do that, it will give you a separate window where you can just select any of the visuals and say import any of the free visuals. Can be imported directly from this panel within the Power BI. Or if you don't want to do that, or if you want to explore more, what you can do is we have given you a link of Microsoft App Source, which is this website right here. It is an open source community under which you can filter out free under pricing models. You can filter out free visuals and just explore what you want, which suits best for your needs, and take a quick download of them. There are a few handy ones which which is commonly used. Let's say Chiclet Slicer, Sankey chart. Now, these Gantt charts are usually used across a lot. There are different types of dial gauges and KPI charts and all, which has a different visual. It looks pretty cool. You can try those. Sunburst, tachometers. So now, whichever is suitable to your requirement, what you can do is you can just go ahead and select that. Once you select, what you can also explore is it will give you a glance of how the visual looks like underneath. You can just check on how the visual would look like and how you can modify them, and how is it related. If it is suiting your need, you can always select that and say get it now. Once you click, it will ask you to log in again for your work or school account. I don't want to log in my office account, so I would not do that. But once you log in and say sign in, it'll give you a download button where you just click and download. The moment you download, you can go back to Power BI and click on the same three dots right here. Say import a visual from a file. Click on import and select any of the downloaded, let's say import downloaded files which you want to import. I have already imported one. I'll import a second one, and say it. The moment I select that, it'll say custom visual says custom visual successfully uploaded, imported right there, and I see a second icon right now. So I can just click on that and it'll give me another visual. I can click on this one and it'll give me another visual. I can go ahead and drop any of the fields what I like based on my visual and explore more. So Microsoft App Source is the place where you can go ahead and download as per your needs. Explore, find out, have fun. In our dashboard, when we try to plot a graph, basically a map of where our locations, our sales happening. We also see our locations are somehow showing in Europe and out of America. Or even though if we filter out our data and see the country, which I'll just do right away once I, let's say, put the sales under the size. So based on that, our circles would resize themselves of amount of sale which is happening. So now if I just go to data set and try to filter with city of all these cities belonging from which country, it is only United States I see. But eventually we see a mistake that if we are just dropping the location as city name, it is also fetching cities from Europe. So to avoid that kind of misconception, what we can always do is we can utilize DAX and then filter this correctly for ourselves. So let's say we create a calculated column, because we have to do this for each of the sale entry. because everything is on different regions in different cities. We would name this as location. Now, in this location, what we have is we have city in a separate column, we have state in a separate column, we have country in a separate column. The simpler way is if we pass location as city and state name, it will basically give us the correct answer and the correct marking on the map. It will not mix up the similar city name, let's say, present in any other country or any other state. So we can avoid that problem right here. So we will use a function called concatenate, which is also in Excel. Most of us are all aware. Right, concatenate. Let's write concatenate, and then we will give it a city. I'll give it the city column, orders city, comma. We want to concatenate this, but what do we want as text is after the city name ends, we need a comma and a space to segregate our city name with the state name. It should not be one consecutive text without no gaps or nothing, no delimiter. So that if we have a delimiter like this, our visual will understand this, that location is defined in this way, city and state, and then it will plot the graph correctly. So to do that, we'll put in another concatenate within this concatenate and say double quotes, comma, space, because that is a specific text. We want it in between both of the entries, and then close the double quotes, comma, and then we would pass on our state name. State, orders state. So once we have done that, close the bracket, press enter. Now we would see the calculated column has correctly come up, which has our city name, comma, space, our state name. So instead of passing our city name to this visual, we would remove this and we would pass our location. Right here, calculate column will pass on the location, and this should be now fixed. So now if I just zoom out, you see our graph is now fixed. We see all the sales and everything within the United States as it is supposed to be. And now we have our circles properly defined in it. Perfect. Max discount. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna filter out all the orders which had maximum discount. So far, the maximum discount was 80%. So that is what we did in our orders table. So that is what we will do it here as well through DAX. So we don't know, the maximum discount can also be 90% and can also change down, up, back and forth for different years. So what we'll do is we will first set up a variable. Let's say max stands for maximum discount, and we want to filter the maximum value out of all the discounts given. Maximum, let's say max, and then we want to say orders, and then we will filter out discount. So it will pick up discounted values for each entry and find the maximum, allot that maximum value, let's say 0.808 to this right here as a variable, which is max disc. So with this, what we'll do is we'll come out of the second line, say shift enter, and we have to get a return value. This whatever we write after return right here, return. So whatever we write after this, we can use this variable or whatever we have. If we have multiple variables, we can always put them in a line one after the other, and all those variables can be used underneath of whatever the function that we define, and that function will return the value right here back. This return will come back to this as a table. This is currently a table, so it will come back as a table in the form of a table. Or if it is, let's say, column or something else, you can always use the same format. So we'll go ahead and calculate tables. And on the table, what we want is, we want to summarize our set of columns like we did last time. So summarize and say orders, because that is where we want to filter, keep our focus. And what we want is, we want to filter out customer ID. So first say customer ID, then customer name. What's the name of the customer who has got this product? And let's say, if we want, we can always go ahead with customer segment as well, just to get a clarity. And what was the overall sale value of the products he has bought under maximum discount? That is our sale value. And let's say discount availed, if you want to say orders, just to understand, it is always filtering maximum discount for us. Maximum discount, and we will close the bracket. We'll close the bracket. This is closing the summarize function, but still our filter is pending. We have to filter out. This will give us all the columns from the tables, but what we want to do is, we want to also filter out the maximum value what we have defined right here under max disk variable, right? So we will now enter a filter. You see, right after the moment I enter comma, is asking me to enter filter 1, filter 2. I can have multiple filters as well. So here what I want is order discount, let's say discounts. Order discount, which is equals to my variable. I'll put up my variable, which is max disk, what I've defined up and line, and I will close the bracket now. Once I say that, let me press enter. So now if you see, this is just to verify our formula is working correctly or not. Go ahead and change this to percentage, so that we know discount percentage. Okay. So everything, all in all, we have only 80%, because that was our maximum discount overall on all the products, on whatever products that it had. So it has filtered those products which has 80% discount for all the customers. And what it has done is, customer wise, it has given us a summary of the sale value, let's say a summation, which is, it has added all those sale, even if the customer has 5-6 orders, regardless, might have ordered a couple of different products. It is a sum of all the products that he has ordered, if either 1 or 2 or 10, regardless. It is the overall sale what he has made, what has been made for 80% discounted products on this customer is this table. So this is how we use calculate table function and can generate new tables with a different filter and a specific set of columns coming from different data sets. So this gives us a freedom of exploring different data sets at a time and generating our own table based on what we want, based on our requirement, and based on our set of columns that we need in that table. So we can use this in multiple different ways. Explore, just try to explore more. The more you do it, the more you learn. So go have fun. So let us learn how to use calculate function. With the help of calculate function, we can fetch required details or data from one table to another. So if we go to products data, and let's say we want to know how many number of customers have bought this specific product and how many number of units were sold to those customers, with what was the profit attained out of that sale, out of all those sale. How do we do that? So we would have to create calculated columns for each of the product, because this is product specific data. Every product is unique. And to do that, let's create a new calculated column. And Firstly, we would want to filter out the number of customers who has bought this product so far. So we'll rename this as number of customers buy in. Now, just to segregate. Okay. Now, let's say we want to know how many customers have bought this product. So how do we do that? We know that the product ID right here is a relation, has a link with the order details, because there also we have a product ID column, and that product ID column and this product ID and this product ID has already a built-in relationship, which we would use to filter out data in our orders table and find those number of customers who has bought this specific product. So what we'll do is we would specifically first filter out, or let's say pick up this value for comparison, our product ID, which is this first specific value for this row. So we'll define a variable. How do we do that? We would define a variable with this var. Once we say that, Power BI would understand that this is a new variable defined in this function or in this calculated column. And let's say we would say prod ID, which is product ID, equals to, we would now put this product ID value within this specific variable what we have just created right now, and say product ID and product data from the product data. Product ID will not be fetched from any other tables. So once we do that, we would say shift enter, and we want a return value. What it would be our return value? First, to get that, we would just say return, shift enter, and whatever we write now will be a function which will be returned, and that value would be assigned to this specific cell. So we will use a function called calculate. So we'll write calculate, press tab, and the expression, what do we want to calculate? We want the number of customers to be filtered out for us. Now the number of customers to be filtered out, but we might have that specific customer ordering multiple other products as well, or that same product maybe multiple times. So we would always want to prefer to filter our customer ID and distinct values. Yeah. So we'll write distinct count. We would use this function called distinct count to distinguish customer IDs from the orders table. From the orders table, not from the customer data table, because the orders table has our sale entries, every event of the sale which has happened so far. We'll press that, we'll make that entry, and this is what is required to be returned. A count of all the customers, specific unique customers who has ordered this product ID what we have returned on this. Now how do we filter this out? Once we have classified, let's say categorized of what we want, but now we need to filter as per our requirement of the product ID. So now if you see the calculate function is defined in few sections, which is expression, which we have just defined of what we want. Our expression is customer ID, count of customer ID to be returned. But next is our filter. We want to assign that filter. So we have already created a variable. We will use this variable to filter our data from our product table to our orders table. So we would go ahead and write product ID from orders table is what we will fetch. Product ID in orders table, which should be equals to our variable what we have just created right here, which is coming from product data, which is our this table. So prod ID. Once we have done that, we will say close brackets and let us press enter and see if this is working. Now we see that we have 3 customers so far, 3 unique customers, because we have distinct count right here. So there's no repetition, that is definite. 3 customers who had ordered this specific product, which is telephone message book, under the office supplies. Now similarly, we want to know these 3 customers have bought how many units of this specific products, of all these specific products. So we'll go ahead and enter another calculated column. Before that, we can utilize the same function to get another number of units sold, the same structure. How do we do that? We would still need to filter our data based on the product ID, because that is how we are filtering. But instead of getting a distinct count, we want an overall count of, let's say, our overall sum of the units sold, because we have our quantity defined right here. If you see, we have our quantity defined for that specific product sale in our orders table. In our orders table, we have this quantity defined already. So we can just sum all the quantity for that specific product and get that value right here. So just to keep it short and easy, I'll go ahead and copy our formula, Control C, and we'll start a new column. And we'll call this column as number of units sold so far for this specific product is what we want. I'll go ahead and press Control V, paste that. I know I want to filter out my product specific data, and instead of getting a distinct count of the product customers, I want the quantity to be summed up and given to me for that specific product. So we will go ahead and use sum function right here, sum, and say quantity. Orders quantity, and so now under the calculate function, we have 2 sections. One is our expression, which is starting from sum till here. This is our expression, and after this bracket, whatever it is our filter, which we have created. This filter is helping us to filter out product specific data from this table to that table, just like we did in the previous one. And then it is returning us the sum of all the quantities once we have filtered that table and as per this filter. So let us press enter and see what is the result. So now we know that these 3 customers so far has ordered 15 total units of this specific product. Also, now we can also know which is the highest sold product, number of units sold so far. We know this is 67 units have been sold so far for this premium transparent covers. And maximum number of customers, let's say, who are buying a specific product can also be sorted for us quickly. There we have 15 customers who has bought 52 units so far of wireless mouse Logitech. This is now very quick and easy for us to now filter out data and plot graphs and charts to actually visualize this in a better way. With this, we would also want to know how much profit we have attained from these sales or the units sold so far as per the data. So we will create another column where we can do the same approach. And here, let's say we would change this to profit attained or profit gained, or numerology can be anything, whichever makes you feel better. and then we would go ahead and control V on the same formula. Here our expression would just change because our filter is supposed to be the same, because that is how we are filtering. We need to filter our data on product specific ID. So we will change the expression now, and for let's say to get the total profit out of orders table for the specific product, we would go ahead and say sum. We would use the same thing, sum function, and then give it our total profit. We have a profit table, profit column under orders table, which is this, not profit percentage. We want the amount of profit gained from this sale or for that specific product, gained from all the sales. So once we say enter now, yeah. So here, what we also need to do is we would also need to define this as a decimal number, and here we need to define this as a whole number, which is defined customer buy-in. Yep, defined as a whole number. Perfect. So now we know what is where we have gained the most, let's say the highest amount so far we have attained from selling Canon image advanced copiers. Basically, this is our, so far the highest profit has been gained if we specifically focus on the product from where we are gaining from. Yeah. So this is the way where we can utilize calculate functions, and within calculate functions we can use any other functions which will be a part of the expression to filter out or to, let's say, calculate something for you that would give us as a result in a specific filter that you have defined using variables or any other manner. Without using variables also, we can just, if we have some product in mind that we know, we can just write that in double quotes, use double quotes and type that text right here, and it will filter that specific product ID automatically and give you a result. We need not to create define a variable if you're not doing this for each column. If you're using this kind of approach for, let's say, if we are creating a measure and using this kind of approach to get our data, we can always do that. And we know we want to filter out something specific always, not based on the product which keeps changing product ID or something. So far we'll keep it like this and say enter. Once we have this, we can utilize this approach with any other tables and across different tables. The benefit of having this is we can always filter out our data and customer data table from orders or from any other linked tables which it can have. This is very useful. Let us now learn how to use logical functions like if and with DAX to achieve our goals. Okay, so far we have our profit percentage calculated column right here, but what I want is I want to filter out my profits and losses separately. I want to know if I have made a profit in this specific sale on that specific order and product, but the same order can have a second product where I would have made loss. So profit and loss can be defined for each entry that way. But right here, I have nothing which can help me filter those criterias with one click or with one selection. So I will use DAX to make a separate column to define that. So what we'll do is we will go to orders and then we will go new column. Now what we want is we want to segregate our profit and loss. So I'll just rename this as profit slash loss. Yeah. Now what we want to use is we want to use if function. If my profit value is in plus or my profit percentage value is in plus, I have to mark it as tag this specific entry as profit. If this is minus, I have to tag that specific entry as loss. And what we can also do is if it is 0, we might find where 0 as well in our profit and loss. So we would want to segregate those which we are selling right off the shelf. So what we would do is we would write if, and within that if we will go ahead and have to write a logical test, which it has to so any if condition is basically divided into logical test and then true and false. If the test goes true, we would return the true value, and if it is false, it would return the false value. So what we want to first check is if my order value, or let's say profit for that specific sale, is 0 orders profit, I will go ahead and check this entry. If this is equals to 0, it is equals to 0, we would return it as off the shelf, off shelf, or off. But right here I have to put this in double quotes because this is the text I wanted to enter in the column that I will use it as a tag. The text it should return it and a text value. But if it is not equals to 0, it has to return false entry. What we can right here do is we can put in our second if condition, where we would define if it is less or more, and then get a profit and loss result as true and false. So what we'll do is we will write another if condition within this if condition. In place of a false result, I'll write another if. Within that if, we would write profit, let's say less than 0. It should return me as loss. So from the beginning, what the formula would do is it will first pick up this entry. Let's say our first entry is 1811.07. It will pick it up and compare if it is equals to 0. So this is not equals to 0. It will go to the return value of false, where we have another if condition sitting within that false statement result. So within this second if condition, it will again compare it with this logical test of the same value, which is our 11.07, and it says less than 0, which it clearly is, and then it should return me as loss. Whereas if it is not, let's say less than 0, it should always return me as profit. A very simple way to write DAX. This is as easy as Excel. Has the same approach. Let's say I press enter and I should see my results right here. So my profit, loss, and off the shelf should be tagged right here and with comparison to my entry in the profit column. So let us see if we have any products off the shelf going on. We have, yeah, okay, right here. So there are many products that we would have sold so far, which did not make us no profit, no loss. Good to know this. Okay. So now, once we have done this, let us also use an if condition, another nested if condition, which will help us determine shipping, on-time shipping. So how do we do that? I will show you one small logic. Yeah, so right here in the sticky notes, so for hour, I'll tag this on the top of the screen. Okay, now this is tagged. Hope you guys can still read this. Okay, so if we look at this, we have few types of shipping mode: first class, same day; second class, standard class. So the thought process is, if it is same day, if our shipping mode is same day, our order date and shipping date should be the same. Means the day I have ordered is the same day it should have been shipped. Similarly, for first class, we have 1 to 3 days of time to ship, and for second class we have 1 to 5 days of time, and standard we have any number of days can be there. Yeah, with this logic, we would wanna distinguish if this specific sale was shipped out on time or not. How do we do that? We'll have to write two different DAGs for this. Let us first calculate how many days are there in between order date and shipping date. So let's again go ahead and enter a second calculated column, new column. We would name this as our number of shipping days, number of shipping. Yeah, and then this to get the result in between comparison of two different dates. How do we get a result of these many dates were in between, considering the start date and end date? So there's a specific formula already predefined in DAX, which is dated if. Write as dated is, and let's say date 1, date 2, and then interval. So if we pass two dates to this function, it will return us a value in different manners. We can have seconds if the date has date and time values in it. We can have hours, we can have days, we can have weeks, we can have months. In any manner, we can get our result output out of this. So first, let me go ahead and say date 1, which is our order date. Order date, comma. So I want to pass this as a date itself, not day, month, or month number, quarter, or anything. I want to pass this date as in a date variable, let's say. Yeah. So I'll again press tab dot date, comma, shipping ship date dot date. Yeah, once I've done that, what I want is, and the interval. So interval in what is the result that we want? We want the number of day has been passed in between these two dates, or the hours, minutes, months, quarter, second, week, year. So there's a lot of options that we can utilize, but now we want number of day has been passed within this. So let's say interval would be our day, and we would go ahead and close the bracket and say enter. Once we do that, let us now see if we are getting exact number of entries. So here is 18. We ordered on 18th March and the shipping was on 23rd March. So 23rd March means 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 is 5 days. That's exactly what it is giving us, which is what we needed. So now once I have this right here, so this number I can always compare with my classification of let's say what I have how I have classified this in terms of with comparison to shipping mode. If it is a standard class, or if it is a first class, you see first class we took 2 days to ship, shipping mode was first class. So which is in between these two dates, in between the number of days that is required. So this would be considered as shipping done on time for this specific entry right here, our third entry. Yeah. But how do we make a column which will just give us a result of, let's say, yes and no, if the shipping was done on time for that specific order? So let us do a second if column, where we will have our nested if to actually compare and then give us a result. Yeah. So we would name this as on time shipping. So here we'd go ahead with a if condition. First, what we would do is, let's say if our order, or sorry, specifically our shipping mode. First, we would compare our shipping mode. What is our shipping mode for this order? Let's say I want to focus on same day shipping. If this specific order is has the shipping mode classified as same day, so we would write shipping mode. Want to get into shipping mode and compare that to the text same day. So we always make sure that this text within the double quotes is always in the same manner how it is written in the data set. It should not be all capital or all small. It will not make sense, or we cannot distinguish that. So we will always have to write it in the same manner. Same day, which is, once it sees if the shipping mode is classified as same day, what it should next compare as. So here we will use an AND function. So to use an AND function is it's a symbol and ampersand symbol 2 times, and then we would classify that as order. Let's say I will write this as number of shipping dates. Let's start with order itself. Order number of shipping days. Okay, so for the same day, if it is same day and my number of shipping days, which is this, is 0, I want to compare that. Let's say is 0. Then my logical test right here and this till here gets over if both of these conditions are met, which is my shipping mode is classified as same day, and then my order number of days it took to ship is classified as 0, which means then I have to send out a true value, which would say as yes, the shipping was done on time. So I would return as yes. Similarly, I will have to write another if condition for the rest of the shipping modes. How do we do that? I would always write my second if condition in the false category. So if it does not meet these two criteria, it will jump into false. It will go ahead and try to return the false value. Within that, I would write my second if condition. Yeah. My second if condition, I will just go ahead and copy paste this. It will be quick and easy. And change this same day to first class. And I have, for first class shipping mode, I have time from 1 to 3 days to ship it out, which means I can always compare this with less than 4. It should always be less than 4. If it is 3, it is shipped on time. If it is 4, it is not shipped on time. So less than 4, and then I can go ahead and say yes again, is within my second if condition. Similarly, we will write it for, I'll just press shift enter to get into the next line, and let's say control V again for the third class, which is our second class. Here I have a time frame of 1 to 5 days. That means less than 6, and I can classify that as yes again. The shipping was done on time, because it is below 6 means yes. For the last one, I would go ahead later say yes. Here for the standard class. Standard class. And here I can have any number of days for standard class. In that context, I do not need this second argument, so I would remove my condition with and. It is only one condition I wanted to check. If it is standard class, it is okay to send out within any number of days. And then here I would say, if it does not meet any of the above 4 if conditions criterias, it does not pass through any of the logical tests, we can always classify that as no, because those are our boundaries under which we would agree that the shipping was done on time. If it is not meeting these specific logical tests, we can go ahead and classify that as no, shipping was not done on time. So I'll go ahead and say enter now. Close my bracket, say enter. Once I've done that, see, I had closed only one bracket. The moment I pressed enter, DAX itself selected the missing number of brackets and then just made that entry by itself. So right here, I can always just quickly go ahead and filter no and see for how many orders we did not ship on time, which is not much considering the amount of years we have data for. Okay, so I'll get rid of this. Yeah. Okay, so once I've done that, what we can do is let us utilize this and create few filters. Figure out later where to place this. For the time being, let us place it here. And yep, now I can always have a graph who would tell me number of orders and this, and if my shipping was done on time or not. On time shipping, let's say a legend. So here yes and no. If see, no, only 0.25% of the orders were not shipped on time for these specific locations across the country. So now I have a very quick way to filter this out. I can either go with a slicer or anything to make this useful for me. Now let's understand what are DAX tables. For DAX tables, we have a predefined function called calculated tables. Now this is a function which returns not a single value, not a calculated value of anything specific or row by row. It gives you a whole table of everything. So let's get into it and actually understand how things work. So what we'll do is we will go to new table function option right here and click on new table. Under that, it will ask us to create a table. So under this table, let's say what do we want to do is we want to filter out a separate table from our orders and products data, finding what all products were sold in 2014. Let's say if you want to filter those out and only get product names and the sale value of that product and product ID, let's say. So if we want to segregate that into a new table. How do we do that? So what we'll do is we will say calculate tables. Under this, if we have two options, let's say, and the formula itself explains a table evaluates a table expression and its contents modified by the filter. So right now, let's say if I give it table as orders, if I enter orders and then comma, if I enter a filter, what it'll do is it'll only filter orders table specifically based on the filter what I have selected and give me all the columns from orders table. But what I want is a few columns from products data table and few columns from orders table. So to do this, what we will actually do is we will say summarize. We'll try to summarize from different places and create a separate table for us. But our focus table itself is orders, because from that is where our facts and figures will come in. That is where we have our numbers for each sale. So we'll say orders, and then we want to group all that into this. After the comma, what we'll enter is the column that we actually want in our table right here in the calculated table. So one of our major focus is order ID. We want product ID, product data, product ID. We want to filter from product data, product ID. Yeah, let's say that, press tab. Then product name, we want to find out that product, what all products were sold in 2014 and what was their total sale value is what we want to know. Yeah. So product name, comma, we want to know the sale value. So let's say sale. Under that, see, it is automatically giving you orders sale. Once I've entered sale. Now with this three set of columns, let's say so far, I'll close the summarize bracket. I will close the summarize function, and then I will assign a filter to it. So I want to assign a filter. I want to filter out all the sales which were made in 2014. So I know that there is an order date for column we have with our orders. So let's say date, data, date, product, order dates, orders, order date. We want to filter that, which is equals to 2014. But order date has date, month and year, all in all, everything. So I'm not really sure if it will filter. Can I segregate year from here? Okay, let's try this. If this works, okay. This will not work within a calculated table function. So what we'll do is we'll keep this as it is. We'll close the bracket. It will give an error to us. It will not be able to find out 2014 calculator. But so far what it has done is it has given us the three columns that we wanted: our product ID, product name, and sales. It's just that it's not able to filter out exactly 2014 because my date value has day, month, and year, everything. I want to filter out only year. So what I'll quickly go ahead and do is I'll go to orders table. I'll introduce another column, let's say new column, and I will filter out my year separately. Year. So there's a function called year. It just picks out year from a date, from a given date. Order date. I'll close the bracket. Enter. So what it'll do is it'll give me only year. It'll list out all those years. And with the help of this specific column, I can go back to my table. This is my calculated table. See, the icon is a little different. This is our DAX tables. This gets calculated as the data changes. If I change my source data and there are new entries, my table will automatically get updated based on that. Okay, so what I want to do here is instead of this, I want, and there we go. Once I press enter, I should see all the list of all the products right here. See, so these are all the products which were sold in 2014, where there are almost 1932 rows, 1932 products were sold. And what we can quickly go ahead and do is, just for fun, is we'll filter out the descending, short descending, and see which product had the highest sales. Yeah, Cisco telepresence system. Okay, video conferencing unit had the highest sale, as in overall. We don't know how much was the discount given and what was the profit generated on that specific product, but we can always add those new columns right here, and let's go ahead and add them. Profit, let's say profit percentage instead of profit. We have multiple columns. Profit percentage of that product, and say enter. So what give us is, this is all in numbers. We'll just go ahead and change this into percentage. We would know. So right here we can have always descending. So we see our profit percentages right here. We have these staples are giving us the most profit, but overall there is no sale value. So we can always filter back and forth. So similarly, let us try one more. This I can go ahead and say 2014 sold products. So my table name will basically change to 2014 sold products. Okay. So what we want to do is, we try a second approach. Within this, what we would want to filter out is, we want to filter out all those customers who has availed maximum discount, who has availed a top level discount on whatever few products that they have ordered, and those products, what was the sale value of that product and what was the total discount they have received overall. So we want to filter whatever's throughout sales. Let's go to orders table and I'll simplify this for you. Let's break it down. Okay. So let's say every product we have sold has some discount value. Sometimes it is less, sometimes it is more. So maximum is so far is 80. Let's say we want to filter out all these sales which was discounted at 80%, and we want to have a separate table of all the customers who had ordered these products and their sale values, overall sale value. Let's say a customer would have ordered at least 10-15 products. So let me filter out any one of them randomly. I don't know if there are one entry or two entries. Okay, there is one entry so far. So there can be multiple entries as well for that specific customer, but I want to segregate that on a customer level and add those sale values into one and get all of those customers with the overall sale value for these 80% discounted products for them. So let us create a separate table. Let's say if we want to have that separate table, go to new table. When focusing on the customer centric data, we will come to the customer data table, and let's say we want to know the total purchase value of every customer with us. How do we get that number? So to do that, we'll again create another customer calculated column, and we can utilize the same approach. Let's name this as purchase value. And then we'll define a variable because we want to compare our customer ID with our customer ID under orders tab. This customer ID from customer data to orders customer ID, and then filter out our overall purchase volume of the sale. Let's say we want to sum up the sale value, overall sale value for that specific customer. That will give us our purchase value of that customer. So let us define a variable say as customer ID and assign a value to it, which is our ID. We would assign it to that specific variable because it has to fetch each value one by one from here, and then go ahead and filter that under orders table, and then sum up the value of all the sales and return it back to us in this specific cell. So To do that, we have now defined a variable. We'll now try to calculate our data. So let's say return, what is it that it has to return? Let us calculate what it has to return to us. Calculate and say expression. Under expression, we would want to filter out our sale. We want to sum up our sale for that specific customer. So we will use sum and then sale from orders table. It has to be from orders table, and close the bracket, come out of that, and then use the filter. So we have our variable, we'll use the filter. Customer ID from orders table. There we will filter out should be equals to customer ID variable that we have just created, and we'll close the tab. It is just the same approach, and say enter. So now this will give us the total purchase value, what a customer has with us. Here we can see who is that customer who has spent the most with us. So Sean Miller has spent $25,043 so far with us. The highest purchase volume is basically purchase value is with Sean Miller. Okay, with this, we would also want to know how many products, let's say Sean Miller has ordered, how many specific products he has ordered so far. So we have to change our approach for that a little bit. So let's go ahead and say another calculated column. We'll go ahead and we'll create a new calculated column. This, I shouldn't have clicked there. Let us try again. Calculated column. Okay, now we will change this to number of products ordered. Here we would again use our variable customer ID, which is equals to our customer ID. Once we have assigned this, what we would want to, we want return value. With our return value, what we first want is for this specific customer, we have to filter the overall orders table. Overall orders table, filter everything which is where we have this customer ID entered into this. Once we have filtered everything, we would know the number of, let's say, orders he has placed so far. Okay, instead of it would give us the total number of orders instead of products. So this way you would know how to use a different function other than calculate to get a reasonable value out of it. Okay, so instead of getting the number of products what he has ordered, we will let's say get the total number of orders he has placed, regardless that orders can have 20 similar products. Those orders can be 100, but he would have ordered the similar product again and again, but we still have a different order value into it, a different entry made for us. So let's say we go do this, and we'll filter out with this return value. We will count all the rows. We would want to count all the rows once we have filtered his customer ID. So to do that, let's say count rows, and control enter. Within that count rows, we have to filter first. What do we have to filter is our customer ID. We want to filter. Within that filter, let's say all the orders, everything under orders table, everything we want to filter under orders. Close this, comma, come down, and here we would want to filter as customer ID. Customer ID, you will use our variable should be equals to our customer ID in orders table. So from orders table, we would ask it to filter out what is assigned to our customer variable, customer ID variable. And once it has filtered that specific ID across the orders table, it will just count all the rows. Filter, once it has done this filter, it will count all the rows, and it will give us it will return us a number of that counted rows. So Scene Miller has so far ordered 15 times with us. 15 times with different products. We have unique specific entries of, let's say, product and order combinations with Scene Miller R50. That is how we can, instead of going ahead with calculate, we can also use different approach to get our results this way. DAX. The terminology DAX stands for Data Analysis and Expressions. It is the native formula and query language for Power BI, which helps us create measures, calculated columns, and tables. So let's dive right into it and learn how to write a simple DAX formula. So we will start with a very basic measure and just try to find so let's try to find the product which has the least sale amount. How do we do that? We know this is our sale value. We can always go ahead and filter from here. We can always go ahead into the sales orders table and go to sales column, and let's say sort ascending, and we would know this is our product which has the least sale amount. But how do we get it? With the help of a measure that we can use on our dashboard. So we would go to the column right there. We will select new measure, and we will rename the measure as minimum sale value product, and say equals to and minimum. So minimum is already a defined function in DAX, and there, if you see, the formula itself gives us a hint, column name or scalar 1, scalar 2. We can either go ahead and give it a column name. If we do that, what it'll do is it will go to that column and find the least value from it, the minimum value, and return that. Or if we, let's say, type or give it two scalar values, let's say 10, 15. This is as an example. I have just typed numbers. It can be two different return values coming from two different measures or two different functions anyhow. And at there, it will decide which is the lower, and that is where it will return you the minimum value. Now, if we want to see this quickly, let's go here. We'll go pick up a card and say minimum sale value right there. See, it shows 10 because I had given it two scalar values, but my main goal is to find the minimum sale value of any product. What is the least billing amount we had done on a product? So we would go ahead and say sales order sales, press tab. It will automatically pick that value and it should return us 0.444. Let's go ahead and see that. Are we able to see that? No, so far. Okay. Now let's go there. We see this is defined as a whole number. So whole number cannot display you 0.444. It will obviously round off to 0. So what we would do is we would define this as a decimal number. I have selected my measure right here. And once I've defined it as decimal value, I can increase the number of zeros after the dot. Once I've done that, I should see my result right here. So you see, I have the minimum sale value of that product, of any product. Now, how do we see any maximum value? We can just change the minimum to max and say enter. It will do the same. It will fetch you the maximum of all that numbers. What we can do is we can just go ahead and change the way it looks. Data label, data. So we would know the maximum. That is 22638.48. So if we want to check that, we can always change ascending to descending and see 22638.48. That is how we would use any measure, or we can use this into a calculated column as well, where we will need to find a maximum or a minimum, and then that's how we can go ahead and use these. Yeah, with maximum and minimum in our aggregate functions, we have a few more functions as average, sum. So let's say we want to know the overall sales made so far. Total sale. So total sale amount, I want to sum my sales value of all the orders of all the products. I am not filtering anything so far. Oh, once I press enter, it should now give me the whole total sales value. I can go ahead and say auto, or let's say instead of millions, I can also say thousands, but million is better. It's easy to read. So right here with this, how a measure can also help us. I see my total sale value for all the years is 2.3 million. But the benefit of a measure is the moment I go ahead and filter a range, I change my, I filter my data in any manner. The moment I filter my data, my measure will recalculate itself and give me a new value based on that filter. So let's say now I've filtered from 2016 to end of year of 2017. Within that time period, what was my total sale so far is what I am seeing right here. So this is the benefit of a measure. Measure would be preferably be used if we do not want a value against each entry in our data set. We would prefer measures in those scenarios where our return value is just one single output, which is in this scenario a total sale amount number. That's a total amount of the sale made so far. Yeah, even if I go ahead and do that and do the same thing in a calculated column, I would see the same number for every column, which will just overload my data and it does not make sense. So in these scenarios, we would prefer using a measure right here. With the measure, let's say I also wanna see, let us try with a calculated column now. And with that, what we will do is we will go back to home. We will select our table, in which table we want to enter a new calculated column. I'll say new column right here. Once we do that, you would see a new entry of a column. The moment I change the name, we would see that name right there. Now here, what I want to do is every sale I have made profit or loss. But what is the percentage of my loss or profit for that specific sale? So how do we do that? We would just go ahead and divide our profit by the total sale amount of that specific entry. Yeah, quick and easy. Let us do that. It is a simple formula. If we know Excel, we know this, we can do this very easy. So let's say orders profit, we can just go ahead and start typing profit. It will always filter from all the tables, and anything related within that keyword will be shown to you if it is a function or if it is a column entry. So for PRO, I see product ID and profit. I want profit. I can go ahead and select order profit, press tab, profit divided by my total sale amount for that specific entry. Yeah. So I would say sales, order sales, and I can go ahead and say this as profit percentage. If it's in minus, it's a loss to me. If it is plus, it is the profit to me. So I can always change this to a percentage right here, because I need to define a data, let's say data variable for this. What kind of variable is this? Is this text? Is this decimal value or a whole number or date and time, or what is the output kind of data Power BI should address this as? What kind of data it should address as? So once I do that, I can select my decimals, how many number of decimals I want to show. For percentage, let's go ahead with 1 is enough, and that's it. I see a new calculated column. So now my calculated column will have separate profit and loss for each entry. If I'm making a loss, I would have a different number. If I'm making a profit, I would have a different number. But here we cannot go ahead and use, it is not preferred that we use a measure. We can still use a measure, but it will not give you individual entries for each, as an individual numbers for each entry or the sale which was made. It will give you an overall perspective of the data, which it will do. So now we have a profit percentage so far right here. Okay. What we can also do in this is we can try with some let's say functions, if functions, some logical functions, which will help us decide if we want, let's say we would as I see, even if I have filtered my losses, but my highlights in the map is not turned as red, which we wanted. So let's go ahead and check that again. We'll select our map or data colors, clean that function, and we will redo this right away. Let's go to the function tab again, roles. We would say, and we would sum, that is a sum that we need. We will change this to role, and with this we don't want this. Let's get rid of this and say number less than that equals to 0. That means we would go ahead and read, This is one of the logic. We will create another rule where we would change this from 0 to anything, to maximum. So maximum on the anything side, we will say less than or equals to maximum from 0. We would keep that as, let's say, blue, and say, okay, now it should work. Let it get time to refresh. Yeah, now I see my losses are in red, and if I come out of that filter and I try to filter everything, I should see both red and blue as well parallelly. Let it refresh. My system's getting slower, or I have lots of tabs open. Okay, let's give it a breathe. So now we see we have our reds and blues distributed as profits and losses based on the areas where the orders are placed, and how it is that distribution as well we have now. Okay, that's good. Edit interactions. Edit interactions is a tool in Power BI that helps you decide how all the visuals or specific visuals are gonna interact with each other whenever we filter something specifically. Let's say highlight like this, what I am just doing right now on a specific visual. So here, if we see, if I'm highlighting technology section as a technology category, I see every other subcategory getting highlighted which is a part of technology. Other than that, everything else is not highlighted. But whereas what is happening here is in this section as well, it is highlighting. The problem only is this is too small to read and I cannot understand the distribution properly. So with the help of edit interactions, what we can do is instead of the visual getting highlighted like this, it would rather rearrange itself and filter it only for that specific sales and distribute a fresh chart for us. So let's get into it. We'll go to format, we'll select a visual, we'll go to format, and we'll switch on edit interactions. Once we click on this button, this is now active for all the visuals. I can jump across the visuals and reset my settings for any other visuals. So let's say I select my first visual. I understand the moment I am filtering technology through the visual, what has to happen is this is still readable, so we can still go ahead and keep selecting highlights. If I say select filter, it will just remove everything else and show me a filtered category which is technology, and every other subcategories will be displayed right here. But if I don't do that, I would still go ahead and see all the categories and only technology category is now highlighted. Similarly, now I understand that it's hard to read this, so this I would make it easier for myself, and I would know the distribution the moment I am switching any category. My distribution of the chart will just change right there. It's quick and easy, and this is how we would use interactions. With interactions, it is not mandatory that you will always have filter or highlight or do nothing option for all your visuals. You see, for maps, we do not have our highlight feature. You can either do nothing or go ahead with filtered this out. Do nothing is also kind of useful in terms if I let's say I have here total sales. So even if I highlight something or highlight any of the categories, if I want my total sales should not move or should not change at all, that number should be a constant number. If I want to display that in any of the scenarios, I can just say none, and this number would be fixed in terms if I'm filtering anything from this specific visual. If I'm still going ahead and filtering something else from here, I would see a change in that number. So I will have to manually do this for all if I want this to restrict and stay on 2.3 million. Yeah, that is just an example of how do we use do nothing feature in that. But Now, when I've understood this, we can also go ahead and play around with, let's say, other visuals. If I am looking at the quarter timeline right here, how my sales are increasing. So every quarter, every fourth quarter, my sales are increasing. So if I want to see what is happening on the fourth quarter and I want to see this distribution, this is too low. This differentiation is kind of difficult to understand. So I would just go ahead and say, select filter. So this will filter it out for me, and I would know, and it's easier to read and then understand and see the distribution of how things are, what happened, how much sales we made per subcategory or per category. You see, my quarter 2 2016 sales was highest for machines, but rather in quarter 4 it is chairs, which is under furniture section. So I would just see and understand this is how the distribution is going on. I can also change this so it is easier to read, and this as well. So once I do that, now every time I click on any, let's say, highlight of any of the specific bars for that specific timeline, it will quickly filter other things for me. And the moment I click out of it and everything is selected, then it will give me the whole time zone right there. I don't have to go every time and filter that specific time zone and get that quarter in between, decided specific dates. Even if I do that, it will just give me the same data. But if I'm highlighting from a visual, it is kind of easier to do it. So edit interactions is a very powerful tool, helps us navigate and express more out of any of the visual, so that is easier to understand. Now with this edit interactions, what we can also do, what we can also highlight with our visual is, if we go to the format option and say data colors, there is one more option next to the color option. Instead of selecting a color which is constant, what we can do is we can go ahead with a function. Bookmarks, selection plane, and buttons. These three features of Power BI can help you create a more interactive and responsive report. So let's see where these options are. We'll go to View tab. You would see bookmarks and selection plane. So let's click on both and add those tabs into the section. So if we look at the fields and visualization, we always have an arrow mark to minimize them. But whereas we do not have it on bookmarks and selection, we have cross button which will close them. To minimize these two, we can just quickly click on their name, and you see it will minimize itself. Yeah. Okay. So now what we want to see is, we want to know what is a selection plane. Let's cover that up first, because it will help us with our bookmarks. Yeah? And then have a more interactive, much better as bookmark. We can create it easily. So any selection plane helps you, let's say, decide the order and also the hide and unhide feature of it. So if I have this cell slicer right here placed anywhere across the sheet, but I don't want this to be visible, I can just go ahead and hide that with one click right there. It will not be visible ever to anybody. So if I want to keep a slicer in the background, I can always keep it here as well and hide it forever, and always reports will be based on this specific thing. But instead of doing all that, we can utilize this slicer in a different way. And what we can do is we can use the selection plane of hiding and unhiding through bookmarks. Now, once we know that selection plane helps us order the arrangement, the hierarchy of all the visuals, who's on top of one another. Let's say if I put this across total sales and on top of it, let's say sales subcategory and category, and then I have a total sales card right here, which is my second, and then I have this. Let me go ahead and move this on the bottom. So if I just come out of it, you see now my total sales is on the top, so that's why it is now on the top here as well. That's how you can change the order of any any visual that you have put, or any slicer or card or anything. Now with this, what I want to do is I want to create a separate plane for all my slicers in there. Let me just do that. What we'll do is we will go ahead and insert. We'll select shape and create a slicer shape. Let's do this. Instead of this shape, I could have gone with a better shape. Let's say I have this. I can get rid of the outline. I don't want no outline. I can get rid of the border. I can change the border, let's say, to 5 rather than this. Can put a background on this. Let's say gray. Let me go ahead with this 10. Let's say gray again, and I'll change the infill as well to gray so that I eventually have something like this. And right, okay, makes sense. Okay. So far, now once I have this, this shape is on top, so I want to put my slicer on the top, so I'll just move my slicer on here. I will go ahead and place my slicer. I will change the layout of the slicer. We'll go to general and say horizontal. Once I have that, it will all change to buttons, quick and easy buttons for me. So similarly, I will now quickly put up rest of the slicers. What will help me? So Control C, and I'll just do Control V. So I'll have a bunch of them. I'll just duplicate a bunch of them for me because I want the same buttons format for the rest of them. And let me go ahead and select this, and I will replace this with my category section. I want one with the category. I don't want this. One with the category will give me all 3 of the categories right there, which is good, fair enough. Then let me go ahead and select this one, remove. Instead of category, I want consumer segment as well. We'll go ahead and select customer segment. We'll have another filter for this. We have one of the filters for profit and loss. We can have another filter for, let's say, shipping mode instead of loss. So I'll get rid of this. So shipping mode, I can also classify this. Yeah, and we can also do one more thing with this. With the date and time, I would prefer having that slicer of a time zone on the top of it. So it's quick and easy always to just slide things through and then see what's going on. Let's say if I have this plan now, I can also go ahead and just rearrange things easily. Let us try to rearrange within that background. I would want to group all of these into one section and then utilize all my slicers. Let's say in the future, if I plan to put more slicers, I can still go ahead and quickly do that, and I can arrange that in the same card right here within this. So with that, we have cities, we have country, customer ID, discount. What we can also do is we can have a slider for the discount. Let's say which were the products where we had given more number of discount. So we'll go ahead and say discount right there. So you see automatically this decides that there's an entry with the discount. It is a summation. I would just quickly go ahead, go to orders, and what I want to do is I want to change the discount data type from general to a percentage, so it is easily understandable. Now in that way, we know that this should also now change. If we see, we have it from 0 to 80. So 80% is the max discount we have given so far. Okay, I would want let me place it right there on the bottom. There. Okay. With that, maybe what else can we go ahead with? Profit percentage. We can also put this as well. We have a profit and loss off the shelf. We have already used that. And then we have total sales, customer. Okay. So far so good. What I would do is I will quickly rearrange this. I will utilize the whole space for now. Even though if it doesn't make more sense, we can rearrange the whole space so that it doesn't look unevenly matched. Even if we have more space for slicers, as more slicers is required, I can shuffle them up and arrange within the card. We can always do that. So what we'll do is we'll go to format, we'll align and say distribute vertically. Once we have this, okay, I have less space, less boundary on the bottom. Let me just evenly distribute that, and we'll do this again. Okay, distribute horizontally. Yep, now much better. So with this, if I select my slicer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the shape, the 6. What I can do is I can select all of them right here and then say group. Once I've created a group, you see this group is my filter plane. As everything within this group are my filters. So if I hide my group, I can with one click just hide my group and get them back on the top of it. So I have all of my filters except the date filter, except the timeline, let's say. Except that I have all my filters placed in this scenario. As and more comes in, we can always push them inside this plane and use this selection to hide it and unhide it. Yeah. So now, so far, what we want is we want to have our visuals set it up at this manner. We can go ahead and create a bookmark. Let's say where we have our slicers hidden. We will use this bookmark with the help of buttons now. Okay, so once we create the bookmark, we don't want to alter any data. There are few things within a bookmark that can be marked as a specific set of data, specific display page and visual, or if specifically a selected visual, if you want that. So we can either go with specific visual, or we can always we can get rid of the data because we don't want to alter any data. This will help us in one manner. I will show you what now. So let's say if I have something filtered out, before we do that, let me rename this. Rename hide filter. Now with this, what I also want to do is show filter. I want one more bookmark. So I will unhide this. I will keep my filter visible and then bookmark this as show filter. Rename show filter, and let me go ahead and remove the data section. I don't want to change any data. I can just keep things updated. Yeah. So let's say once we have this updated right here. So every time I go ahead and select, say, hide data, hide filter, it will hide that filter for me. And if I click on show filter, I will get that plane back. Now the benefit of unchecking the data section for both of these would be every time I have, let's say, filtered something in the plane, and as per that, my data would basically transform. Now, once my data has transformed, and if I say hide filter, so my filter plane has to be hidden now. Once I click here, it goes away, but my data doesn't change. Yeah. And the moment I slide something else also, let's say I change my timeline, the specific time zone, in that is where I can also just show my filter. You see, other things does not get affected if I am changing, changing my bookmarks right here. Let's say specific to this show filter, what I want to do is if I go ahead and select data again, so this will also bookmark data section, which means a specific set of data. It will take a bookmark of it, as in my filter from this date to this date on the timeline section, and for the discount 0 to 50, 45 point something. So this would be bookmarked, and every time, let's say I'll go ahead and update this. Now let's say I say hide filter, it has hidden filter. But what if I want to see the whole time zone, whole timeline, but with that specific I want to change the discount also. I want to see overall discount. But the moment I click show filter, you see what it will do is it will refresh the whole thing, and I would again come back to this section where I see my slicer has now moved from overall time zone to again what was bookmarked, and my discount, as let's say I get rid of my filter on over the discount, and I say hide filter. My hidden filter, hide filter bookmark is not gonna affect the data, but the moment I click on show filter, it is gonna affect the data as we have marked it. So I have hidden the filter, but my discounted filter as not being utilized. It is showing overall data. The moment I say show filter, you see the purchase volume would eventually change the moment, and it has sliders back again. So that is why we would get rid of data right there, and we would say you update, and we can go ahead and say hide filter, show filter. So this will help us hide the plane and show the plane, but will not alter our data if we are, let's say, filtering out anything specific. We want to only see furniture related data and say hide filter. My furniture related data would only be there in that category, and I can always jump back and get rid of this, and let's say I want to see only consumer segment of my customers and how are they looking. We go ahead and hide it, and then I can see only consumer sections, whereas I do not have my consumer filter or the distribution on this plane. I do not have the chart, but I know with the help of my slicer that this is consumer section. Now this is how we can use our bookmarks, and the seems okay. So now what we will do is we will copy this same set of slicers from our duplicate page to first page as well, what I've already done. Now in this, we see that we have the same slicer now in both the pages, and we want to do the same thing for this page as well. But the moment I say hide filter, it basically jumps back to the duplicate page. So what we'll do is we will, for this specific page, what we'll do is we will again create a new filter. Let's say add bookmark. We would remove the data tag from there, and we would say all visuals. And the moment we say that, we will rename this show filter. This is sales overview, so I'll just quickly segregate this as SO sales overview. And also what I want to do is I will hide this plane and say add a bookmark, rename that as hide filter SO, and uncheck the data. Okay, so now let's just check if this works. Show filter, hide filter. This will not affect our data if I am filtering out something specific. It should only show the visuals and hide the visuals for me. Yep. Within this, and let's say consumer and hide the filter. And when I show this filter back again, it should be perfect. Now this works. This works perfectly. Now what do we want is I will go ahead and hide that. Now so far we have now found a way to use bookmark and show extra plane with less space, make the most of it. So what we can do is we can go ahead and insert a button. Now there are a few predefined buttons that we have. We can always use these buttons, but I prefer blank because blank is the most powerful button, because you can make any function out of this. You can put any icon and reuse that button in the manner that you want it to. So what I will do is I will now put this right there, and let me set this up a little. Resize this and set this up. Okay, what we would also want to do is first I will change the button. I will remove the background. I don't want no background on it. I will remove the border, and what I want is an icon on it. So instead of here, I'll say fill. Go to fill, switch this on. We will work on the transparency later, but I have few icons downloaded. I'll go ahead to image, go to my downloads. Yeah, do I have it in my downloads? I guess I have it in my, if not, then I'll have it in documents somewhere. Okay, yeah, so in pictures, yeah. So I have an icon downloaded right here which says filter. Let me select that. Once I have selected that, I can go ahead and say, instead of normal, I would select fit, because I want to make it fit within this section, within that boundary of the button. I can utilize this and place it wherever I want to, and this way I have it right there. So instead of fill color, what I will do is, just to make it more transparent look wise, as we see, we have a boundary on the border, and then we have a white fill with plain instead of the transparency. To do that, what we will do is we can just go ahead and select the same color as we have the background under the fill section, which we will just do, so that way it will be kind of transparent, it will be seamless. And then once we do that, we'll get off the outline, and there we go. So now our button looks good. We have a button, we have an icon right there which can help us open up, perform an action. So now with the help of this button, what I would do is I would wanna open up my filter plane. Now under buttons, we have something called action. If we switch this on, we'll go ahead and switch this on and see within buttons action, there are few predefined functions that we have back, drill through and all, because it is also, we have few predefined buttons. But the best thing is what we have just now created for ourselves. We can go ahead and select a bookmark, and whatever bookmark that we have created will list down here under the drop down, and we can go ahead and select show filter. Yeah, so the moment we say show filter from SO, I am selecting my page of sales overview. I'll rename the page as well. Rename this. Okay. Now within the button, I see action. I have this function defined. So the moment I go ahead and click on the button, it will execute, and it should give me that plane. So once we publish it on the Power BI server, we can with just simple click, that will execute. But in Power BI desktop, because we have selection option for editing the filter, what we have to do is to execute that, we have to press Control and then click. So if you see on the top, there's a pop-up on the top which says Control plus click to follow the link. So our link is basically our action, what we have defined for this button, our action. Yeah. So instead of doing that, we'll press Control and then click. The moment I click that, see, my plane is now defined right here. Now what I also want to do is, I have a icon. I want this icon to be changed. I want to place another icon. What I'll do is I will go ahead and say, okay, instead of going with the new one, what we can do is we can just go ahead with the regular one that we had. Show filter. The icon actually moved. I will fix that later. don't want it to be a part of the section. Let's see. My button is actually part of the group, so that's why it is moving across. I don't want it to be a part of the group, so I'll just drop it outside the group and minimize the group. And what I can do is I can push my button on the top of it. So my button is now segregated. It's not the part of that specific function. Okay. So now with this button, let's say I have hidden my filter, and if I execute, I should get my filter plane. But the moment I get my filter plane, I also want this icon to change with a closing option so that I can go ahead and close filter. So how do I do that? I can just copy this and create a duplicate of this. And then with that button, what I can do is, let me go ahead and change the icon of this. I will remove the picture. I'll add another icon image, which can be, let's say, closed one, or we have a predefined go back option. We can just use this. Let us use that. That seems more relevant. Okay, I'll go ahead and delete this. Okay, let's go ahead and use a back button. Right there, we have a back button, and then we will place it in the same. We'll just overlap those two buttons, one on top of each other. I'll remove the background, get rid of the border, and then we have it right there. So once it is sitting on the top, we see back, we'll go ahead and say bookmark, and we will change it to hide filter. Once we do that, get rid of this. Now we have also to update our bookmarks, because once our plane is, let's say, under show filter plane, we have to update our hide filter plane as well. So what I'll do is I will keep this on the same position. There's my second button. What I want is I want to section this, hide that. Yeah. So now my show filter plane should look like this once I click on the button. So I'll go ahead and update this, and now what I will do is I will get rid of that icon and remove this, and also remove this. Now with this, I can go ahead and say hide filter. I can update this. Now what happens is, let me quickly show you, minimize this and this. So if you see, if I press Control and click here, my button changes and I get a pop-up of all my filter plane. Yeah? And then I again just Control and click there, the plane vanishes and my icon changes. So this is now much more interactive, just like a web app. So we can do this for jumping across pages, jumping across specific set on filters, specific data sets, and a lot of things. So this way we can now also do one more thing is, let us put one more icon where we would wanna replicate this. What I would do is I would wanna Control C. I'll just do Control V, and this icon I wanna change it to my page 1 and page 2 as in sales overview. I would change the few of the details in the few of the visuals in this second page. Let's give this sales details. That has to be caps. Yeah, and I'll rename this page as sales perfect. Okay, now under this, what I want to do is I will change the icon over here. I'll select this. Let me go ahead and change the icon quickly. I have few icons pre-downloaded for me. I'll say this seems like a more overview kind of reporting option icon, and let's say fit it. Now here, this I can define it for sales overview. Let me go ahead and select that and say this is my page. I'll add a bookmark. This is just to navigate to that page without disturbing my data, my visuals, or anything. So I only want under this as current page. So I will uncheck everything else, and let's say visuals and everything. I only want this to, okay, all visuals is something that I want, all visuals. I will also explain this, but here I want to navigate this to specific page, which is this current page, sales overview, and I will update this and say rename. Now I'll go select this button, actually copy this button again. We will do this for the next as well. Once we can have all our second, third, fourth pages, whatever number of pages that we are making under the dashboard, we can always do that. We'll change the icon for the second page to more, let's say, details. This would go for our sales details page. Okay, once we have that, we have our second icon in place. Now what we want is we'll go to sales details and create another bookmark and rename this as sales details and uncheck data display. Okay, let us see how this works. Now I'll go ahead and assign to my functions, as in assign actions to my buttons, and change this to sales overview. So, and this one to show filter, remove that and change to sale details. That is my 2 pages. It should now start navigating me to these pages. So let us now use this button and get to sales detail button. So I'll press Control and click. So see, now it has automatically shifted me from sales overview to sales detail page, and I have my charts, and we can change our charts and give a different overview in the story here, but I have now navigation. So what I will do is I will keep this bar and all these icons same across all the pages, so that way whenever I am jumping, I would know. Because of this jump, let's say I have things in place. So okay, I will go ahead and select this and then say this and then this. Oh god. Okay, control, I can't do that. So let me, instead of using control selection, I'll just drag and select. Or we can just do this one by one. Let's not get into it. Button 1, control button 2, control button 3, control button 4. The one which is hidden, which is a back button, I want all 4 buttons. Control C. I want these buttons over here as well. Let me put it here. Why don't I have it here? Okay, so once I have that placed, perfect. Okay, so now if I, from sales details, which is this icon, if I want to go to sales overview, let me just put control click, and is it navigating me to sales overview? Yes, it is. Yeah, and I can again go back and forth. So I can just go back and forth using these 2 buttons instead of navigating across the tabs. And even if I have numerous tabs on the button, I can still use these icons and quickly do it. And similarly, let's say under details, sales details tabs, if I use this icon and say control click, what is happening, it is taking me to sales overview, and then it is opening up my filter plane, because I have used this bookmark, not this bookmark. These 2 are for the sales detail page. So how do we do that? What we'll do is we'll go back right here. I will select the button and I'll just change my action plan here as sales show filter regular one, and then once I do that, show filter, it is now showing me this filter, but it has to now hide this is specific but not this one. Yeah, okay, that is what we want. I'm gonna hide this one, and it has to now, this button has to now show me change from hide filter SO to hide filter, where I can just update these two. So now once I have that aligned, what I'll do is I will update my show filter with that button, because that button is now an addition. And let me go ahead and click back. And also now with this, I'll get rid of that button in the back. Once we do that, I will also update my hide filter. So now it should also work seamlessly. You see? So far so good. Now this way, we can always navigate across pages and use our filters on these pages efficiently. So I have my profit and loss filter right here. So I'll just go ahead and remove this one, which is not required anymore. Even in here. Okay. So I guess you have understood the combination of buttons, selections, and bookmark, and how can we use them efficiently to navigate across and to show a specific set of details or a specific let's say criteria that we want to filter out. And let's say I always want to see how much is my same day delivery orders, what is the purchase volume, and what's happening. If I want to do that, I can always bookmark this, keep it separate for me, and create a separate button and place it somewhere in this where related to this, saying that same day delivery orders or same day shipping orders, and that way text where it can classify what this button would do, and we can just click on that and get to this overview of filterization and see what is our result. Just to quickly analyze things, can be a combination of filters which will give you a specific result. We can do all that at once and bookmark that and use it. Yeah. With the help of bookmarks, I would also want to create a reset button for my dashboard, which will help me remove all the filters what I have done so far. And you might have been putting multiple filters to analyze something, but turns out you have got lost on the way, and then you want to reset back and start fresh again of what was your approach. So the best way to do that what we'll do is we will quickly set up a button. We'll get rid of the background and the border lines and everything. We'll set this up right here, and within that similar manner. And let's say with this button, I want to create a bookmark. I'll rename this, because currently if I see I do not have just to create that bookmark, I will not use any of the filters. Everything is unselected. Everything is at full range. Let's say my time frame is on full range. My discount is on, so everything is selected. I do not have anything specifically filtered out so far. Neither under the filter tab I have nothing. So this is where I would bookmark my reset to. This would help me reset to this state where I have nothing filtered and I have all the data visible right here. So I'll rename this first. Let's put this as reset. And once we have that reset button, what I only want to do is reset the data, regardless of what kind of a visual I have on the screen. Let's say if I have my filter plane open or close, or regardless of what is happening on the screen, the moment I click on a specific button, or let's say I execute this bookmark through any manner, it should just reset data for me, nothing else. So I would neither even pages, it should reset data all across. If it is resetting here, it should also reset it with other places as well. What we'll do is we'll remove current page from here, and we will also remove display. We will only filter data. Once we have that, let us assign this to an action, say bookmark, and say reset. And what we'll do is we will copy the same button, Control C, also paste it in the sales overview tab. If you do Control V, it will basically get pasted in the same spot if there is a vacancy over there. So once it is there, what we know is now, let's say if I filter something, and filter from here as well, so that we know this is properly working. Let me filter. Okay, I have my consumer filter right there. Okay, so under this tab I have my consumer filter. I did not want it that. Let me see if it is resetting my consumer over here and there as well. So everything. Okay, let us go back and say I will execute. I will say control click. It has to now reset my data, which it didn't do. It is only resetting for this specific page. Okay. Let us go ahead and click this. Yeah, it is only resetting for this specific page, but not that page. How can we bypass that? We want to bypass that. So we will say display, and we would also want to use the same thing for all our visuals, right? So okay. So with this reset button now, what is happening is if I am filtering something, let's say here within this range, that same thing is not being filtered under sales overview tab. So here we can also utilize our feature called sync slicers. Sync slicers is also one of the features under view tab. If you see sync slicers, we can sync all of our slicers. I'll hide the selection plane. It's taking too much space. Okay. And let's say I select this. Specific. The moment I select any of the filter cards, I would see this same filter is all pages, all list there, and wherever I want to sync it, I see that it is visually available. There are two options. I can either just sync them on all the pages, and if it is visually available or not. Let's say I will sync them, but just to give you an overview of what happens if I uncheck this, I will just go ahead and from sales overview tab, I will uncheck this. And I do that, I can get rid of, not from here. Let me do it from the sales details table, because this is already open. I've selected sales details, and let's say I will go ahead and select something else. Then let me go to sales details, and I see that slicer is now missing. So Power BI has automatically removed that slicer from this page, but I want this that slicer on this page again. What I can do is I can just select that, say sync, and I say visibly available. So we can just make it visible. Once I've done that, if I go to sales table again, sales details, I see that this is there. So what is happening now is, if I am, let's say, trying to unfilter anything, I have the whole timeline selected. It should also be the same way in my sales details table, because both of my slicers are saying both of the slicers are same. So we can just quickly do this for all our slicers. This will help us create the whole reset function properly. So I'll go ahead and select category. Let me click again, because this is a group. I have to click twice and sync them up. Do the same for segment. Sync all of my slicers. This is the best way to advise to do this way, because once we sync all our slicers, we can just use this one section of the card and occupy the space on all our pages, even if we have 10, and navigate across them and always reset them, and reset our data of whatever we have filtered so far. So let's say if I have filtered a specific category or a segment for this table, let's say sales details table, but I want to see the same filterization over sales overview, I can just jump across sheets. I don't have to again go ahead and put those filters back again in the same place, because all of my filters are now kind of synced. So once I have done that, now you see, if I will just select again, see once what is happening. Okay, sounds good. Now here, once this is done, I will go ahead and unfilter, remove every filter possible which is there. Once this is done, we can close the filters sync slicers option, and I will just update my reset bookmark. Once done, I go ahead and say reset, yeah. And let's see, I have this now filtered here. I will open up and let's say I will only see profits. I will only see profits for this specific time frame. Now this same thing, okay, let's see. I have this open right here, and let's go to sales details table. My slicer should also be synced here. Oh, this is what this one is synced. Let me go back. Let me go to the filter plane, and you see profit is already selected there as well. Now what is happening is I want to use this specific reset button, but once I press this reset button, my reset should happen all across all the pages and wherever I am, whatever is happening. Now, so let us press reset and check what's happening. I pressed reset, my selection table is gone, and my selection data and everything is just moved. And if I go back here under the sales table, you see my slicers have moved. But what has happened is specific to this sales overview, my filter plane has now automatically gone into hidden mode. It has hid itself. So I did not wanted that. So what I had done wrong is right here, I selected display. So it is also updating, marking what is happening with the display state of the dashboard or the page. So if I uncheck this and let's say update, and we filter out something, just filter the corporate segment, how much profit have we made, and what is the wherever we have made profit, what was the total sale and orders. So let me go ahead and say reset button. The moment I said reset, it has just resetted the button. If I want to close this, I will use this button. I did not want to reset and automatically get rid of all this. I can just reset and maybe select something else and then go back and see what is happening with my data all across the pages. So similar way it should happen in the sales details as well. I will go back. Okay. Instead of going back, let me filter something. Let's say technology and consumer. With these two criteria, what is happening? And the moment I say reset, it should just reset the data for me, which is exactly what it is doing. And then I can close my filter plane and see what is going on. Yeah. Perfect. So now our reset button works perfectly smooth. There is something called mobile layout in Power BI. So this feature is only given to restructure your dashboard for a mobile view, which will automatically be adapted if the dashboard is being opened in a mobile app. We would never know what is the viewer, which kind of system is he using. Is he using a laptop or a desktop or a mobile or any other device, tab or something. So it is always advised that we also, while creating a dashboard, also change the layout which is compatible for a mobile view as well. So that is how can we do that. Let us try achieving that over here for our mobile layout. On this specific, let's say sales overview, we will do this mobile layout for the sales overview. Now, so the moment I click on mobile layout, my layout changes, and all the visuals what I had put on the sales overview table without the mobile layout, all of them are listed here, which I can just place and utilize them one on top of each other. Yeah. So let me go ahead and first put the heading and see how it is coming up. I can always resize my heading, and that's the best we can do. We can always also put in my shape right there, and I want my filter icons to be placed here. What we can do is we can put our button. Let me resize that button under this filter plane. And where is my reset button? I have my reset button right here. We will place that there and this here. Okay, perfect. Now with that, I have my sheets button. Let's say which will take me to directly sales details. This is my sales overview icon. So this way I can just restructure the whole dashboard into my convenience, which will easily fit for me under a mobile view. I should increase this. Let's not do that. That was much better. For the timing, we will work with this in this way. Okay. So now, shape, we have a shape hidden and a back button. I want to place my back button right on top of that button, but it is hidden for now. So what I will do is I'll click on this, Control Z. Now I'll place this button later. We can, for the time being, maybe go to selection and uncheck, let's say these ones. So this is hidden. I can unhide and I have to go back to regular layout, get out of mobile layout. For the time being, come to my selection and let's say I put everything under one. Yeah, okay, much better. Let's jump back into mobile layout because I want to overlap my icons. Now here I can just quickly overlap them one on top of each other now. And let's say I have my order date, which is my timeline section. I want this because this is how I would decide my tables in the button. Okay. Now with this, we can always leave some gap in between if you want, but I don't want a gap in there. Let us keep gap here. Okay. So with this, now I want to give an overview of my overall sales has been happening on a mobile layout. And with this, what we also want to do is we want to put up sales by category. So we can just scroll in the bottom and make other things fit properly under structure wise now. And then let's say what is happening per quarter or with the timeline. How is it looking? Let's say quarter wise or month wise. Anybody wants to see can just scroll sideways and see the data. They can just scroll sideways and see all the data. With that, I would go ahead and put my locations. Yeah, this is how I will see my locations easily right there. And the last visual that we have is this, just shipping mode, let's say. So now everything is structured in a vertical way. For mobile layout view, we can still add multiple visuals, but for now what we want to do is, let's say if we click on the filter, because this will be hidden as per the requirement, as per what we have defined our functions, but just to place things properly, we are now putting it right this way. So on top of it, and then let's go ahead and place our, okay, I forgot to place few of these, but we can just for the filter plane what we have created there, where the same way I've overlapped my buttons over here, I will also overlap my slicers and everything onto this, because my function will still remain the same way and it will respond to me the same way. Okay, right there, shipping mode is something that we can still put it in the button. Let us put our category first. That makes sense. Put up the category, and with category, let us put up segment. The same structure we will keep arrangement wise. Okay, with that, we can get rid of this for the time being. Squeeze this a little. Squeeze this a little. Okay, and then we have our profit and loss. Yeah, and then discount slider. We can keep the slider this way. And so everything is basically arranged almost in a very good manner. What is happening is I'm missing on this one. Okay, so I'm somehow missing my fourth button in there. So instead of that, I can just utilize that space and pull this a little more bottom, and then there you go. So things are kind of orderly fashioned now. These two are right on top of each other. So there we go. So this buttons will now help me figure this out properly. And once we have done that, now we can always exit out of this sales mobile layout for the time being, and let's say get rid of or instead of doing all of this, which to hide, which not to hide, I am in sales overview tab. I would just say hide filters and things would arrange itself automatically. Yeah, things would just arrange itself automatically, what I want, what I don't want. Now with the mobile layout, we can jump back again, and there we see my icons have gone, right? Come out of the mobile layout, say show filters. We click on that, my icon changed here and this tab came up. Go to mobile layout and see if it is actually happening there as well. We see the icon has changed there, and now we have our filters. So the moment we do it on mobile and we tap on this button, this section goes away. It will just vanish, just like it was happening for the desktop view. Let's say the regular view for the browsers. So I had missed a few of the cards on the mobile layout. We can always place that correctly, and that would just do it. So this is how we use mobile layouts. It is always advised that we use this. It makes a lot of sense, because that is how it would be easy to read on a smaller screen when you're accessing your dashboard on a phone or something. Because if we don't do that, our whole dashboard, just as it is in the landscape mode, would try to load within that small screen, and there you would not be able to select things properly. We can just somehow zoom in, pinch in to zoom and view data, but it would be very hard to navigate across pages and see more and make the most of it to actually explain it to somebody. Yeah, so there you go. I hope you utilize this option very well. Welcome to Power BI project to kick off. We'll be going through bunch of new terminologies, so I recommend taking down notes, which will help you during the project session henceforth. So we'll be walking through the business case, problem statement, data description, supporting information, which is basically relevant to the business case and how business works in this industry, and scenarios and the questions asked in this project, and the presentation content. Business case. As a business planner, we will basically receive a lot of information, invoicing information from our accounts team, where you might find what is the content that we have bought from these suppliers, what is the quantity, what's the price, from where is it coming from, for where it is going, which of our plants are included in this, and a lot of other information which is relevant to that. And it is only specific to the invoice data that you would receive from the accounts team. On the other hand, we would approach purchase department who would give us information relevant to supplier. How's the supplier, capabilities? What all is he doing for us? What's his process? Where is he situated? How big is the company? What all the other relevant information according to that. So as a business planner, it is our role to identify the trends, the way we are we are procuring things from them. It is basically dependent on our demand as well, but how it is going, is it increasing year on year with the supplier, or are we growing business with the supplier, or are we decreasing business with the supplier, or how things are working out, and what is the supplier limitation in terms of what is the specific process that he can do for us, he's capable of based on his machinery and his manpower and things like that. And then what is the product he's providing to us. So understanding all of this and then consolidating these information to come to an end where our goal is to basically minimize impact to the company, any cost impact which would occur, or wherever we can bring extra savings doing some improvements in the process, is what our goal would be as a business planner. Yeah, this is how the whole business case would be like. That is one directional, that we want to consolidate data and look for those keyholes where we can save for the company. Problem statement. So the data that we have collected are of multiple years from different plants that we have, and all these plants are grouped under different business units, which is all a part of the company. Now, these invoices data that we have collected are coming from a bunch of different suppliers across the country, and these suppliers even have their own suppliers, which is basically your tier 2 suppliers. So our tier 1 and tier 2 is divided in such a way that we are buying from the suppliers. These are tier 1 suppliers for us, and wherever they are buying from becomes your tier 2 supplier. So all of these factors with the commodities that we are buying, which based on aluminum or ferrous, things like that. So there's a lot of factors involved into this. Now we have to come up with a dashboard where we can filter things as category wise, and which would make sense, and how it will help us in terms of deciding where are we losing money, or where is our most expenditure going on, and what are who are our biggest suppliers, what is the maximum purchase volume we have with them, and how things are working across on year comparing to the previous year. Because any time a business planner works, he would always keep the reference data of past previous years in front of him, so that he can always plan his future of how things should look like, and you can forecast things in that way. So the focus of this problem statement would be creating a dashboard which is very insightful in that manner, and will give us quick results of filtering different categories that we have across the data. So we'll now move into the data description. Okay. Yeah, so under data description, we have three different types of data sets. First is your supplier data file. Supplier data file is specific to our suppliers, as in it only consists of supplier relevant information and who is responsible for handling that supplier. So in the company, a group of suppliers, let's say 4, 5, for an example, 4, 5 of suppliers would be handed over to a person who would be responsible for handling those suppliers, making these procurements, and handling pricing and other things. Any concern if supplier has would directly he has to come to this person, and we would call them as buyers because that is their role. They buy uh, for the company, for the factories that we have, basically the manufacturing plants that we have, and that is why we call them buyers. So these buyers have their own code name, a specific code given to them in the company, which is how you would get your invoicing data and all that from the system. So supplier related information is specific in this file, and we have our focus suppliers that we wanna look forward to as per the department wise. Yeah. So there are multiple different categories in this data set, which is divided. Let's say commodity. Commodity is basically your aluminum and ferrous. So in ferrous and non-ferrous is anything which is like aluminum, which is non-metallic, sorry, non-magnetic, not metallic, and ferrous is your magnetic. So for ferrous, you will have your iron constituted alloys, and for your non-ferrous, you will have basically aluminum. So that is how our main focus would be on these two things as per commodity. If you look at suppliers, we will have every supplier is given a unique number, which is called supplier number or vendor number, and that is any invoicing or any document being generated related to that supplier would have the supplier number on the document to distinguish a specific supplier from a specific location. Yeah. And then we have something called MSME. MSME is basically micro, small, medium enterprise. That's the definition of it. If it is defined by the government, and you have few benefits as per MSME laws for these small companies who are under that criteria. So we'll understand that in detail going forward. And then we have something called supplier strategy. Strategy status is what we have categorized it as strategy status. So this status is decided internally. Supplier does not know about this. He's not aware. This is something that we internally define as per the supplier conditions and what all things he has. And we have some contracts that he has to definitely sign. If the contracts are not signed, he's not in agreement with those things. He would be as set as a no-go and go and things like that. So there are details of multiple details of it. Then we have payment terms. Payment terms basically decides your how many days you will take to make the payment to a supplier. Yeah? And the location. What is the location where the supplier is located, is originated from, let's say, where he is situated. Uh, then on the second data set, we have material weights and source data. This is specific to the parts that we have in our company. Those parts are divided into different part families because a specific part with a minor uh, tweak will generate a different part number, will basically have a different part number. So like this, we can have hundreds of part numbers under one part family, which is focusing towards a specific product. Let's say all of these parts would with different variants will create a specific product in the end, but with that product can have also different versions of it with minor tweaks and let's say modifications of the same product. The product is just the same, and for that we have thousands of part numbers. Out of those part numbers, some of the part numbers are grouped in such a way that they belong to a specific family or a sub-assembly of that final product that would be sent out. So this group is called your part family. This group is called your part family. and then based on that we have relevant information about what is the weight of that part, how much the weight would be relevant as per the grade that the grade we are using, the alloy grade, if it is aluminum or if it is ferrous, and what kind of grade would basically based on the volume of that product would decide your weight. So we have that weight number. It is very much relevant to your RM grade, and that is how we will calculate our raw material tonnage in the data reports going forward, and which is the supplier who's providing these specific parts. So in this data set, there is one important thing that we have to understand. Here we can have duplicates on the part number level. If we look at, we can have similar parts being provided to us from different suppliers. So that is why you would see multiple entries of the same part number, but the source, as in the supplier number or the supplier name, would be different for that specific part. So we have different suppliers providing a similar part because maybe our demand is high or things like that. So this is one thing that we have to understand. The relationship would be built on a combination of your part number and supplier from this report to the next report, which is your report data files. So report data files have multiple sheets for each year. So all of these sheets are in standard format. It is system generated reports. So here you would have your billing data, basically every invoice which has been given to us from suppliers are recorded there. It has the what was the total invoice value, how much quantity of that specific part we have bought, on which day, or and from which for which specific plant by this procurement was made for, and other things like that. So here there are few terminologies which would be relevant is business unit. Business unit is, as explained earlier, is a group of plants. All of the anything bought for this specific plant, or those any of those specific plant which is falling under one business unit, can also be clubbed separately. So your business units are divided into different ones based on what kind of product they are making, what kind of end product that they would be making. Yeah. Similarly, we have something called MCR material group. This is decided internally. We have our material groups of all these grades. Let's say we are filtering our overall report into two commodities, which is your ferrous and non-ferrous. But under ferrous, we can have multiple groups of multiple MCR groups falling down, because these are all different alloys, and every alloy would have its own results and its own limitations and things like that for a specific product. So we categorize material group as per our MCR table. This is always a part of your system product details, and that's how it is flowing down here. And what is the supplier number? Next would be the supplier number, who has invoiced us, what is the quantity he has provided us for that specific product, and the purchase group. Every invoice has to have a purchase group mentioning that this is my responsible buyer. Purchase group and buyer are two terminologies, but they are just the same. Buyer group is something that we address, or let's say buyer code is something that we address internally inside the organization. That this is your buyer code. This is what what you would take care of. So on anything under that buyer code is your responsibility. Any supplier who's falling under that buyer code is your responsibility to take care of. So any invoice he would generate, he would always have that buyer code mentioned over there. Yeah. So let's move forward. Supporting information on supply chain. So from here onwards, we will have different slides specific to supporting information, which would be required for our business case and problem statements, and any task that you would occur during the project. So this is kind of very important, which will build up a base for you going forth. So now, as a supply chain, this is a linear supply chain. If we look at this right here, this is a linear supply chain. We have our tier 2 suppliers who are providing us raw materials, and this raw material is being converted into a product. as per our requirement, which is made by tier 1 supplier. And that's why we have tier 1 right here. And the supplier is sending us to our manufacturing plants from where it would be directly sent out to distributor. So we basically manage this whole thing, but our direct we are a part of this manufacturing unit. So that is why we are in this group. We manage the supply chain, but we have a direct control in the company of what is happening. We are a part of the company, and like this, we have multiple manufacturing units. So we can have multiple plant numbers in our reports if you look at it. So all these different plant numbers would be categorized, as I said earlier, into different business units, and these business units can have similarly separate suppliers and all this. This can be a different change. This is a very simple example of how the flow would look like going forward till it reaches consumer. But if you look at this, if we are sitting here, we're managing one specific plant. Now that plant to finally ship out a product fully furnished product, that specific product needs multiple parts or multiple sub-assemblies. These are provided by a bunch of different suppliers. So we can have 20, 50 different suppliers providing us all these parts which we require, and some of them can also be made in-house within our own manufacturing plants. Now, these suppliers also have their own suppliers, which is why we name them as tier 2 suppliers or raw material or anything else that they are supplying, any consumables or anything which would occur cost. So this is why we even keep our eye, or let's say keep our indirect control on tier 2 suppliers as well. So the data that we have currently with us, which we'll be working on, is relevant to this three level of structure. We have our manufacturing plants, supplier, and raw material suppliers. So under supplier, we have our supplier number and what supplier name, what is his capabilities, if he's a casting supplier, or if he's a machining supplier. The capabilities, basically these two processes are very important for our products, and that are two major processes which they have to do. So that's why it is categorized. If the supplier has only machining capabilities, he has only machinery just to let's say machine the final product and give it to us. He cannot do casting. Casting is your pouring out molten metal into a mold and then uh, creating an object out of it, right? So that's the understanding of casting. So if supplier does not have casting capabilities, that is a limitation for him. If the supplier has only casting capabilities and not machining, that's also a limitation. But any supplier who has both is something we consider as a better supplier in terms of having the functionality, having the resource to do everything in-house. He would not need multiple different tier 2 suppliers, and he would not have to have that level of dependency. So that's why this is important as well to look at in that perspective. So similarly, tier 2 suppliers would basically be your casting supplier or raw material suppliers who would give you raw materials or already casted raw material and hand it over to your supplier directly. So that's why we will have our relevant data, which would be your casting source and RM grade and all would be linking to your talking. Whenever we talk about that, would be talking about tier 2 supplier level. And whenever we're talking about these specific terminologies, it will be tier 1 supplier level limited. And then wherever, let's say we are talking about these terminologies, your plant, your BU, MC, or material group, this would be limited to our manufacturing plants and our internal company internal specific data. Yeah, and that is how we control the whole thing. We communicate throughout the line, and we even communicate to our supplier who's basically supplying to him, and just to keep bond, so that whenever there's a trouble, we can always sort things out and discuss things out, negotiate properly, and come to a common understanding so that our supplies are never stopped. That's the focus of a buyer, to come up with a solution and always keep the lines open, keep the manufacturing plants running, and does not have any stoppages in the lines. Next, we have supplier strategy. Supplier strategy status we basically define into two things, which is go and no go. This is internally defined. We would never inform supplier of what his status is, if he's strategically go or if he's strategically no go. This is something we define internally and we keep it confidential. This is based on your multiple factors like contracts. There'll be quality contracts, agreements, confidentiality agreements of not sharing specific data or any technical data of the products and things like that. So if any of those are not signed, he is a complete no-go. We will not never even entertain of categorizing a supplier into a go section. Yeah. So similarly, insurance, he has to be insured for the product that he's gonna make. He has to be insured for his plant and his people. So that insurance documents we would need to verify and all that. Similarly, financial risk. This would be based on if the supplier has uh, more than 50% of business with us directly. He can have multiple customers as well, like we have multiple suppliers, which is obvious. But if his overall business depends more than 50% on us, and if he has a lot of loans on him and other things, any financial risk would basically put him directly into a no-go category. So that's why we always you know track these things every year and make sure that what's going on at supplier and how he is and how is it working out for him. And any internal business plan that we have, that let's say we are struggling with a specific supplier for negotiations, or making him understand that our product needs something specific, some specific requirements are there, or any special requirements, any special process he has to do, any investments he has to do, and things like that, which he's repenting, or he's having quality issues, he's not delivering on time and other things. So any internal business based on which we will have our internal business decisions. So that is where we would also keep that into consideration while categorizing him into go or no go. And supplier dependency, if he's totally dependent on it, like we said, any financial risk, that financial risk also includes your supplier dependency. It is a part. If the supplier is dependent on us for his more than 50% of business, that is a complete no-go. We would not go forward. So all these factors would basically give you an insight if the supplier is go and no go. So what happens if a supplier is go, sorry. So this allows us to entertain more business with him. Any new business or any new part manufacturing is coming into picture, and then we are looking for suppliers who has this capability of manufacturing these parts. We would always reach out to them and then talk to them and then get their pricing before awarding a business. So that's how it would work. But if the supplier is no go, we would not even reach out to them for this business, because there is no point going forward. We have a blocker. Either we come up with a solution to eliminate that blocker and then move forward, or we can find an alternate supplier who is under go or who is a new supplier. Then we evaluate them under this, and then we again decide what to do and what not to do. So go means we can go ahead and grow business. This is a leverage for us towards a supplier. Every time any supplier who's under go means we can always leverage the supplier into giving more business and reducing our prices for the running parts that we have, for the running procurements that we are doing, or the new upcoming business that we will be giving him, where there as well we can negotiate, because we will be giving him substantial big amount of businesses. We are buying in millions, thousands and millions of parts every year. So yeah, that is how this would give us an advantage. And any supplier who's in no-go, where we are directed to not to grow business with, that is where we have limitation, and then we always watch them as a risky supplier, or anything can go sideways anytime. So we have to always keep an eye on things of how financial situation is, or how the supplier's supply strategy is going on, or how things are working out with him which contracts he has not signed and things like that before going forward with the business or anything. So this is something that is very crucial, and a lot of other factors depend on this for a supplier. Then we have payment terms. Payment terms are basically something that a supplier and a buyer agrees on for common understanding. So let's say uh, I have bought a specific product from one of my suppliers at a specific date. So from that day, any payment terms what I have agreed with him 30 days, 45 days. So after that, those many days have passed. After that day, I will make him a payment, or let's say on that day. Before that, I would not make a payment because we are in agreement. I would keep that money with me. So this gives us a benefit of having a good cash flow in our company instead of making the payouts as in when we buy right there at hand when we are procuring something, and then we immediately keep transferring money and things like that. So we always keep better payment terms with suppliers. This would help us giving more cash flow into the accounts of our company. So we always target the longer the better. If we have more number of days in payment terms, that means the specific amount is in our bank accounts for a longer period of time. This gives us indirect benefit of interest rate as well, and that money can also be rotated for new investments within the company and then can be paid out later. So there's a lot of advantages financially, but yeah, our focus would be payment terms. As then when payment terms increases, for us savings increases. These are indirect savings always, and it's a benefit to the company. Going forward, supporting information we have next is MSME type. So MSME type, this is specific dependent on your uh, what kind of classification that we have from the government side. So government has come up with uh, a specific category sections for all different companies based on what kind of service that they are providing. If it's a manufacturing, this is how it looks like. If it is under manufacturing services, if the company has a turnover of less than 5 crore, it falls under micro. If it is less than 50 crores, it falls under small, and if it is less than 100 crores turnover, basically, it falls under medium. Any company who is having more than 100 crores does not fall under any of the MSME criteria. It does not have the benefits what MSME scheme offers from the government side or the few rules that we have from government side for these suppliers. So MSME, any suppliers who are falling under any kind of MSME sections get a lot of benefits like loan from the government with a different different interest rate and things like that. A few waive offs would be there and things like that. That would help us. But here we have our limitation based on MSME about the payment terms. So any supplier who is falling under any kind of MSME, small, medium, micro, we cannot extend for more than 45 days of payment terms. That is a limitation given by government. So that is where we have to adhere. Other than that, any suppliers who's not a part of any MSME, we can go above 45 days. It can be anything, but that has to be agreed. The more we increase, supplier also resists on that, and it is hard to convince him to increase payment terms. So, but takeaway from this is if our suppliers are not in MSME category, we can go above 45 days of payment terms, and that can be easily negotiated, and that is a pure benefit to the company. So yeah, that is one criteria we have to keep in mind. So next is raw material grade. So raw material grade is a specific grade for an alloy that would be used to manufacture that product or the part number. So there can be different alloys for different part numbers that we would be using throughout, and all of these alloys we would be buying in tons and thousands of tons throughout the year. So we have to also focus on how much consumption we are doing on each grade and which commodity it falls under, let's say ferrous and non-ferrous and things like that, so that we can club this data and negotiate our prices better for raw materials for coming future years and things like that. We can negotiate in advance. We can have agreements for them, and then it would be better for a business plan going forward. Then we have something called purchase volume and tonnage volume. So any purchase, what does this basically stands for is anything that we have bought, any part number we have bought from a supplier based on what we had awarded him, what product he's manufacturing and things like that for us, which is already decided. Let's say during the process, we would have awarded him this business, and that's why he's manufacturing that specific product. So we consolidate that on different groups. So let's say part family is something that one of the part families is consisting of 100 parts. For an example, all of these 100 parts are coming in from different suppliers, or let's say one supplier. Either ways, for that specific part family, for a specific time, let's say this month, how much amount we have paid out to procure a specific quantity of the a specific volume or the quantity. And so this is how it would be decided that we will sum up all the billings. If I am only consolidating, if I'm only reviewing, let's say for this month as an example, I want to know what is the purchase volume for this month for me for a specific part family, or not even a specific part family, for any specific supplier. So I will categorize those bills under this category of other part family, either supplier or the month and things like that, and then sum up every invoice value, and whatever the final amount would become my purchase volume. Yeah. So this is how it'll help us that how much are we buying for a specific product, and how can it help us save. So any of the products that we are buying in the highest quantity, let's say top 5 or top 10 products that we are buying, uh, having huge purchase volume, even if we negotiate 1 rupee down, it would give us thousands and millions of savings on our purchase volume, as well as comparative to previous year prices. The moment prices fall down, we have direct savings, and that savings would bring cost to the company, as in benefit to the company on cost level. So that's why purchase volume is calculated from invoice value of each invoice. It is a club. It can be on different categories as well. We can have even purchase volume on RM grade. We can have purchase volume on what is monthly or yearly, and for category wise, for plant wise, for business unit wise, just to evaluate how and what is happening, where is this being consumed, and how is this relevant. Yeah. And there's something called tonnage volume. Tonnage volume is basically your the tons. It is in tons. It is not in kgs. So whenever we buy something, we buy a product, it weighs a specific number. So that is in kgs for one part. But the quantity that we are buying is in thousands of parts every month and millions of parts every year. So all of this weight of each raw material combined till we get the final product, all of this consumed material is in tons then. So we always talk about it in tons. We do not talk about it in kgs. And how do we calculate that is your quantity of each invoice. We multiply that by for the part number. On a part number level, we will always multiply the weight of that part to the quantity of that part what we have bought during this specific time period, and then divide that by 1,000 to get it in tons. So that is how this is, and it is relevant to negotiate if we negotiate directly on the raw material, because we are consuming tons of them. The moment we negotiate raw material prices right there and then, we will have a as in we will have a direct benefit on the cost level. So that's a pretty good thing. Okay. Uh, In scenario one, we'll be creating a supplier overview dashboard. This will give us an input on what's the supplier status, what is its capabilities, and who's the buyer responsible for it, and location and other details. During the scenario one session, you have few questions to answer, and right here we have few pointers for those questions which will help you decide a correct answer. Question one. Uh, so for here, non-MSME suppliers are something we have discussed earlier, that non-MSME suppliers are more than 100 crores turnover is what they have at least, and that's how they are categorized as non-MSME. So we address them as more financially stable because they have bigger turnovers, they have much cash flow happening through their company, and number of employees is obviously higher because the business is good, and business is growing or have grown to a certain level. So the company expansion has already happened to a definite region, let's say, or a definite level where we can address them as more financially stable, and this equips a supplier to basically help equips the supplier in terms of making that investment for a new business. So this is helpful in terms of, let's say I am awarding a new business to my supplier, and I know he's fully capable and he is good and other things. If he's not financially stable, he would need help in terms of making that investment for the new machinery, for hiring new people for that new line that he'll be making for the manufacturing line that he'll be making. So all this require a huge amount of money investment. So all this investment is easy for a company who is financially stable, and that is where we have a bandwidth to grow business faster. We even can do the same thing with non with MSME suppliers as well. It is always help. It is always good to help the new guy or the short person to help grow in terms of business who's just let's say not that expand the expansion has not happened for the company or other things. But right here, this helps us in terms of it is easy, and it is something that where I will not have to put in my own money from the company to give to set up this line at supplier end. That is something that I would not have to come up with. So this is a good investment for me, as in good awarding for me in terms of business, and where supplier would invest his own money and make it happen for me. So he would not come across and ask me for more investment, or if I can give him a price increase or other things where because he has invested a huge amount of chunk of money. So yeah, that is something we should always look forward to. Also, now here we have a limitation in terms of if we have categorized the similar supplier into a no-go supplier. So in this manner, if we look at this, here a supplier who is fully capable, or let's say who is big enough to do this kind of investment, has some other limitation due to which we have categorized him as no-go. This basically restricts us to award this new business to him, and that is where a supplier growth basically stops for us till we overcome that scenario of no go and find a solution of it. Question two. Question two here is what we look at of in case of any demands going down and any reduction in the future volume. Let's say the business for a specific product or a specific part family is going to go down, and we are getting forecasts from sales team that the demands for future is basically less. People are less interested in buying these products and things like that. When we are getting these inputs and it is a certain thing, uh, then we start planning a little ahead on the future. We look at how many suppliers do we have for that specific part family, or let's say for that specific product, and how can we minimize this. Because let's say if my business is going down, similarly I would have to buy less from these suppliers if I have 10 suppliers providing me similar products, because the demand was high right now and I had more people. I have put them on the same production. Now as soon as it goes down, I will buy less from them, and uh, all of them, 10 of them will start struggling down the lane, and they will have less business with me. So they will make more, they will make less profits. They will have to cut down on their manpower. They'll have to cut down on their manufacturing lines and all that. So there'll be a lot of reduction which will happen, and it will be instant if I'm not informing them, if I'm not planning strategically. So what we prefer is we slowly cut down the business, inform supplier that the demand is going down, cut down business with the maximum of the suppliers possible. We focus on all of this business going to one or two suppliers instead of multiple, so that the business, whoever I am in with, is a good business. It is not compromised in terms of I am not having volumes, or if I'm not having, you are not procuring enough, or other things like that. It is a good business at least with one or two of them, rather than making 10 struggle. We come down to two and we fix business there. It goes good with even with less volumes overall, because all of the volume is going to one or two suppliers rather than 10 suppliers. So that would minimize the impact. And then other suppliers, I can avoid different business and I can put them in different categories of part families and award them new other businesses which is growing up or down. So that is how we would consolidate our business. Whichever part family is going down, or whichever specific business unit is going down, we would consolidate all of that business to one or two suppliers and meet our ends meet properly. So that's how we would come up with a solution. Question three. In question three, every supplier basically has capabilities of casting or machining, or either machining or either casting and things like that. So what we look for is a fully capable supplier who can do both for us. Any supplier who's capable of doing both would be better, uh, just because he has all of the machinery, he has all of the manpower and everything in-house. He would not have to go outside, look for somebody else to do a part of the process and then come up with a finished product to supply to me. So that will be helpful for me as well. That would not incur any more extra cost into it, and it will bring benefit for our company. So that's why we look forward to doing business with these kind of suppliers, which would indicate indirectly that he or she, sorry, it's not, it's a company. So the company would not need any tier two suppliers. He would not have to look for somebody to outsource the business I have given it to him, and any part of that would not be outsourced to any other person, any other supplier. So he would do everything in-house. He would give it to me, and it would be cost effective. Question four. As as we have restrictions, let's say on MSME supplier for these payment term level. So the moment we target any of the suppliers who's non-MSME, we focus on any suppliers who's non-MSME, because that is where we can have a direct gain of payment terms. The moment we increase payment terms, our cash flow within our company increases. We would not have to pay out money faster on a daily basis, or let's say it would stay with me for a longer period of time. Let's say if I can extend to 90 days, that means I'll have at least 3 months of time before I pay somebody this amount. So whatever business I had done in my previous quarter is what I'll be paying out now to those suppliers. So this huge money, as I'm buying in, let's say thousands of tons, my purchase volume is in millions. Millions of money would be with me for next 3 months as well still, and that would generate more cash flow, and I can meet my operational requirements instantly, and that will help me in terms of keeping the business. Any investment is to be done, and any new upcoming projects are going on. So that is where I can invest my money, get returns, and then rotate that money before I pay it out to supplier. So it is a direct benefit. So we always look for that, those kind of non-MSME suppliers under this criteria. You know? Question five. Question five is basically related to hazard, natural hazard, or let's say calamity. So we have our task force, so we have our people who are educated in these grounds, who guide supplier of how to be prepared and how his or her plant should be, let's say, equipped in terms of meeting, tackling any fire or flood hazard or any other hazards that his factory is located in that specific zone, geographically speaking. So we educate supplier in that way, and then we train them for this, so that if anything happens as well, they can take care of it, and our supplies are not affected. And even if it is affected somewhat, it is not for a permanent or for let's say for a longer period of time. We can always overcome it, so that we try to minimize our risk and mitigate all the issues that we can right there and then, and have our backup plans in that way, that the plant is equipped to do things, and if any hazard goes down, we can still operate going forward. It's not a full stop for the business. So at the end of scenario one, we would have our dashboard looking something like this. Let's take a quick look. Supplier overview. So under supplier overview, we will always take care of one thing, not just on this page, on all the pages, that we would always filter our purchasing group, or let's say buyer code or buyer group, from our supplier data table. This will be coming up from supplier data table. We would not take this input from any other data table, because this is where it is directly linked to the supplier, that any changes happening with that supplier of it, if the supplier is being handed over from person A to person B and the code is changing, it would be immediately updated in this data set, not anywhere else, because other places are either past data, or it is growing as and when the business is happening, or as and when the time is changing or the dates are changing. So that is why we would not fetch it from there. We would always fetch it from supplier data table. So that is one thing I guess you guys should take care of initially. And this is a quick overview. We'll have a map of how things are. We'll have our columns of all the data, aligned icons to filter things out quickly on count of supplier, MSME type, and strategy status. Yeah. Scenario 2. Scenario 2 is where we would create a dashboard page for volumetric movement. Any volume movement which is happening as per purchase volume or tonnage volume, regardless, would be addressed here, would be shown here, and then we will have our graphs and charts to analyze how the movement is looking like, how things are going, is the business down or up, and compared to previous year, how it is looking like, and other things. So with that, every question we have is related to one other topic. So here for scenario 2 questions, we have few pointers, just as addressed earlier. So every buyer code is assigned to a specific supplier. So these suppliers will have one buyer code for all of them. What if the buyer changes, the buyer code also will change. If a person is resigning from his post in the company and he's moving on to another job, let's say, uh, the buyer code where for him was something, and the other person, now if somebody else is appointed to the same role with the same person with the same spot, he would have this open buyer code, and then we can go ahead and utilize that. He would have the same name, he would have a different name, but the same barcode can be utilized. But what if the person is changing suppliers? He's handing over one of his supplier to somebody else to handle, and he's taking over a bunch of other suppliers for different reasons. This happen in the organization. We do that so that it is the confidentiality remains same. There is no extra bonding happening between buyers and suppliers, so the discrepancy is better in that way, and it is always professional. You not having any other mere ends meet. So that's something companies follow. So in that scenario, what happens is when a buyer hands over his supplier to somebody else, for the supplier, the buyer code basically changes, because he's now having somebody else to handle, and this new buyer would handle this supplier. So in that way, for your reports, if you look at your reports and if you filter for a specific supplier, there would have been multiple buyer codes being used during the time from previous years till the current time, let's say. In that way, it is always confusing to filter out more data and look at the correct perspective of how things are working. So we always filter out our purchase group from supplier data table. So that's how it will be like current, because the moment I hand over to somebody else, my supplier to somebody else, this data would be updated, and that person responsible for that specific supplier would take care of everything, even if it is in the past or if there is any dispute because of any past stances, would be taken care by this new person. So that's why we would filter our purchasing group or buyer code from supplier data table. Now, question two. So here we have risk. Risk it can be of multiple types. Risk can be a financial type, natural disaster risk. If the supplier has a supply and demand issue, if he's not able to supply us in as per our demands of things like that, if he's not getting his demands met at a certain point of time where it is affecting our supplies, so all that risk is being evaluated, and that's how we categorize our suppliers for no go and no go status, right? So this all risk is something we always look at, and then we work towards it. We have our teams who guide supplier of how to come up with solutions or how to mitigate these risks, and that is why we always help our suppliers in terms of benefiting more and creating a good business. So just to this will also help them to come out of no-go section, which he's not aware though, but we have internally addressed. So we always that's how we know that if the supplier is under no-go, he's having some risk, then we evaluate what level of risk he has, and then we help him work towards it to come up with a solution. Uh, Question three. Here we have raw material prices. So raw material prices are something which directly impact to our business. As the let's say if I am able to negotiate raw material prices for 1 or 2 rupees down, it would directly impact the supplier for from where whoever is buying this raw material, any of my suppliers, let's say, is buying from any of the tier 2 suppliers, and I'm negotiating at tier 2 level directly. If I'm reducing prices, if I'm able to consolidate all that raw material, and I am telling him that rather than me going to 5 different tier 2 suppliers, I would rather buy all of that directly with you. You would supply to my 5 or 10 of these tier 1 suppliers as raw material, uh, but we will have a difference in the price. We will have a lesser price is what I am proposing. The moment we have an agreement, it will help me reduce prices for tier 1 suppliers, what I'll be paying out to them, and it is a direct benefit, let's say direct cost saving to the company, because now I'll be paying out less amount of money for the similar amount of parts that I'm going to procure even in future. So that is why it is called as a total saving. It's a direct saving for the company based on what level of material consumption we are doing and how much quantity are we consuming of it. The higher the quantity, the better and easier it is to negotiate and get a good drop in the price. So by end of scenario two, we will have our dashboard look like something like this here. So we'll have a purchase volume, part family level purchase volume on month and year, every month, how it is going on for different years. For different years are being addressed in different lines. Let's say for 2019 and 20, I have two separate lines going. So like I can now compare how my business was in 2019 compared to 2020 compared to 2019, and that is how I would know there was a drop, right? So we all know Corona affected us very bad. So you see this drop, the business basically dropped completely during April because it was high time and there was a overall shutdown on the business. and then slowly we again and gradually picked it up again. So this is how this will also help us deciding future business how things are going to look like. Similarly, here we will have our tonnage as well. So now tonnage by supplier, every how much what supplier is buying how many tons of raw materials and from where, and then the part family distribution and things. Similarly, for tonnage, we also have a moment graph, and here is what we have a swapping chart basically. Here I am right now able to see RM grade per tonnage, but if I swap it with this button, it'll change the chart into a different one where I'm able to see business unit purchase volume. So my petrol system business unit has the highest purchase volume other compared to any other business units. So that is where it gives me an exposure that I have different business units, but my petrol systems is the one where I am making big chunk of let's say a business. So these buttons would basically help me swap here and there. And with this, we even have year on year changing these. Uh, let's say here I can just change from one year to another year and also filter as per the quarter because we always plan our business from quarter to quarter, plan our prices from quarter to quarter. If I am having a price, let's say right now X, and is there any change if it has to occur, it will occur for the coming quarter. So for the coming quarter, I will plan before the end of this quarter and then have an agreement with the supplier that this is going to be the price for the coming quarter and so on. So that's how we keep planning in advance and finalizing prices so that business does not stop just because we are still negotiating on each other price with each other on the prices. Yeah. So that is how it is going to look like. Back to presentation here. Now in the scenario three is where we are focusing on how the visuals would interact with each other. If I am filtering, if I'm cross filtering from here and there, and how the things would look like, just to get better insights on the data. Because at this point, with these two dashboards, we are still not covering all of it. We still have much, we still can get better insights on how tier 2 suppliers are linked to tier 1 suppliers and what is the distribution on purchase volume or tonnage and other things on that. Yeah. So that is what we would be doing in this scenario 3. Scenario 3 is where a group of parts, as I have explained earlier, a part family is a group of similar parts which creates a final product. So one product can have multiple part families. All these part families can have multiple, let's say, hundreds of parts in this group, which would contribute to final product. So that is how this is let's say leveled level 1 by level 2. So this is how it is basically done. So so for this one thing, for focus would be I can have multiple suppliers providing me one single part family, or let's say even one single part number because it is a high runner. High runner parts are basically the parts which are mostly procured, which are the highest in terms of sales. We can have multiple other variants of the similar part, but that would be like low runners is what we say them because that they are not in high demand. The ones the one part number or two part number which are highest in demand is the high runner parts. So let's say any of the parts are being supplied to me from two different suppliers. I have two different sources for this specific part, and then this what this helps me is for a similar part, I can have, let's say, 30% of business allotted to supplier X and the rest of 70% of business allotted to supplier Y. So now I what I have done right now is I have already negotiated all this and the business is running, but I have still created a computational background right here between these two suppliers. These two suppliers are now in competition of they always want to achieve more business volume. The more purchase volume that you gain, the more parts that they provide is the more profit that they get from us. Yeah. So if I'm awarding 70% of business to somebody and he is at a higher price, uh, I would always can negotiate with my supplier X because he's having 30% of business with me. I can negotiate with him to reduce prices just a little bit compared to my supplier Y, because he's having 70% of business, just a little bit in terms of the moment I get little reduction from my compared price as well, that is a pure benefit to the company. Even if it is 1 rupee, when I'm buying in millions, it makes a good amount of savings. So that is very good. So if this is a leverage that we use for the supplier, that I would transfer the share of business to you. I would let's say I would make it 50-50. You give me this price. So that is how we leverage our supplier to get better prices, better savings, and finalize the share of business with him and things like that. So it will increase our business with the other supplier as well, and I will just make savings because I am eventually buying the similar quantity. My demands are still the same. I mean, just increasing my savings by buying from somebody who's selling to me with a lesser price. So that's how this would help company. Second question, decluttering of supply chain. It is a longer process, let's say, but this is a very important process. The moment we have multiple players playing for the same supplier, same supply chain to get a final finished product and to get a final, let's say, part to our manufacturing plants, it becomes difficult to manage, it becomes difficult to negotiate and keep a track of what things are going on, how it is controlled. We cannot control the supply chain if we cannot control the prices. If we lose the control, then negotiating for the prices would become difficult and it will be a cost to the company. So what we always do is always look for our tier one suppliers. How many suppliers do we have? We as we always consolidate them with one or two, or let's say a handful of suppliers who would do this as per demand. But we also look into the level 2 suppliers. The tier 2 suppliers, if we have multiple players there, if we have more than one or two or three, people supplying for just the same thing to one of my tier 1 supplier, he would be buying from different people. That is definitely there. It will be secure, but it would be costly for him. If I can consolidate all of that to one or two suppliers max and combine all that procurement what he's doing and tell one of the tier two supplier that I will have this much, I have this much of purchase volume, and I am consolidating. Instead of now regularly I'm buying 400 tons from you, rather than that I would buy 700 tons from you. Give me a better price. I would have my costs impact right there. So that is why we focus on tier 2 suppliers as well, to combine business at that tier 2 supplier level and get better pricing and have a control over on the overall supply chain. This would give us benefits of savings. The better the control on the supply chain, the better pricing is what you will get. In turn, increases our savings. So by the end of scenario 3, what we would understand is how the data would interact with each other, and how we can get more insights on the data. So we would create something called custom tooltips. Tooltips are basically when we hover over something, this would give us an insight of the data. But now we have changed our tooltip, so it will give us an insight on how this supplier is having tonnage, what is his casting source, what is the tonnage for that casting source, and how much he's buying. So right here, let's take a quick look for the top supplier. He is buying three different types of RM grade, not just three, there's I guess one more, but he's buying multiple types of RM grade, and that specific all these RM grades are coming in from one casting source, which is our tier 2 source, which is AMA. So this gives us an insight of how things are. So similarly, we would there would you would have to create different tooltips for different visuals. We even have one for our part family, part family purchase volume. So here is where it will give us an insight of how the casting source for this specific part family is looking like, and how many casting sources do we have for this, and what is the tonnage that we are buying from these different suppliers. So mind my system, it is little slow. So, but yeah, that's how you will get another sneak peek of how things are. So, and then we have edit interactions of how one chart is reacting with another chart. If if I'm filtering out one thing specific, others should not just highlight. It should filter down that level of data for me and other things. So if I'm, let's say, clicking on inline pump housing and I want to see the tonnage of that, based on that category inline pump housing, other data should basically change itself rather than just highlighting like what's happening here. So similarly, it should happen all across on all the systems and for all the charts. So that's how this should automatically should change. Uh, Other than that, we have our focus on the date table. Date slider is right here. The moment we are sliding this based on this, what we are sliding to which year, it will pick up the maximum, the highest year, and the previous year related to that. We will only see 2 years over here based on what we have filtered. If I jump into 2021, I would see 2021 and 2020 instead of these two. So that should change dynamically, and similarly, when we slide this, this should also change to 2020 and 2021 rather than 2020 and 2019. But for our quarter, it remains same. So other than that, the slider reacts to the overall chart and then give us the maximum as in top 2 years data. But right now, if I am not selecting this, if this is unselected, I would basically see 2 years of data on these charts. They will start updating. But yeah, so we would need to create a slicer. This slicer should only react to these four on the top and the one and basically two in the middle because it is overlapped. But that's how the interaction should be maintained so that every time I'm filtering any of the year, this filterization is not affecting my comparison chart, which is these area charts on the two sides in the corner, because I would always want to look into my previous year, take a look into it on how the business was and how it is going to be. It is better to have a comparison with the current running business. So that's how this would look like. Yeah. Now moving forward, we have our presentation. So in presentation is where you will have to create a tooltip, a dynamic tooltip, a tooltip with a dynamic header, where our the heading of the highlights of whatever you're changing, the heading is present inside the tooltip, informing you that where are you hovering on what selection that you will be hovering on. So that is where we have a reference video which will help you uh, do this. And then for presentation task 2 is where you have to set up a reset button. This reset button should reset only data, not the visuals. Even if I have any visuals which is on the top and I'm changing that visual on the bottom, it should not reset my visual layer. It should always be there. It should only reset the data so that with one click I can just come back to the original fully fledged dashboard, rather than wherever I was. And just for my analysis, if I was filtering down multiple things and I've lost my track and what I had done, so I can always go back and start fresh. That's the goal of having a reset button. It is always beneficial and it's always time saving for the person who's using the dashboard. Task 3, change button slicers dynamically while controlling other visuals. So the button itself should change as on when you are filtering. What we did, what we had basically done for our 2020 and 2022 either year slicer, the two buttons that we had on the dashboard. So let's say if I am filtering out till 2021, I should also see my data filtering here for 2021 and 2022 right away. Also, the moment this changes, you see these buttons getting updated dynamically. So that is what we meant by dynamic changing of the buttons. The moment I filter back and say, let's say I jump into 2020, this would basically again change from 2019 to 2020, and also the charts would dynamically change as well. So yeah, as you see now, these have now changed. Also with this, as they are changing, I for this specific button set right here, the buttons that they and the moment that they change, whichever I select, if I select 2019, we have to configure the other charts, only these top charts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the center ones, to change as per the selection over here. This should not affect our area charts, which is showing us a comparison of 2 years, right? This one and this one in the corner, these two, but only adjust the rest of them. So that is how this should be. And if I come out of it, I should see both the years is how they should dynamically change themselves. Yeah. Uh, okay. So then that. Then the presentation tasks would be done. There are a couple of questions in them, and yeah, good luck. Hello everyone. So let's start with presentation tasks and questions. Mm, Okay, so our first task is basically creating a tooltip. There are a few requirements in the tooltip. We have a layout in our question, given that this is how the layout should look like for the tooltip, and these three visuals: casting source versus income value, invoice value, casting source versus tonnage, and a text box. Basically, that text box on the top is what we want, which should dynamically change itself as per where we are hovering our cursor. So how do we do this? Uh, the very basic way is first let us create a tooltip like we have done in the previous task. We'll jump right into Power BI. Yeah. So these are the two visuals where we have to assign this specific tooltip. Currently, we have a very basic, the general tooltip, what is offered by Power BI. It will just give you the insight of that specific section. Yeah, there is no cross filtering that's happening basically. So let's create a new page. I already have a new page. That's fortunate. Okay, so let's go here, and under the page sections, uh, we will go to format. First, let us assign this page as a tooltip. So we will mark this page as a tooltip right here. And then if you want to name, as there it is there in the question as casting source is what we want to name it. So let's say casting, yeah, casting source, and I have switched on the tooltip right here. This is important. So that's how Power BI would know that this page is a tooltip, not a dashboard page. This can be classified as a tooltip, and we can go ahead and hide this, but every time this specific page would be fetched under the drop downs for tooltip selections that will have across Power BI. So that I'll show you how was the benefit of this. And then we go to page size, and we can resize. Either we can give it a custom size if we want bigger sizes of tooltips, that can be done as well. But what I generally prefer is just select tooltip. So we have a smaller section as what we want, and then this is quite big enough space to get a quick input, and that's it. The more bigger you have any of the tooltip, it will occupy a lot of space whenever you're hovering over any of your dashboards. It will just complicate things for you. Yeah. So if you are hovering on any of these visuals, this will just occupy too much of space having those bigger visuals. So rather than that, we will go with the general size one. Yeah. So once you have selected that, we'll go into casting source again. Yeah. So under this, we have marked our page as tooltip and resized it as tooltip itself. That's a standard tooltip defined size by Power BI. So there you have it. Now our basic function is we want two charts in this format. So these are basically two bar charts. If you see this, it gives a quick sneak peek of how it might look like, and then the heading. Yeah. So let us now let's go ahead and plot two of these. What we want is casting source versus invoice value. Yeah, let's say invoice value right there. And what I'll do is I'll quickly put this in the corner and try to resize it in the way how it was showing in that visual. So I'll take the 50% of this and give a little bit space on the top for my heading. Yeah, there we go. And I'll just copy this and I'll paste it because it's the same visual. And then I'll place it on this corner and change it from invoice value to tonnage. Yeah, for my second one. Okay, let's go ahead and select that. Come on. Yep. Okay, so there you have it. We have first two requirements fulfilled: casting source versus inverse value, casting source versus tonnage. So now we want is a part family name heading as a title. So that should change automatically, right? Uh, Now we'll go ahead and add a text box. Right there, we have a text box. That's quite too big. So let us now try to resize that as much as possible and then drag it in the corner. So that, yep, okay, come on this corner. Okay, so try to fit things and try not to make them too big uh, so that you basically can't read much content in there. So right here under title, we'll turn on the title. Instead of typing anything, whatever I type here would be constant. These are constant values. We don't want to do that. We want the name to change dynamically, right? As we are hovering over different part families for that specific visual where we are gonna assign this tooltip. So in that way, we would select the text box and turn on the title. Under title, we have a function called as in we have for the title we basically can assign a function or if we click on this fn we can assign a column from where this value should be fetched. So what we want is we want to focus on the part family, right? So we'll go to this data set which is material weights and source, because right under this one we have part family. We will go ahead and select part family and say first, because if you have, let's say, a whole lot of text, then you will have to choose on first and last. But here basically we have one single value. There's nothing. It is not. It's not a longer text, so you don't have to worry about that. You can always go ahead and select first, and it'll do the job. Yeah, let's say first, and then it's a small text, like couple of words in there, so we're good. So it says arm head. What we'll do is we will just make it look like a heading, arrange it in that way, and then try to resize, occupy less space as much as possible. Let's say, come on, yep. And for these, I'll try to extend them more, and what I want is I want to zoom in, but it is too short. Maybe you guys are having a little difficulty in terms of checking this out. So what we also would do is we would quickly go ahead and resize, as in try to reduce the font size for all the text that we have all across, so that it is more we are readable. And just as a quick pointer, if we select Calibri, we get to see more of the text. It's just that I have been using it so little bit long enough, so this is what I prefer. Calibri gives me more exposure on the text when it is a little small in that way. But right here, what we have is in a padding, and then we want to extend maximum size from 25% to, let's say, 30 or little bit more, so that if for the bigger names we get to see a little bit of them. In case you have this kind of problem, then you can basically resize that from here. So I am good with 30%. That's fine. I would, me knowing my data, I would understand what is the supplier name or what is the casting source name we are talking about. Yeah. Okay. So this way, we're done with x-axis, and let's quickly do the same for y-axis as well. I'll try to reduce the font size and change. Yep, there you go. Yeah. System is a little slow, so bear with me. Now, with this, under title, if we want such a big title in that way, or we are anyways talking about casting source, right? I can just go ahead and remove that and say purchase volume or purchase volume. Even if I keep that, it would not make much difference. I can always resize my font to the minimum and keep it that way. Just just a little, yeah, so that I have some understanding. Yeah. So now once we have it, I this is actually tonnage, so I've copy pasted if you see. So my name heading, the text still remains the same on the title side. So I'll manually go ahead and change that and change it to tonnage. If you create a new one, you would not face this issue. I have casting source listed in the bottom, so that is fine. For x-axis, I would go ahead and turn this off. And title, I don't want a title in the bottom. Similarly, I don't want a title in the bottom as well. Casting source, because I have it on the top, it doesn't make sense to have it. You try to give more space for your visual. So once you have it there, that's how. That is good. We are now done with our tooltip. So tooltip is ready. How do we assign this to some specific visual? Also, here you see this is giving you first entry in your whole array of that column, let's say, which is part family. Part family can have A to Z, a bunch of different names, all that, out of which it is giving you the first one. So you don't have to worry, just assign that as a heading over here and forget about it. This will automatically change once you're actually assigning this tooltip to a visual. Yeah. So we will what we'll do is we'll select a visual and go ahead and assign that. In the meantime, uh, I will before that, I'll always it is better to hide this so that even if you forget, let's say later, if you forget this one and you go ahead and publish, this would also be published, which does not make any sense. You don't want to show that to people, but what you want to show is the tooltip from there, right? So we'll select our visual, we'll go to format over here, we'll go to tooltip, and then we'll turn it on. It's already on. That's good. So under here, let me scroll down a little. I have my casting source already selected. Okay, so this might be because I had already created and I had deleted from the file just to create this video. So yeah, so under here, what we want is we want to select a report page rather than default. We will always select report page and then whatever pages you have marked as tooltip. So earlier we have marked one of the pages RM as tooltip, so that is already being listed. Similarly, we have another one, casting source. The moment I select that and say OK, so if I'm hovering over any of these, I would see those two things, and then you see on the top my heading is the part family name which I'm hovering on. This is TMC, there's TMC, the green section, yeah, and the TMC is there on the top. So if I change to align pump housing, my heading basically changes right there and then. So that's how you do it. Similarly, we would do it for the second one quickly. Let's move and yep, okay. This should also be selected automatically because I had already decided. Yep, okay, okay. But it is not taking because I had deleted that specific page. It's just that I have renamed the second my new page what I had created in the same text. It is renamed as that. So let's just reselect that thing. You would not face this issue. You can just directly select that what you have created. I have created this twice, so that's why. Yeah. Okay. So now if I'm hovering, I would see it there. So this is giving me insights of how my casting suppliers, let's say tier 2 suppliers, are doing for this specific part family. How are they distributed on purchase volume and tonnage? Yeah. So that's a quick insight. I'm talking about a part family here. I can just click on one of the part families, and that will basically help me filter out other visuals as per this part family, and then I can see my supplier list from there. And then if I just stay on this, I would also get a sneak peek of my tier two suppliers in that specific category. Yeah. So I see I have three suppliers in this direct tier one supplier for inline pump housing, and within inline pump housing I have another three tier 2 suppliers. So yeah, there you have it, which gives you an insight. Okay, so now we're done with task one. This is good. You also have a reference video in the module, so we can go through that as well. It'll help. Okay, let's move on to the second one. Okay, so now we have a question. So the question is for the year 2020, how many tons of raw material was consumed by the biggest casting source for the flyweight part family? So it is mentioning us the part family. That's good. So it is specific to a year and a part family. Also, what the question is asking us to find out how many tons. How many tons? Yeah. And all in the end, what is the end of the question is also what is the name of that source? So it wants the name of the source, wants how much is the tons that we are buying from them, and under uh, flyweight flyweight part family. Yeah, so what we'll do is I have a reference image just in case later if you guys want to refer again in the PPT. So right here what we'll do is first we'll filter out our year. Yeah, we will filter out our year. Under our year, let it just do the job. It's little slow. Yeah, so what we want is we want to know tons of material consumed by part family as flyweight. So here is what bearing cover, and there is what we have as flyweight. So the benefit of us putting on the heading in the tooltip, doing the previous task is paying off right here, because I basically can't read what is the full thing. It just says fly. I have to guess. Let's say if I have similar two things under that, I have to wait over here and for it to pop in. Similarly, right here, it is also giving us the name and insights of that data. So right here, what did we miss? We missed one. We missed something. If to solve this question, we did create the tooltip, but we did not turn on the data labels for this for the visuals over there. So I can see the highest tonnage being consumed by A alloys, which is on the cast tonnage by casting source in my tooltip. On the right side, I have a smaller chart, right? That is tonnage by casting source. Within that, my first bar is the highest. That's the highest consumption for a supplier, and the supplier name is in the bottom right. That's A alloys. So that we have it, but I do not have the number. So how do I find the number? What I will do is I'll go back to my casting source, and this I should have done in the first task, but yeah, uh, let's do it right away now. No worries there. So here and here I'll select both it because these are two similar same type of visuals, so I can do this at once. I do not have to do it at two times. I can select on switch on both of them and turn on data labels. I prefer two decimals. That is what I prefer always. It gives you better insight, and I will reduce down the text size because I want to see more of the text. It's a small window there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So now there you have it. We have our labels ready. Let's go back. Let's go back to our volume moment. And under that, what we want to know is who's who's consuming the maximum of the under flyweight. We will again, I I guess we will have our 2020 filtered already because I just switched pages. Yes, that's filtered. And under that, flyweight, and let the tooltip load. Here is what we have our answer. Our answer would be 268.85, the label on the bar, what we have highlighted, and then A alloys. So that's how we would have it right there. I can't move my cursor. If I move my cursor, I would lose that tooltip. So I don't want to do that. But in the screenshot, I can show it to you. Yeah, that is where our answer is, and that is how you would have to find it. Yeah. So for the part family, flyweight is what we looked into. Within flyweight, highest consumption is basically happening from A alloys. A alloys is handling most of the tonnage. They are buying all these tons of raw materials, casting them, and then providing it to our tier one suppliers. So yeah, that is where we have a huge chunk of business with them indirectly, though, but that is where we have it. So that's your supply name and tonnage. Going to the next we have task to set up a reset button. Reset button. So here we have a small requirement. So reset button should be on both pages is what we want here, and it should it should whichever I click, it should just reset the data. It should not change the visual. It should not do any kind of other things. It should just reset my filters. That's all. Yeah. So what I would want to do is I'll go jump into Power BI again, and let's remove all the filters that we have. I guess I only had one so far, so these are not selected. Yeah. So what's happening is I have also filtered only 2020 here. So what I would do is I will extend to the max so that that filter is also showing me indirectly all the data. Sorry, it's showing me all the data. There is no filter there as well. Yeah. Or you can just click on these erasers and then make it happen for that specific visual. Okay, regardless. Now, once we are just have a quick walkthrough if you have selected anything, any other visual. So once we have that ready, now what we will do is we'll quickly go ahead and set up a button. Let's insert a button and go to insert and then say reset. It is a predefined icon that we have, so you can have your custom icon as well if you want, but I prefer this. So once we have this button, so what we would do is I prefer placing it on something which is like a heading or a navigation bar on the dashboard or some place where it is very common and understandable for somebody to okay that this is an interactable button, and then this is how we can basically react it if you can basically react to it is what that this does something. So the placement would be in that way. I am preferring here for now, or we can even place it there. Yeah, it's a personal choice. So once we have it, let's say now within this, what I want is once my button is set, I will try to reduce the padding because it is too thick. I'll reduce the weight of it. So once thinner, I can even squeeze in little bit of more size wise. So yeah, there you have it. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to create a bookmark. I create a bookmark and go to view and say bookmarks. So I already have a reset bookmark. I'll go ahead and delete that for you. Let's start fresh. Huh? Okay. Yeah. So now our every time you create a bookmark, it will have its default settings. Yeah. So let's say we created a bookmark. It will say bookmark 1 2 3 4, whatever the number is, so on. It'll just name that. So first thing is what you do is you go ahead and rename this. Rename this to reset. Okay, you do not take re, but you do take set. Okay, let's redo it. Okay, yeah. So once this is done, what we will do is we have few options under bookmarks. If we right click on these three dots, we have options for data. So this bookmark is basically making a bookmark. Bookmark is what? It is a note, or let's say it has these values stored in it, whatever stage or the status of the dashboard is, how the visuals are looking like, whatever we have selected right here, it is bookmarking all those information into this. So one button or one execution of this bookmark will bring you in that way. So you can go ahead and deselect all these options which you don't want. what we do want is we do want the data. The only thing that we want right now is data for the reset, because if I have some visual difference, or if I have some visual selected in a specific manner or whatever, it should stay that way. And the only thing which should change is my data should come back to maximum selection, like overall selection. So except data, I will remove my display, and then I will also remove, once I remove display, it will not basically change any of the how the display of the arrangement of my visuals are looking like and all that other things. I would also remove current page, because this will also work with now other pages. Yeah, if I execute this with the current page, it will always bring me back to this page. And if I have this bookmark allotted to some other page with the same icon, let's say, or something, it will just do that. Yeah. And by default, we will have all visuals. So everything is what we want to reset data for all the visuals. So that is why we would select all visuals instead of selected visuals, right? So once this is set, I will go back to my button, and on the button I have minimized that. Let me expand button format and say action. I'll turn on an action because I've already created a button, but there's no action I have assigned to it. So from here I'll switch to bookmarks under type, and then it will list all the bookmarks I've created. I've created only 3, so you see it's listing out only 3. Huh? So we'll go ahead and select reset now. Once this is done, and I'll go ahead and close this and close this as well. So let's have a quick run. Let's have a test run of this, of how this is gonna work. So let's filter 2021 specific data. Yeah, let it filter that out. It's a little slow. Yeah. Okay. So it has done that. Let's say whatever another 10 filterization is what I have done on all these visuals, and I've selected all of them, a bunch of them. I've lost myself. What am I doing? I want to go back. Let me go back. So here what we have is we will execute this. We are in Power BI Desktop, so you have to press Control and click on that button to make it actually work. So now these visuals are reloading itself, but if you publish the dashboard, you will not have to press Control. So yeah, don't worry about that. So it brings you back with the original selection of overall data. No filterization on any of the levels, on any of filter that you have, nothing. Yeah. So similarly, I have it on my first page. I want to create it on my second page. I'll copy this and I'll go to my second page. Uh, Yeah, I already have one. I'll go ahead and delete that. Let me go ahead and delete that. Don't wanna, we will not use that. We will use the one which we have created just now. So probably I'm redoing the task for the recording. Yeah, but okay. So now this visual is here as well. So what bookmarks also does is it also records the page. So for this specific bookmark, we unselected, unchecked that current page, right? So this should keep me in this page regardless of wherever I am. It should not take me back to the volume moment page. So I'm just filtering for a quick sneak peek if this is working or not. I'm filtering something. So with this, I'm filtered by our Danny. So with this, if I just reset, it will take me back to the whole overall selection of everything, and it is not changing page. So my one single bookmark is now working for 2 different pages. Yeah, I can have 10 pages, but all of them would work just as it is with this one single bookmark. So rather than having 10 separate bookmarks, this is a better way of unchecking the current page. Yeah, now our bookmark is set. We have a question. Will this bookmark be able to reset filter slicers on all the pages or only this current page? So yes, there you have it. The question is based on what we selected in the previous task, which is we unchecked current page. So it will work on all the pages. So that is why we have it as yes, that's the answer. Just in case if we would have not unchecked that, it will always whichever page you put this button and execute that specific reset bookmark. And under the bookmark, if I have this current page selection as green tick, yeah, so it'll always bring you back to this specific page where you had created that bookmark, which is volume moment page. Yeah, so keep that in mind. That's a good way to bypass uh, 10 different reset buttons and reset bookmarks and have one for everything. Okay. Question 3. If we have to reset each page separately so that I came back. Okay, let me. Okay, yeah. Uh, okay, question 3. I'll repeat that again. So, if we have to reset each page separately so that other pages don't get affected, uh, which of the below options would make it happen basically? But in this, I am not having options. It is there in your LMS. The correct answer is current page. I'll show, which we had just discussed, just in case if I didn't want to do that, and if I want to, have separate reset buttons. uh, I will always talk about my current page is what I want to deal with. So if I say select, let me go ahead and select that. If I say select current page, and then with that selection, once I have clicked there, hap let me click, yeah, okay, selected. I guess now I should, with this turned on, yes, now it is turned on. I will just go ahead and uh, update my uh, bookmark. So once updated, uh, let me go ahead and execute from supplier overview page and see how it is going. What's happening if I am clicking here. So I'm executing from my supplier overview page, and I press Control and click on this. It's a, okay, it's again loading. I have a lot of applications running in the background as well. Okay, now let's again try that. Reset, and then it is not working. Why is it not working? Let's check. Format button, action, and then it is executed. But what if I am, let me just execute it from here. Reset. Has it been updated? I doubt that. I highly doubt that. Let's go back and current page is not selected, and that's how this is. Okay. So let's again redo this. Let the page load and say current page, and just recheck it. My system is a little slow, so we have to bear this. I'll click that again. Okay. Rather, let me just delete this and create a new one, a test one. Let's do that better. I'll go ahead and delete that and let us create a new one. Yep, that is much satisfying because this is now wasting our time. So let's get back to add a bookmark, and I'll rename this as test. Yep, under this, I'll only change. unselect display and keep the rest of selection as it is. Yeah. So current page is what we want for this specific page, right? Let's go back to this page. Let's go back to this page and try to do that. Try to execute it from here because we created this bookmark on volume movement page, but we're executing it from here. So let's say if I click here, it should make me jump from here to there. That's what it should do. So once you click on this, it will drag you to that specific page where you have created it. So yeah, let's, if you want to see that again, we'll go back to supplier overview, and rather let me go ahead and assign that test button over here, and we will execute it from the button because that was the motive, right? That was the motive in the beginning. So let's do that again and say type bookmark, bookmarks none. We'll assign test to it. And with this, I'll close my bookmarks tab as well. And then we'll execute it from here. I'll press Control and then say click. So if I click on that, yep, it basically brings me back to this one. So this is the difference making the selection which will make your bookmark a page specific and something which can be used as a wide range, a common thing for all the pages. So current page is your correct answer there. Yeah. And let's go to task 3, set up slicers and edit interactions. So here what we want to do is we want to set up our date slicer, make it interact with all of our visuals, but that slicer would also react to one of the year slicers that we have and two specific area charts. With that, this year slicer should not change anything specific to that to this area charts that we have in this. So the goal is I have already created these two visuals but have not made the settings. So I'll walk you through of what we want to do, and then I'll go ahead and delete these two, and we will start fresh with from here. Yeah. So here we have two visuals which we can go ahead and group all three of them. So these two visuals are separate. This is specific to year, which I'm picking up from my year column, and there's another one which I'm picking up from my date column under quarter. So on the date we have defined hierarchy, right? Your year, quarter, month, and things like that. You can even pick up year from here as well. I just picked it up from there because it's convenient for me. It's a personal choice. Both of them are good. Uh, Now with this, uh, what we want to do is whenever I have a selection over here, let's say from 20, this says from 2019 to 2020, right? I can always select from the latest one back in the past of where I want to limit to. But my source, let's say day one from where I have started collecting data, that data would always be a part of the whole thing, right? So now what do we want to do is if I am jumping, let's say from here to 2020 of whatever month so far, I am not considering any month. Just as example, I'm jumping to 2020. See what's happening. This year, this slicer should change from 2020 to 2019. 2021 should just move away, and then every time I see that happen, and then every time I select something here, let's say 2020, that modification should only see in these top four and the one in the bit in the center. Yeah, uh, not not over here in my area chart on the left and on the right. So that is actually happening. Yeah, so we will fix that. Let us fix that as well. So that is what we want here, and quarter should react to all of them because if I'm filtering anything specific to quarter one and comparing that for that 3 months of previous year and this year, I would want to see that data because it's better to compare everything from the previous year. That's how you plan your business of how things would go. Yeah. So we would need this. We would keep that, but not this one. So now For just for a quick one, I will go ahead and delete this one and recreate this specific uh, slicer. Yeah. So we have our checklist slicer already. So under visuals, let expand. Let's create a new one. Say checklist slicer, and then drop in your column. Once I have it, I would see 3 buttons there, but I only want to, so we will figure that out. But let me resize the whole thing as I want here. Resize the whole thing. I have 2 years. Let's expand this to 3. No worries. Yeah, I'll get rid of those the heading and few specifics. Let me just do that so that things fit in properly. Input, general selection, checklist slicer, checklist slicer, and then I would change the size 50. Yeah, that's fairly big enough. And let's say I'm gonna place these there. Now, if we want to give a background color, we can just do that. We had a blue, right? We had a blue background color. Maybe not this blue, but that's okay. It's an example. So now, with this, what we will do is we will resize the whole thing. So let's say 2 buttons. Regardless, right now we are seeing we can resize later as well. I'll just place it on the top and then we can figure that out in time. So now what I want is if I'm filtering any date, any year, whatever my max year is, I should only see that maximum year and the year before in this selection for this visual, right? So I'll select this visual. I'll go to filter sections over here. Under here, I'll go to filters on this visual. Filters on this visual. I have year. Let's expand that and say we'll go to top N. We want the from the top, we want to filter top 2, right? Of whatever overall year selections or year options we have. We had in the basic filtering, if you see, we had 3 options. Let's go to basic one, and under basic filtering, we had 3 options, which is 2019, 2020, and 21, right? But what we want right now is only be able to select 2020 and 2021. Yeah. So with this, what we want is, let's say top N. It will directly filter top N over here. We say top N, in that N stands for a number where we have to give an entry how many. Top 2 is what we want, so we'll say 2, and then we will drop in the same year column again back here so that it knows that this is from where it has to filter in that specific visual, and say first, and by default it is taking first year, which is good. So from the first entry of the top, which is 2021 currently, 2021 and 2022, it should give me an option there. So I'll say apply filter. Once I do that, you see this visual would change. Now this is changed, and I can resize that as per my convenience of however I want to do it, and if I want to expand or say, let's say, shorten it and things like that. But yeah, so we can always let me expand that so that I can see the second button. Okay, so far let it be there. So now this is figured out. Yeah, let's say if I'm jumping into 2020, I should see 2 years, which is 2020 and 2019. That's how this should work, right? So let's test that once. Once that happens, then we will see how from the slicers how the charts are now reacting. So you see it's now giving me 2019, 2020 on the charts, and the visual as well has changed to 2019 and 2020. Yeah, but now if I'm clicking on 2020, what I want is I want to see all these charts changing to 2020, and then I want these 2 charts on the corners, which is area charts, these ones, to stay as it is because I always want to compare with my previous year. I don't want them to change, but they seems to be loading, so they yeah it is changing. Yeah, so let's go ahead and restrict that. We'll go to format and turn on edit interactions. Under edit interactions, let's turn that on. Yep, once turned on, we will select none. So this would help us make it understand. Let's say whenever I make any selection on this specific slicer, the chart, this specific chart should not do nothing. It should just stay as it is. It has nothing, no botheration with that specific slicer, regardless of whatever I select there. Yeah. So once I do that, I see my chart. I can have all both of the years, but currently I have my data related to 2020, and I can only review 2019's purchase volume for that month and tonnage for that month. Only that I can review in the past, let's say, for the previous year, from my review year, whichever year I'm reviewing. Yeah. Similarly, if I'm jumping on 2019, I can jump to 2019, uh, and we have to change this selection of one. But yeah, so once we do that selection of whichever year, the data will over there on the top, and this visual it would change, but this is not affected on the sides. So that is where we are good. And let it load for a while. I'll minimize this, and then let's move to the next section of this. Yeah, okay. So before I move on, I would want to keep this on a single selection. That's a preference because it is handy that when it is clear. If I'm jumping from year 1 and 2, I don't want to deselect this again and again. It is just a waste of time. So yeah, let's select that, let it load. Under this, general, and say turn off multiple selection. I don't want that. Yeah, so done. I would also turn off edit interaction. It just makes things more slow. Okay, with that, now once we have that set it up, let's see how it is looking. Okay, so this is clear. This task is based on the slicer, of how one slicer reacts to other slicer, and the slicer, how the charts would react to a specific slicer. So it's a combination of both and how things are working out. So that's how you have to imagine how your dashboard should work, what is handy and what is not handy for a selection for a user, whoever is going to use this dashboard, and then make it meaningful. That yes, review wise or analysis wise or something, I am not wasting time just to understand how the dashboard works. Rather, what I want is there, and what I'm thinking, okay, this should work like that, I'll filter here and it works in that way. Yeah. Next. So next we have a question. It says, Danny wants to know how much purchase volume has fallen down for the month of October in 2020 compared to the previous year. So compared to the previous year means that is 2019 for all his suppliers. Also, which is the supplier who has the highest purchase volume in 2019. In 2019. Okay. So let's go back to dashboard. So what we want to know is for the month of October, here, right here, we have October. Yeah. First, let us unselect this. Let me keep both my ears just in case. I would let me go ahead and say right, because I want to fulfill the chart of December. It doesn't make sense. Okay. So yeah, that line. That's all. Okay. Till the meantime it loads, we know that the Danny's code is RE. If you're not clear on or confident, we can always go back to supplier overview, and from there we can pick it up what's the buyer code, and that is what we would go ahead and use. So Danny says RE, right? So we'll filter RE. Buyer knows his code. Buyer would filter his code and just do it. So in the meantime, Uh, First step is always Danny wants to know for his suppliers, so that means we have to filter down things for Danny first on the dashboard. So we'll filter out RE, and then we will jump into what year and which and what is going on. So let's filter out RE right here, RE, and then within RE we want to know 2020 October. October, there are two. I see 2019 had a better purchase volume than 2020, so it has fallen down. So the question is definitely correct. It has fallen down. By how much is what we can see? We can see two numbers over here. For Danny, it has just refreshed itself overall. So for Danny, it fell down from 39.91 million to 29.61 million. So let's pop in the calculator quickly, open uh, and see how that works. So my number is coming down from 39.91 minus 29.61. Yeah, is that right? So 10.3 million INR is the purchase volume drop for me for for yeah for Danny. Now the second part of the question was who also which is the highest supplier, highest purchase volume into which supplier has the highest purchase volume 2019, right? So 2019 is what we want to jump in. 2019. Here I did not select any year previously. You see, that's the benefit of me not selecting. Still, I have a overview from my this year to the previous year. So that's just handy in that way. But if I want to know specifically which supplier had the highest purchase volume in 2019, I do have to click there. Yeah. So 2019 specific, I see BIPL. So the answer is 10.3 million BIPL. So that's the supplier. That's your highest supplier. This is your purchase volume comparison where you have to subtract. It's a round of value that we do know now. And this is what you have to filter. You have to filter your year. You have to filter your RE. You have to filter your year over here as well overall. Now, so this is how we would come down to. Question 4 is now done. What do we have in question 5? Question 5 show us how can we only show button text when we hover the cursor over it. Okay. Also highlight the text in red and tell us step-by-step process of how a bookmark uh, makes a visual swap on top of each other. Okay, so what we want to do is first we want to create a button. Uh, every time we hover over the button, it should highlight the text in red. It should show the text and highlight it in red. Yeah. Uh, and then what we want to do know is we want to create a bookmark, a step-by-step process of how this bookmark is working. So we will create a bookmark. That bookmarks will help us swap from one visual on top of each other. Yeah. So what we want to do is let's go back to SIP dashboard. Here, I will just unfilter things. So we have two visuals. I have it on top of each other right here. I've just placed it. I'll move it sideways so that you guys can see. Yeah, and then we will set up buttons to hide and unhide things, and then bookmarks to swap with the help of slicer with the help of selection plane and bookmark and a button. So it's a combination of all three. That's how we would do it. So first, I'll just show you that we have two visuals right here on top of each other. So let me go ahead and drag this. You see there's one in the bottom and I've placed it. So whichever is on the top is irrelevant right now because it would start working as a swapping thing, right? That would happen. So what we want to do is we'll go to view, we'll turn on first of all selection plane, and then we'll insert a button. So we'll go to insert, and I want a button over there. Let me have a button. I want one with left arrow, one with a right arrow. So here I'm going to prefer right arrow. Let that pop in. Okay, now once I have this, I'll place it in this corner, get rid of few things just in case. So here I don't want border, I don't want no background because it's already there. Why duplicate things? And on the icon, just a little bit of less weight so that it's thin and I can make it short. Yeah. So I want to place this button on this side as the icon on this side of the corner of the visual. So I have just selected that to align it on that side. Yeah. Now, section one of the question one was basically every time I hover over the button, I should see a text in red, right? So this, let's say, we will turn on first of all button text right here. That's the step one. It says default state. So if you drop down, you have few options like on hover, on press, on disable. On that way, in that way, you can basically select and show how things would look like. Yeah. So from default state is this, that there is a button. I would go to on to hover. You can even do it for all of those states, different states, but this is what I prefer. Let's say uh, go left, or what is the next visual name? Let us assign that name to this rather than it would make more sense. BU purchase volume, right? So we'll review, we'll just check the name, or if you have some specific name, or if you want to guide somewhere else, you can do that. So now let's select this and say button text as on hover says BU purchase volume. Yeah, and I want the font color to be in red. That's what how do we make it red? So this is how we make it red, and the text size. So just hover over it and see if it is too big. This is too big, so I can't deal with it. First of all, I will put it in the center of it and then try to minimize the text size so that it's not too small and not too big. It is working, it is fitting in the section, and it is readable. So let's try that again. Yeah, it is readable, it's good. Now this is done. Similarly, I will have another of my button and the other arrow, which is left arrow. So once I have this, so if my idea is to, if I click on this button, other visual should come up and this visual should be hidden in the background, and the arrow should basically move from here to there. So instead of moving from here to there, I would put up another arrow and hide this arrow, right? So that's how it would make sense. So let me create both of the button icons and set up the visual how it is gonna look. Icon size, I can weight a little less, and then it's on that corner, which makes sense. Button text. Under button text, we will again turn this on and say hover. On hover, I want RM grade tonnage. RM grade tonnage, font text in red, or any color that if you prefer different color, that's good. Go ahead and do that. Okay. So now we would resize the button to the same height so that it does not look odd. And this is little not fitting well, so let's expand that. Expand that to this. Okay, now this is also readable and this is also readable. So we are good with our buttons now. First thing first, uh, we have one button over here. This is our RM grade button. RM grade is already visible, so we don't want this. We will go ahead and hide this button. What we want is if I am able to see RM grade tonnage visual, I should be having an arrow which would guide me towards my BU purchase volume visual. So clicking on this, it should swap onto that visual, right? So that's how the visual should look like. What I'll do is I will go ahead and bookmark this, selecting first and this visual right here, and my RM grade by tonnage. RM grade by tonnage, I have that visual right here. I'll select these two visuals because this is where I want my bookmarks to react, not to react to any other visual, regardless of whatever is happening with any of the slicers or in the visual. if I'm executing this button, it should just swap, not do anything else. If my filterization should stay, my any highlights, or if I've selected any highlights, that should also stay. It should not go away. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and select this RM grade tonnage as well. Come on, select that. It's a little slow again. Yeah. Okay. Rather, I would select it this way. I have my visual there. I have my visual here. With these two visuals, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and say view, create a bookmark. Go to bookmark, add another bookmark. I already have two, but let's not use those. We'll create new ones. Say bookmark 4, rename this as RM, because that is what I can see right now, right? My visuals on the top, which says RM. So I'll just rename this as RM for the now. You can rename it to any other thing if you want. Now, my selection should react to my selected visuals. So I'll change from all visuals to my selected visuals, because that is what we want. We don't want other visuals to be disturbed because of this button, right? It should not change, meddle around with any of the other visuals, and it should not filter data. It should not react to the data. Whatever filterization has been done on the page, it should stay. I should not reset my filters just because I have this bookmark, because right now I have no filters, and if I don't uncheck this, every time I press that button, I will lose all the filtering I had done to go to that analysis, and then just to click on that button to swap, just to see another visual on the background, which is on the back. And once I click that, I will again lose my filters, and that will be a pain. And then going back again, back and forth, and all, it will not make more sense. So I would unselect my data for this, and then I will move from all selection to selected visuals. Yeah, it's already there. Unselect my data. Let's go ahead and verify that. Yeah, so this is done. Now with this, what I would do is I would turn on the other button, and I would turn off this button, what I had already made a bookmark, and I will also turn off this RM grade. So now you can see this visual and this button says RM grade. I want to switch back to that one. So this is the good combination like we had earlier. So this is good. Now we'll add another bookmark, say it as BU, rename this, as, come on, rename this as BU, and repeat the same process of selecting, unselecting data and selecting selected visuals. We'll uncheck the data and then check selected visuals. Okay, the data thing did not work. We'll right click on this three dots again, and yes, okay, this is done. This was just slow enough. Okay, so now how do we do that? What just to be sure, I have this button and I have this purchase volume, view purchase volume, two visuals selected. With this two visuals selected, I'll just go ahead and update my uh, update. I can, if I have, let's say if I want to make any changes, I can do it right now, how the selection and how the visual should look like, and I can always update the same bookmark rather than every time creating a new one, deleting the previous one, and things like that. I can modify my running bookmarks in that way just by clicking on update this way. Yeah. So now, before I assign it to specific buttons and see how it is working, we can always have a test run over here. So I am right now at BU. I want to see RM. So I'll click on RM. So it should now swap these two and then show me those two. It did not swap this one, right? RM didn't work. This button still stays. So what we would do is we would go ahead and hide this button. and then also hide BU purchase volume because I didn't do that while creating RM, right? While creating RM bookmark. So now I will again go ahead and update my RM bookmark. Go ahead and update. Before that, hide. Let's go ahead and select all four of them because that is four is the combination of uh, we are playing around with. So that I have this, and here this one RM grade. Select, and select this one as well. Come on, four. Yeah, okay, finally it got selected. And say I will uncheck data. Why do I have data selected in that? So now with those, yes. Now I'll just go ahead and update. Now this is updated, and then from RM we will now try to move back to BU. So this uh, initially when you're making, you should always do this before assigning buttons. You should always test it again and again just to be sure. So when I go back to BU, so you see I have to move. Okay, so now the buttons have moved from there to here. I'll just come out of this and see how it is going to be looking like. So my BU, let me click on the BU bookmark and see how it is reacting. Have that button, it should hide and that should come up, right? Which is not happening. But if I see RM, I am that button is perfectly going away. So we should again come to BU and hide my RM grade by tonnage. The visual is gone, and also hide my button, this one, because I don't want this button. I want that button. Hide that and select all four again. So yeah, so learning from this, our mistake was earlier we selected only two visuals and then changed the bookmark type from all visuals to selected visuals, right? But while changing that, we did not select all four of the visuals because two of them would interact from shown from show to hide, and other two would react from hide to show. It just switches back, right? So let's select all four of the visuals back again. Yeah, and then uh, do an update on the BU, let's say BU uh, bookmark. Yeah, okay, it has selected 1, 2, 3, 4, and now what we will do is we will go ahead and update BU. We have correct selections, data is unchecked, all visuals are unchecked, selected visuals are checked, and go ahead and update. Let's be sure of it. We'll go ahead and update again because my system is very slow. So I am just doing that for my own precaution. Okay, now final test. As of now, the understanding should be clear of why we are selecting all four and what we did earlier was wrong and why is it wrong. We selected only two and that did not work out very well for us, right? Because our selections are changing from all visuals to selected visuals. In that way, now I can just come out of all of this nonsense and not select any of the visuals so far, just to make my test runs work. So now I want to show my RM visual. So that's how this should work. I am getting my RM grade tonnage and the button is also going, the button is going away and this is popping in, which is good. And I want to go back. How do I go back? I go back with the BU one. So that's how this is now. Now I have to assign my RM bookmark to this button so that it says RM grade, right? It guides me towards that. So this is where I will assign this RM one so that when I click over here, it takes me to my RM grade tonnage visual and the button changes. Yeah. So similarly, I will do the BU one over here. I'll assign it to here. So I'll go ahead and select my button and close my bookmarks and selection tabs because I'll have numerous tabs that way. So let's get rid of those and open up format buttons. Under format buttons, I'll turn on action and say bookmark. Under type, we'll select it as bookmark, and from bookmark we will say this is RM, right? We want to guide to BU. So we, that's how I will select BU, the one we have created, and it is telling me BU purchase volume, it's guiding me. So now I know I have to assign what. And that's the benefit of naming your buttons before you start creating your uh, let's say bookmarks and start assigning them so that you don't get confused, just in case if you have multiple buttons going on the dashboard. So once we say that, now it will guide us to this button, but this button I have not assigned. If I'm let's say if I'm pressing control and clicking on this, it's not reacting, it's not doing anything basically. So under this, I'll go ahead and turn on action again for this one and assign another bookmark, which is our RM bookmark. And that's it. That's pretty good. So let's test it from the buttons. If I click on this, it's swapping the visual and the button. So it's swapping two things. It's hiding the previous visual and that button, and it's displaying this visual and this button. And similarly, it is doing the vice versa. So you can go back and forth always quickly just to see two things. So if you have more visuals on your page and you want to consolidate few of the visuals on top of each other, this is a good way. This would help you keep everything, all of the data within this, and keep swapping. Also, one benefit, let me show you one quick benefit of, let's say I select any of my suppliers. So what we have done is under interactions, edit interactions, we have basically moved from highlights to filter for all the visuals. So once I click on this, I see my visual has changed automatically. It is not highlighting that section, rather it is filtering out that section for that supplier, right? Yeah. So we understand that how edit interactions work. With that into mind, we had unchecked the data, right? So even if I have something highlighted this way, and that is filtering out basically on other charts, if I am clicking on the button and trying to move to my background chart, which is RM grade, I would see my selection of, as in the visual would basically be relevant to that specific selection. My selection is not going away, but if I would have not unchecked the data, I would have lost this functionality. It would reset the whole thing. It would reset the whole thing, and then yeah, we would lose the motive of having this, filterization at hand. So that's why we always uncheck data when we only want to interact with the visual, but we only check data and remove all the visual interaction if we want to reset the dashboard in terms of filterization. That's the difference. Yeah, there you have it. Okay, so this same step we have basically done in scenario 3, task 2. So you can take your learnings from there, and in the presentation you can walk us through how this is gonna work. Yeah. Okay, thank you everybody.